Hail and well met, travelers! Welcome to the most exciting installment of the Ultima series. At least for me, Ultima VII was the one that really made me want to start playing the series. Kiki, how's it going? Johnny, good to see you. Stupidly excited for this. I am stupidly excited for it as well. I've been looking forward to it a lot. I actually had tried to get this stream running a couple of times over the last couple of days, but things got in the way. I'm glad to be here. There's a ton of books and stuff to go through, so we're gonna do that to begin with, and let's go step into my library. There we go. The Book of the Fellowship, as written by Batlin of Britain. Salutations to the Tea-Raveler. Good morning to thee, gentle friend and traveler. No matter what time of day it may be when thou art reading this, no matter what the hour of the clock, I say good morning to thee because this very moment brings to thee the coming of the dawn. The dawn, as everyone knows, is the moment when illumination comes. The dawn marks the end of the long dark night and a new beginning. It's my humble hope that these words may be for thee a dawning, or at least a type of awakening. I call thee traveler, no matter if thou hast never left thy hometown, no matter if thou wilt never again leave thy room, because all of us are travelers. I call thee traveler, for truly all of us travel a spiritual or philosophical path. Even if it's simply by living the life that we choose to live, or by searching for a new life when our current one fails to satisfy our needs as thinking spiritual beings. It is past time that I introduce to thee, gentle friend and traveler. My name is Batlin, and I indeed have been following this quest all my life. It has been a long road, but the rewards have been beyond measure. If thou wouldst permit me, I very much wish appreciate sharing these rewards with you. How's the microphone levels? We're all good on the audio? The Story of Batlin, Part the First. Part the First. Alright, here's our narrator. There's much that I have set out to tell thee in this book. Some small part of it involves my own personal story. As that is the least important part of this book, I shall quickly relate my tale first, gentle friend and traveler. In that way we shall soon have it over with, and be free to pass on more important concerns. I was born in the forest surrounding the city of Yu, and educated in the traditions of the Druids. Having been raised in the city of justice, I was taught to always strive for fairness in dealing with others, and these teachings left a lasting impression on me. But while I found trees, birds, and moons to be very beautiful, I determined to dedicate my life to the service of people. So it was I left to seek my fortune in the world. This was a time when, over Lord British's objections, unruly lords waged war against each other. So there was little else to do but to become a fighter in the city of Jalome. I regret killing, although much of what I did helped bring peace to our land once more. The terrible wars of Ultima VII. I regret killing, although much of what I did helped bring peace to our land once more. I suppose this would actually have been long after Ultima V. This must have taken place between 6 and our current time. I regret killing, although much of what I did helped bring peace to our land once more. I learned well how to defend myself, and how to find the courage one must have to survive in battle. I also learned respect for those of valor, who earn their wage by combat. Eventually those little wars ended, and I found myself penniless and without a trade in the capital city of Britain. As it goes for a career soldier. I became a bard simply because a bard was needed at the Blue Boar. There were none about, and I had the loudest voice. Never have I considered myself to be musically inclined, but it was a fair alternative to starvation. My voice was painful. My mandolin strings would break rather than let me stroke them. After much heckling and many thrown bottle, my talents did slowly develop. As the years passed, I began to feel the deep compassion that bards know when singing of heroic deeds. Hey, I do more good in the world than bad. I just practiced swinging my swords on peasants in the early days. As the years passed, I began to feel the deep compassion that bards know when singing of heroic deeds. I discovered that sharing a spiritual rapport with my audience was very moving. Several of my ballads are still sung today, although by tradition the player will no doubt take credit for composing them himself. While in Britain, I met two remarkable individuals. They were twins, Elizabeth and Abraham. They were also well-versed students of philosophy, and many were the hours we spent in discussion and debate. We did raise our voices on occasion, gentle friend and traveler, but that did not prevent us from becoming fast friends. Although I would never presume to intrude upon the privacy by revealing the many fascinating details I learned about them and their lives, I will say that they play a truly significant role in the part of this book that is my story. A mage from Moonglow who had heard me perform came to offer me employment as his assistant. Magic has always fascinated me, and so I became his apprentice. I will always remember his teaching that if I was to successfully commune with the invisible world without lapsing into madness, I must ever retain my honesty. If one is to live outside the laws of reality, one must first be honest. He taught me well. It was with great sadness that I ended my studies in the magical arts when my master, who was most elderly, passed away. This guy's done it all. While drinking at the Blue Boar, soon after his passing, Elizabeth, Abraham, and I each decided that we need something to which to dedicate our lives. Everybody needs meaning. On a youthful whim, we made a pact that we would go our separate ways and spend the next decade traveling through the land to find adventure, and to find ourselves as well. We agreed to reunite at the Blue Boar in exactly 10 years. Our departure was exciting yet melancholy, as my life began a new chapter. Often how it feels when you have to move on in life. The Old Man and the Bandits. On the road leading out of Britain, I met a man bent with age, but still possessed of keen wit. As we walked, he shared with me his tale, and I in turn still share it with thee. During a stroll through the woods one day, this man was kidnapped by a group of vicious bandits. The poor man had just left his nephew's family and had no one else in the world. Woe to them who have been kidnapped when they have no one to pay their ransom. Bandits soon began to loathe their captive and did make plans to kill him. Yikes. One wanted to hang him, while the other wanted to stab him. They're arguing over how to kill this poor old dude. Still another wanted to burn him at the stake, while yet a fourth wanted to tie rocks about his waist and throw him in the river. So angry did they wax on their disagreement over what manner of violence to use, that they did break into an awful bloody row. And so it was that this old man did escape from the bandits, who was distracted with their brawling. What kind of bandits are these? Upon noticing their victim was gone, they continued to fight, this time over whose fault it had been, until all of them lay dead, murdered by each other's hand. This old man was later reunited with his nephew's family, and all were joyous for it. For, as he had learned, unity is essential for survival, and unlike those reckless bandits, he still wished to live for a good many years yet. So he wanted to tell us that tale. Why? I guess this bond between this Batlin guy and Elizabeth and Abraham is just that strong. He had to tell a little story about sticking together. The story of Batlin, part the second. My travels took me to Trinsic, and there I encountered a group of men at arms with whom I became most impressed. Many fighters I had known were men of valorous heart on the battlefield, but off it little more than thugs. These men were not mere fighters, but paladins. Paladins! The glowing beacon of hope in the world of Ultima. They were all skilled swordsmen and expert horsemen, as well as learned scholars and perfectly mannered gentlemen. Above all, they were devoted to the preservation of honor. It was with eager gratitude that I accept their invitation to join them. The following years were filled with excitement as we journeyed through the land, righting wrongs and helping those in need. During one of our adventures, I was injured and forced to remain in Minok, while my companions rode on. A healer there told me that without the proper treatments, for which he charged outrageous prices, I would most probably die. I angrily sent him away. After a time I did mend. I had learned that the healing process takes place mostly in one's mind, and have since placed no trust in healers who greedily prey upon the afflicted. Well, it's a medieval society, so I'm sure there's plenty of snake oil salesmen. At that time, the town of Minok was in need of a tinker. As I healed, I said the town of Minok is full of tinkers. I'm sure it didn't need one. As I healed, I supported myself by fixing, building, and inventing things. I've never before realized how much a town is reliant upon its tinker, nor how appreciative the local townspeople are to those who sacrifice themselves to continuously solving the problems of others. So welcome did they make me feel that I stayed for several years. Then, filled with the urge to roam and longing for... This guy's quite the wayfarer. Urged to roam and longing for the outdoors once more, I joined a band of rangers in the Spirit Wood. Rangers are a deeply spiritual people. Living with them reminded me very much of my druid childhood in you, with one big difference. These rangers drank the most wonderful wine I've ever tasted. The bottles came from the old winery at Scarabray, having survived the terrible fires which ravaged that island. Later I made a pilgrimage to the desolate ruins of Scarabray, and there... The desolate ruins of Scarabray? That's news to me. Last time I visited Scarabray was a fully fledged working settlement. Huh. Later, I made a pilgrimage to the desolate ruins of Scarabray, and there I had a spiritual experience so profound that I have vowed never to relate it to anyone. Leaving their band, I gave away all my possessions, and for months I wandered aimlessly. Eventually, I arrived at New Magencia, where I sought employment as a shepherd. Most of the following 2 years was spent in perfect solitude, living in complete humility. It was an experience that left me significantly changed. When I noticed that 10 years had almost passed, I began to journey back to Britain. This guy's lived a pretty interesting life. He's gone through every class in the Ultima games. He became a bard. He started as a fighter. He met paladins, traveled with rangers, practiced as a mage, worked as a tinker. He was even a useless shepherd. The Two Brothers and the Trickster. Good artwork. On the road back to Britain, I noticed a small mine being worked by two brothers. They greeted me suspiciously, but eventually shared with me their tale, and I shall share it with thee. Their father died and left them a map to some unclaimed land that contained valuable minerals. By law, a claim can only be made in one name, and this led the brothers into conflict. One brother was the eldest, and the other was more worldly. Both wanted the claim. They became so fearful that the other would make the claim that each spent all of his time spying on each other. No work was done. One day they met a stranger who said he was a mining engineer. They did not trust him at first, but he assured them that their claim was too small to be of interest. He was on the way to stake a much larger claim. The stranger turned their heads with tales of riches they could have, replacing their distrust with avarice. The brothers asked the stranger to make their claim for them, and went back to working their mine. They worked without stopping for months, and afterwards traveled to the mint to sell their ore. At the mint, they learned the stranger had staked their claim in his own name, and then sold it outright for a fortune. As the brothers had taken ore from land they did not own, they were sent to prison in U for many years. Their sad fate taught them to be more trusting of each other, for a man who does not trust his brother is always vulnerable. Too true. After hearing the tale, I went to the mint, for I was curious which of the two brothers held the claim to their new mine. I had tried to guess it was, and it was quite a surprise when I saw the answer. It was in the name of their father. The Sir-eation of the fellowship. I was overjoyed when Elizabeth and Abraham both arrived at the Blue Boar, safe and sound. It was a splendid reunion. The tales they told me were truly astounding. Gentle friend and traveler. Gentle friend and traveler. But as I have mentioned, I do not wish this tome to be an intrusion upon their privacy. Not all of our memories were pleasant ones. Most of the people in Britannia, it seemed, were more interested in helping themselves than helping their fellow persons. They strayed from the virtues. As travelers, strangers wherever we went, we had become used to the cold eye of suspicion upon us. Everywhere there were people who expected something for nothing, as if owed by debt to the world. Most of all, each of us had met many people who were fundamentally unhappy. Everywhere there were people who knew that they needed something in their lives, gentle friend and traveler, but that they had no hope of finding it. The three of us had learned much history. There was once a time when life was infinitely more fragile, but was cherished much more dearly. We yearned to recapture that aspect of Britannia's former glory. After much discussion, we decided to found a society called the Fellowship. At this time, I was also conceiving what would become its philosophy, but that will be discussed further in a chapter. It was Abraham who suggested that I propose the Fellowship to Lord British. I agreed, little realizing the task I was undertaking. Starting a cult. Three of us had learned much of history. There was once a time when life was infinitely more fragile, but was cherished much more dearly. Yeah, in the early days of Ultima, definitely monsters were rampant and civilization was pretty sparse. But if this guy's intention is to bring Britannia back to what it was like when it was Sosaria, it's not good. The ratification of wise Lord British. It's LB himself trying to figure out what this guy can do for him and how little he can give him for it. It was with much anxiety that I stood before the throne of wise Lord British. I was in a long line of subjects as our liege made numerous pronouncements. Although I had been waiting for hours when I at last had my audience, I still felt unprepared. His unwavering glance fell upon me. I said that I had a modest proposal. My colleagues and I sought to establish a philosophical society known as the Fellowship. Lord British asked me who would see the benefits of this fellowship. I replied that no one would benefit from it, for it would not be run for profit. With a word, I was dismissed. I found myself leaving the throne room before it had even sunk in that I had been refused. By the look on my face, Elizabeth and Abraham knew I was not the bearer of good news. In discussing the matter, Elizabeth suggested that Lord British had desired a tribute from us. If we could present an impressive enough tribute, he would grant his favor. After a time, we raised 1,000 gold pieces by selling nearly every possession we owned. With renewed confidence, I returned to the castle. This time there were several workmen with me to carry the chest of gold that were our tribute. That's not going to work against Lord British. He's going to want you to do something crazy like go down to the 8th level of the Stygian Abyss and kill a Balrog. As I reached the front of the line, I spoke boldly. I said that I wished to discuss the fellowship, but first wished to present Lord British with a suitable tribute. With consternation, I realized that I had spoken before Lord British had finished reading an important-looking scroll placed before him by one of his advisors. He signed it and spoke, not even bothering to look up at me. First he ordered my workmen to remove the boxes, then he ordered the workmen to remove me as well! Angrily I stormed from the throne room. Once more did I face my two friends. We were disappointed. The dream we shared now seemed to have no hope of becoming a reality. I spent days somberly brooding over my failure. One morning found me so completely lost in my thoughts that I did not hear the passing beggar approach. When at last I noticed him he spoke. This will be Lord British in disguise. He's done this trick to the Avatar before, to myself. When at last I noticed him, he spoke. A coin for one denied the rewards of worthiness. The illumination was pure and instantaneous. He thought I had gone mad when I gave him my chest of gold. I ran back to the palace as fast as I could. At first, Lord British would not see me, but I implored him. He looked me over and seemed to see something different about me. He listened as I spoke. Our society, the Fellowship, will be a union of spiritual seekers that shall strive to bring unity to our fractured society. We will promote trust and understanding among all the people of Britannia. With your approval, our society will teach one to seek worthiness rather than mere personal reward. To that end, I seek your recognition of the Fellowship. After a long moment, Lord British replied, Batlin, thou dost know the meaning of perseverance. I care not for what thy fellowship dost wish of me, and I care even less for what thy fellowship would seek to do for me. But if thy fellowship would seek to serve the subjects of my land, then my support for thee is unequivocal. Thus born the fellowship. It seems like a noble organization. The value of virtues and the virtue of values. In creating the Fellowship philosophy, I had no intention of cobbling together a collection of platitudes that would be presumptuously intended as a replacement for the 8 virtues of the Avatar. I know there would be those who would accuse me of doing just that, no matter what philosophy I developed. I hereby wish to state that the Fellowship fully supports the 8 virtues of the Avatar. And as one who has endeavored to follow their example, I can personally assure thee of their immeasurable worth. Why, thank you. But as one who has followed the 8 virtues, I know whereof I speak when I say that it's impossible to perfectly live up to them. Even the Avatar was unable to do so continuously and consistently. Is he calling me out? Well, I can't deny it. Can anyone say that they have been honest every moment of every day of their lives? Can anyone say that they've always compassionate valorous, just, sacrificing, honorable, humble, or spiritual at all times. The philosophy of the 8 virtues does little more than emphasize our own personal deficiencies. I have met many adherents to the ways of the virtue who are racked with guilt over what they perceive to be their spiritual failures, for that is what the virtues are based on. Having been shown our weakness, now is the time to strengthen them. The philosophy of the fellowship has been created to eradicate the failures from one's life. It is the philosophy based on success, and it enhances everything that has come before it. The fellowship philosophy can be expressed as 3 values derived from the personal experiences of my life. They are known as the triad of inner strength. It all sounds too good to be true. The triad of inner strength. The triad of inner strength is a righteous mental discipline. It takes concentrated effort to apply this triad of values to thy life, but in doing so thou wilt see a change in thy life so significant that thou shalt no longer be able to look at the world in the same way again. The first value of the triad of inner strength is expressed as strive for unity. People apply this value to their lives by working together to achieve that which shall benefit everyone in a state of mutual cooperation. We have seen by the parable of the old man and the bandits how unity is essential. If we are not working together, then we are certainly working against one another, so the triad's going to be each one of his stories that he told. Unity. The second value of the triad of inner strength is expressed as trust thy brother. People apply this value to their lives by dealing with others without accusations or suspicions that limit others and themselves. We have seen by the parable of the 2 brothers and the trickster just how vulnerable lack of trust makes one. Without trust, we restrict ourselves from that which we wish to accomplish. The third value of the triad of inner strength is expressed as worthiness precedes reward. I like that. People apply this value to their lives by placing a greater emphasis on their accomplishments rather than on personal gain. We have seen by the parable of the ratification of the wise Lord British that one must not expect something for nothing. Blindly chasing reward is a path that leads nowhere. Philosophy of the fellowship. The scholarly name for the fellowship philosophy, which I did not personally coin, is sanguine cognition. This is merely an important sounding way of saying cheerful knowledge. And that is as accurate a description of the fellowship philosophy as any I can imagine. As long as one maintains his confidence and hopefulness, one is continuously open to the opportunities that perpetually exist in life. I firmly believe that, gentle friend and traveler, and thou shouldest believe it as well. Without confidence, one does not perceive the world correctly, and hence one misses opportunities. This sad state of fevered reason currently holds the majority of the population in its icy grip. Such fevered persons begin to adapt illusory notions to their thinking and entangle themselves in twisted, conflicting emotions which reinforce their failures. Yes. These sad people become afraid of themselves. They begin to believe that they will fail, and this belief can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Such a fevered person, whether he realizes it or not, desperately needs to recognize that the world is not a tangled knot of failure. The entire process of thought needs to be permanently fixed to a confident nature. Such a person needs to find the best in himself and accept his basic worth. This is rarely an easy task. It requires a reflection upon oneself that can be emotionally painful. But as we say in the fellowship, sometimes one must face harm in order to find healing. Upon achieving recognition, one will follow his own inner voice of reason that will guide him through life and help him avoid failure. One of the most difficult things to accept is how reliant we are on others. We fear the rejection or the real imagined hidden motives and the potential deceit of others. Accepting our inevitable reliance upon others is an integral part of our role in this world, requires the courage to walk on fire. To achieve the recognition necessary to break free of the fever, one must dedicate every fiber of his being to accomplish that end. We of the Fellowship travel the path, and I extend my invitation to thee, gentle friend and traveler, to join us. Together we shall reach our destination. One easy payment of $5.99. Great. Okay. Battlin's story. Now we're into recap on the history. And I'm actually going to go through the recap too. It's been a long time since I've played the early Ultimas and stuff. So, I mean, it was even almost a year ago that I played 6, so it would be good to have a little refresher. Story time. Refresh the mind and soul. Yeah, it's a full-on philosophical tome. That was pretty cool. I actually liked that philosophy. All right. A reinterpretation of the history of Britannia. Being in part a collection of historical facts, with a modern interpretation therefore supplied by the author, Batlin of Britain. Oh, we're going to get a rewrite of history from Batlin. Okay, these are the old days. The Ultima 1, 2, 3 days. The Akalabeth days. Ancient Sosaria. Long ago, before the formation of the Kingdom of Britannia, the land was known as Sosaria. It was little more than a multitude of warring city-states and feudal fiefdoms, and the people of the land suffered for it. It was wise Lord British, then ruler of the city-state Britain, who eventually brought the land and the people of Sosaria together. Lord British is a human, and he was one of the first people who traversed the moon gates. He came to Sosaria, befriended Shamino, which is hilarious because both of them are Lord British and Shamino are both in-game representations of Garriott. So Garriott met himself, became best buds, and in these early days of barbarians, they were all amazed at British's grace and intelligence. And he brought the land and the people together. The Age of Darkness. The Ages of Darkness are well named, for they were a time when dark terrors walked the land. It may also be said that during the Ages of Darkness, the peoples of Sosaria were the furthest from illumination, for this was truly a time when spiritual pursuits were at their ebb. DF, what's up? History lesson. Britannia anthem just giving her in the background. The tale that is called the First Age of Darkness. This is Ultima 1. The beginning of the First Age of Darkness is marked by the coming of a sorcerer named Mondane. Mondane, my cursed nemesis. The father of Mondane had refused to share his secret of immortality with his son, and their disputes ultimately led to the father's death. Torn with anguish and no doubt by his fears of persecution, Mondane turned his dark powers against the kingdoms of Sosaria. In desperation, Lord British called forth a champion to rise to the defense of the realm. The hero who responded to his summons would many years later come to be known as the Avatar. At this time, I believe my name was Stranger from Another Realm, or Stranger from Another World, or something like that. That's the official name. It was through the actions of this avatar that Mondaine's foul gem of power was shattered, and Mondaine himself did come to a very sad end indeed. Yes, he turned into I hit him so hard he turned into a bat, tried to get away from me. You gotta chase him all around the room. And then I had bats too. The tale that is called Revenge of the Enchanter S. The triumph of the Avatar did not last long, for in slaying Mondaine he brought the wrath of Minax down upon the land. Minax was the young lover of Mondaine, and a sorceress with magical powers even greater than Mondaine's. She had the power to command legions of foul creatures, and in her quest for vengeance over the death of her lover, she brought much misery to the people of Sosaria. Again, the hero who would come to be known as the Avatar returned to Britannia in the first recorded use of the Moon Gates. The Avatar slew Minax's minions and eventually destroyed her as well. While there have been speculations to the motivations of the Avatar, it's just funny because I keep thinking there's insufficient evidence to show that the Avatar was driven to violence by jealousy over Mondaine's romantic involvement with Minax. That being said, such theories are hereby denounced and should not be given consideration. That's funny. Rumor has it I was driven to violence by jealousy over Mondaine's romantic involvement with Minax. Yeah, and I keep thinking about Ultima 2 and how the main way I leveled up in that game was by going in and out of the towns, and I would kill everybody in the towns and leave, and then they would respawn. The guards give you good experience, so you can just go around and kill all the villagers. They come back. The tale that is called Exodus. No one in all of Sosaria, not even the Avatar, could have realized that by ending the lives of Mondaine and Minax, the Avatar would be orphaning their only child. The name of this unusual child was Exodus. He was neither machine nor human. Exodus rose from the bottom of the great ocean to carry out a campaign of revenge and destruction against the land of Sosaria. So terrible were the forces unleashed by Exodus that the hero whom we would come to know as the Avatar required the assistance of a mysterious being known as the Time Lord to thwart them. They've never brought the Time Lord back. Nicki Minax. I think I've got a picture of Minax. I'll see. There was a comic. I'll see if I can pull that up after we go through some of this other stuff. But there was a comic that came with, I think, the Japanese version of Exodus, Ultima 3, for the NES. And it has some great artwork in it. And actually goes through a lot of this stuff. But, yeah. She's a babe. Exodus, the punch card computer. Being known as the Time Lord to thwart them. When was the last time I saw the Time Lord? And thus it was the Avatar did deal with Exodus in a similar manner as he has dealt with his mother and father, by hacking them to bloody pieces. Since that time, much speculation has been given to the potentially immeasurable good such a creature as Exodus could have brought to the land had he been persuaded to become beneficent. But I wish to formally disagree with those who say the Avatar should have handled the situation differently. Exodus was like a big demon computer that wanted to control all the land. And it's true that when you destroy Exodus, the land is changed forever. Like, that's when Sosaria becomes Britannia. Massive tectonic shifts happen, and volcanoes explode all over the place. Continents get rearranged. Whole civilizations go extinct. So maybe killing Exodus wasn't the right choice. Exodus, aka Google, our evil overlord. Our benevolent overlord. The rise of Britannia. After the smiting of Exodus, the people of Sosaria, who lived in terror during the onslaught of these evil magical beings, did unite together as a measure of self-protection under the sovereign rule of Lord British. Thus was formed the Kingdom of Britannia. Led by the wise Lord British, the land did come to flourish. The 8 major townships rose upon the foundations of the old city-states. A renaissance of culture and civilization was highlighted by the formation of great institutions devoted to the study and advancement of the arts and sciences. Number 4, Ultima 4, Quest of the Avatar. This game, influenced a genre. This game had far-reaching impacts. I didn't like it all that much. It was not very fun. It probably would have been amazing back in the day, but all the way you played, the fact that there was no quest, no evil being you had to destroy. The quest was enlightenment, and it was making yourself better. By going to the different shrines and extolling virtue across Britannia, it was the only way you could complete the game. The concept's great, but since it was, 88 or whatever it was, a lot of the gameplay ended up just being standing in front of a beggar and giving him one gold piece over and over and over and over and over again until your humility was high enough that you could go to the shrine and pray. So, kind of a silly game to play. The tale that is called the Quest of the Avatar. It was at this time of growth and prosperity in the Kingdom of Britannia that Lord British put out a call for one to show the way of spiritual growth and virtue. The call was answered by the hero who would become known as the Avatar. It was at this time the champion of Britannia did come to earn the title of Avatar by establishing the 8 virtues and seizing the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom from the depths of the Stygian Abyss. Stu, good to see you. It's gonna be 7. We're on 7 today. Sonic Adventure was amazing when it was released. Yeah. Absolutely. That game was very, very good. Or if you're asking which game we were talking about, I was talking about Ultima 4. But good to see you, Ben. Welcome. Yeah, Ultima 4 was a struggle for me. The concept on paper is amazing, and the execution is really bogged down by, the technical limitations of when the game came out. Even then, though, I thought that gameplay-wise, there was a great jump between 4 and 5. Like, I enjoyed 5 a lot more. It was at this time growth and prosperity. Yes, the Stygian Abyss. My second home. There's a randomizer for the NES version. I would like to play I have a physical copy of that. I've never actually played the NES version, but they could be fun to play because the NES versions of Ultima 3 and 4 are completely unlike the PC versions. They're more like Dragon Warrior clones. But because of that, I've heard good things about them. Like, they're more streamlined and cut out some of the bullshit. It has been said that the primary motivation of the Avatar has been personal redemption for the fate of Mondain, Minax, and Exodus. Well, they're putting words in my mouth there. I don't know. I feel like the primary motivation for the Avatar is he gets really bored at Earth. And when he gets a chance to go back to Britannia and take some heads, he jumps at the chance to be valorous. While there's no proof of this, I say that even if it were true, all the positive things brought forth in the world through the virtues would be enough to make amends for almost any misdoing. That's a pretty quick blurb on Ultima 4, but like there's not a lot of story there, really. Like there's not much story. There's more story in 1, 2, and 3 than there is in number 4. The story to number 4 is, like I say, it really is just show us how to be a better person. Avatar. Come show us how it's done. The tale that is called Warriors of Destiny. I loved this game. This game was very good. First Ultima that really hit home for me. It seems that by removing the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom, the Avatar had inadvertently set into motion a cosmic chain of events, which led to the release of 3 Shadow Lords from the remnant shards of the Black Gem of Mondain. Quick little aside there, the Black Gem of Mondain, when you kill him, you shatter the Gem of Mondain. He's immortal with it otherwise. And that's the storyline for Ultima Online, is that when I shattered the Black Gem, Ultima Online is sort of mirror worlds of Britannia that were trapped in the shards of the Black Gem. And that's why the different servers in Ultima Online back in the day were called shards. Ultima series. Turns out Lord British is a horrible ruler. Yeah, Blackthorn. Blackthorn should be... He had the right idea. Bok Choy, good to see you, man. These Shadow Lords were sinister agents of evil. Soon they managed to dethrone Lord British and hold him prisoner in a foul dungeon. Denied his wisdom and compassion, the kingdom of Britannia quickly grew oppressive and cruel. This was the Britannia that greeted the return of the Avatar. After a score of valiant struggles, Lord British was liberated, his throne regained, and the Shadow Lords banished from our world. However, Lord British's escape from the underworld did cause a tremendous destructive series of earthquakes, as the vast network of subterranean caverns collapsed. Sherd Sword! What's going on? Thanks for the sub. Thanks a lot. Welcome. Welcome to the worlds of Ultima. We're just working through the paperwork here. There's a lot of it. Great stuff, though. And a good chance to recap on the series. I've been at it for 2 years. I've been playing these games now. So I have forgotten some things here and there. Yes, Ultima 5, this game was great. The Shadow Lords. The Shadow Lords, the Ring Wraith ripoffs. And then Lord British's escape from the underworld did cause a tremendous destructive series of earthquakes. A second reckoning for the land. The first was when I killed Exodus, and then after I pulled Lord British's ass out of the underworld. Much of the gargoyle race did perish in that tragic cataclysm. Those guys got it rough. Oh man, thanks. I really appreciate that. Yeah, you know, I keep hold of all this stuff, so if anybody ever wants to go back and check it, or if I ever want to go back and check it, you know, you can do it. It's all right there in the highlights. Yes, False Prophet. I played this one on the FM Towns computer, where it was fully voice acted by the staff at Origins themselves, not professional voice actors. Not just the staff, but Richard Garriott's friends as well. A lot of the characters, particularly the boys, your badass team, Chamino, Yolo, and Dupre, your best buds. They're also dear friends of Richard Garriott, the developer, the creator, the father of Ultima. And their real-life counterparts all voiced their characters in that version of the game. Yes, Ultima 6, the False Prophet, what a treat, and there I am, stomping down the Gargoyle Menace. Saving Britannia once again. After the tremors that shook Britannia subsided, gargoyles inhabitants of the other side of the world, who now found their homeland virtually destroyed, began to appear on the Britannian side of the world in increasing numbers as aggressors. They launched vicious attacks against the human race, and many were they who lost their lives in defense of our realms. The gargoyles even attempted to assassinate the Avatar. They set a Moongate trap which lured the Avatar into their clutches. I was minding my own business in my living room, enjoying my new home stereo set and my felt painting of the unicorn stripper, centaur stripper, when Moongate opened up in my backyard. Set a Moongate trap which lured the Avatar into their clutches, but the Avatar was rescued by his companions. So it was that Lord British did once again call upon his champion to set right the world. Ending this violent racial conflict was the greatest challenge the Avatar had ever faced. Many gargoyles fell by my blade. Twitch will delete them. Well, so what I do, DF, is I highlight them. And I've never had a highlight lose, but, I've never lost a highlight, sorry. But you're not the first to suggest that I upload it elsewhere. There is a proper version of that poster kicking around. Yes, Bok Choy. When I was playing through Ultima 6, Chubo tracked it down, and we were talking about that. Good old Chubo. But yeah, DF, you're not the first to suggest I upload them on YouTube. Maybe I should do that. I wouldn't want to lose these. I actually really wouldn't want to lose these. It's nice to have an archive of these games. Okay, continuing on, the gargoyles even attempted to assassinate the Avatar. They set a Moongate trap which lured the Avatar to their clutches, but the Avatar was rescued by his companions. So it was that Lord British did once again call upon his champion to set the world right. Ending the violent racial conflict was the greatest challenge the Avatar had ever faced. At last it was revealed that the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom, which had been removed from the underworld by the Avatar, was actually the property of gargoyles. It's like their Bible. And I just went, in number 4, I just went down into the Stygian Abyss and I just took it. And ever since then, the gargoyles viewed me as this kind of oppressor, this devil-like figure. Therefore, the Avatar placed the Codex. I was apologetic. The Avatar placed the Codex into the Great Ethereal Void, where it would be possessed by neither human nor gargoyle. 2 lenses used to view the Codex were given to Lord British and Gargoyle ruler King Draxinium. As the cause of the conflict between the 2 races had been removed, it was hoped that the rift between the 2 would eventually be closed. Those who would say that this terrible and destructive war could have been prevented entirely had the Avatar not appropriated the Codex from its true owners are merely dissidents and are grossly misinformed. Yes, I agree. Yes, definitely. All dissidents. Snake, how's it going? Yes, I'm reading the plot. We've been going through the whole manual here, so it's a bit of lore. It's lore time. So get comfortable. Mysterious Loner, welcome to the stream. I remember buying this on 3.5 floppies, but I never blew my nose on the cloth mat that came with it. That's good. I wish I had physical copy of this game, and all of them. I really do. Maybe I'll just bite the bullet and chop away at them. But yeah, great to see you, Srazzy Snake and Mysterious Loner. Welcome. Gotchi3, thanks for the follow. Back to lore time. Back to story time. Dissidents who were grossly misinformed. The last 200 years. So, 200 years have passed since the events of Ultima VI. I guess nobody knew that I was there during Ultima Underworld, which is kind of fair. I didn't use a moongate to get to Britannia. I just was sleeping one night, and Garamon, this wizard, this powerful wizard, who had the power over space and time a little bit, he pulled me in so that I could help his ass in the Stygian Abyss. And after that, I guess I got warped right back home afterwards, so nobody really knew I was there. So this is what they say. They say 200 years have passed. It hasn't been 200 years since I've been to Britannia. It's been 100 years, but it's been 200 years since Ultima VI. Let's just make that clear. Sentient, what's happening? Happy Sunday. Sunday fun day with Ultima. Collected edition, yeah, that was the CD version. Most people who want to play the game, that's what they go for, right? They go for the CD one. They want a physical version they can play. But if I picked up one, I would go for the 3.5 floppy. That's the classic black box. We're going to take a look at that here in a little bit. But that's the one I would pick up. It's not too bad. It's like 80 or 100 Canadian on eBay. Bad enough, but not bad enough that I would actually consider picking it up. I wish there was like a old local computer game store where I live. Okay. Last 200 years. It's been 2 centuries since the Avatar last appeared in our good kingdom. Some have written that at last it's possible to interpret the tales of the Avatar as they should be, with the proper historical perspective. Some argue that as time moves on, the truth of what actually occurred will fade even further away, and that we have a responsibility to preserve the legends as we know them. However, most agree when it comes to a number of basic theories. Yes, it's okay. Some things can be lost in time, like the Hotel California and the mass murders I made. While there are those who maintain that the stories of the Avatar are only myths, practically all credible scholars say that at least some elements of the Avatar's tale are historical fact. In reality, one need look no further than the Isle of Avatar to see very persuasive evidence that the Avatar did indeed exist, at least as a person, if not as a spiritual being. Yes, this is an interesting perspective. If it's been 200 years since people think I've been in Britannia, you know, I really am myth at this point in time. It's the old war dog. The old war dog's gonna get called in. I've been in Alaska. Leave me alone, Colonel. British, I've done enough. It is most likely that there has been more than one Avatar. Ha! No, it's just me. Just me, baby, the whole way through. All the writings insist that the Avatar who negotiated the peace between Britannia and the Gargoyles is the one and same person who first appeared to vanquish the Sorcerer Mondaine those many years ago. While saying it is most unlikely, historians do firmly deny the possibility of there having been only one Avatar. After all, our good sovereign monarch, wise Lord British, has himself displayed an amazing longevity. Yes, humans. I am human. Like Earthling, I should say. Lord British is Earthling. We age slower than the people of Britannia. Kyo, how's it going? Yes, you did miss the finale of Underworld, but no problem because it's there. You can see it. I got the highlight there. I would definitely recommend, at the very least, checking out the last 5 minutes because the ending of that game was a trip. But great to see you, man. Yeah, they always tend to forget the Avatar, but I think that there was really only... what this is kind of making clear is that massive time gaps have happened in between several of the Ultima games. So, there's a lot of people who have never seen me or have only ever heard from me by hearsay and secondhand. I'd say Ultima 5 and 6 were really the only periods in time where probably Britannia really felt the Avatar's presence. Whatever interpretation of history proves to be most accurate, it seems undeniable that the Avatar will not return to our fair kingdom. By all indications, the age of magic is coming to an end. With the decline in reliability of mages, and with the kingdom turning away from magical arts, it is doubtful that extreme danger, that which would require an Avatar's aid to defeat it, will ever return to Britannia. Extreme danger will never return to Britannia. We shall see about that. And thankfully so. Upon us is the age of the Fellowship, in which one does not simply wait in anticipation for a heroic savior when crisis occurs. In this less spectacular but more practical day, we are left to solve our problems with our minds and our own will. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see who is still alive. Or if anybody is particularly old. Lord British will be fine. But what's happened to Yolo and Shamino and Dupre? We shall find out. We shall soon find out. The Fellowship, Traveler's Companion, a guide to traveling in Britannia as written by Batlin of Britain. The cities and town of Britannia, built upon the foundations of ancient city-states of Sosaria, the towns of Britain, Jalom, Minok, Moonglow, New Magintia, Trinsic, and Yu have risen up to become major cities in their own right. Numerous other cities have also grown and doing so deserve recognition as proud jewels in the crown of Britannia. All of these cities are described below, being listed in alphabetical order for the sake of travelers' convenience, and using this book as a reference guide. I'm not going to use this book as a reference guide. There's a different one that we'll use. I have a clue book for this game, and I'm going to use it. It's a blind play, but I will be using the clue book. The clue books, well, we'll get to it. I won't explain it right now, but yeah. These are pretty short write-ups, though, so I'll just go through them. Buccaneer's Den is an island notorious, and it's the notorious home for pirates and thieves. It is a place that that is not without risks and dangers, especially if one is too free in displaying one's money. Still, Buccaneer's Den has attracted many travelers in recent years with the lurid thrill of its well-moneyed house of games and sensuous indoor baths. It is also a place where one may purchase many exotic goods. Britain. This is the opulent and majestic capital of Britannia, famed city of compassion, and it is where thou mayest find the castle of Lord British. Britain is built on the shore of Brittany Bay, and it is easily the largest city in all of Britannia, and it has seen much new development. It is the home of the historic Wayfarers Inn, Royal Theatre and Music Hall. It is the center of commerce for the entire kingdom. Here in Britain, thou will find vendors hawking their wares, a farmer's market, shops of every type, and a fabulous entertainment for everyone. Britain is also home to the headquarters of the Fellowship. Indoor baths. Yes. Onsen. The city of Cove is the cleanest city in all of Britannia. Although the city itself is pristine, a traveler would be wise to avoid Loch Lake, which has become very polluted in recent years. Oh, that's not good. Yes, I know Loch Lake well. You have to travel through Loch Lake to get to Cove in I think it's 4. Loch Lake is very polluted. One of the most romantic places in all Britannia is the Lover's Walk, which is not far from the shrine. Across the mountains from Cove, the traveller will find the Bloody Marsh, site of one of Britannia's most savage wars. Of course, the Isle of the Avatar, we know that well. We visited that in the last game. Well, we visited it many times, but we were just there only a short 100 years ago in Ultima Underworld. While no formal city has ever been built on the Isle of Avatar, it is such a place of interest that is included here in this section. This strange volcanic island, which arose from the tumultuous upheaval of the great Stygian abyss, receives numerous visitors on pilgrimage to the Shrine of the Codex. The shrine is considered to be a national monument of great historical importance to Britannia, and as such is under armed guard day and night. There is a city, or at least a fort, on the Isle of the Avatar. There should be. Baron Almeric's place. He's the guy who rules that place. Jalome, located in the Valorian Isles in southwest Britannia, Jalome is a meeting place for fighters, paladins, and rangers. It's the birthplace of many an esteemed Britannian warrior. The city of Valor is known for its well-stocked armory, the hospitality of its barmaids, and for its local fighting club, the Library of Scars. I like that, the Library of Scars. Minnoch, its thriving seaport, and is located in northern Britannia at the mouth of Lost Hope Bay. Minnoch is also known as the City of Sacrifice. Has an active sawmill, armor, shipwright, and a branch of the Britannian Mining Company. It is the home of the Artists Guild, where craftsmen of all types display their crafts. In Minnoch, there is also an active branch of the Fellowship. Moonglow is the city of honesty and sits upon the southern tip of Viridia Isle. It is where the Lyceum, the great storehouse of knowledge and wisdom, is located. Nearby, the traveler will also find the observatory, which contains an orrery. An active branch of the Fellowship also operates in Moonglow. They've really spread across Britannia since their founding. New Magintia, I'm getting like what do they call them? Scientologist vibes off the Fellowship. Though I do like some aspects of the philosophy they were mentioning earlier. New Magintia is known as the City of Humility, and hence it chooses to remain isolated from much of the rest of Britannia. If thou venture there, thou will find that the people are basically shy, but also warm and hospitable once they've gotten used to thee. I like New Magintia. The city is located on an eastern island well past most of the main trade routes. Time progresses more slowly in New Magintia than anywhere else in Britannia. The economy of New Magintia is based on shipbuilding, horticulture, and raising sheep. Time progresses more slowly in New Magintia than anywhere else in Britannia. That's, I don't think that's ever been the case before. But it is really, it's an interesting place. Magintia, as it used to be known, was a city with a severe lack of humility. And there was this group of demons who didn't appreciate the lack of humility that Magincia had, and ended up raining hellfire down on it and destroying Magincia. And that's the condition you come across it in number 4. It's basically occupied by one sole living human and a whole bunch of skeletons and ghosts and whatnot of people, villagers past, but eventually got rebuilt. Neat story with Magincia, cool place. There's been a lot of powerful magics that have exploded there, so I guess it kind of makes sense that there'd be some sort of strange time warp. Paz is my favorite village or location in Ultima, the Ultima series. I very much like Paz. Paz is a small coastal village that, because of the continuous expansion of the capital city, has essentially merged with Britain. While there was a time when this village held a quaint rustic charm, in more recent years the village of Paz has languished in poverty. Oh shit! My favorite place in Britain. A terrible 7-year drought has forced the closure of many of the local farms. The industry of Paz consists primarily of milling flour, dairy farming, and meat curing. Paz is where the Fellowship runs its shelter for the poor. Damn, Paz. Paz, I just liked the pastoral nature of Paz. It felt like a very quiet, quaint place. Basically, like they say, the quaint rustic charm. It kind of reminds me of my home. And the main... It had like the largest bar in Britannia. It had this great coach house. And it was run by Dr. Cat. Dr. Cat is one of the game developers. And it has a bar full of cats, good beer. Pause. Damn, F in the chat for pause. Let's get the F's in the chat for pause. Damn. Serpent's Hold, this opulent castle fortress, is home of the Honorable Order of the Silver Serpent, the training camp for the armed militiamen of Britannia. Here, fighting men learn more than just the martial arts. They are taught honor and valor as well. Instruction in the ways of the warrior may be obtained, and one may purchase reliable weapons. Armor and provisions here. The meditation retreat of the Fellowship is located on the... Man, these guys are everywhere. Skara Brae. Now, this will be an interesting write-up. This sad town was once known as the City of Spirituality. Few are those who ventured to the spot where the city of Skara Brae once stood. Skara Brae. Destroyed. Yeah, that's definitely different than the last time I was in Britannia. Skara Brae is, it's an important location, but I remember spending a lot of time there in Ultima VI, and it was a bustling place. Near the mystic forest of the Spirit Wood, for all that remains are buildings that stand nearly deserted. While there have been many strange stories as to the goings-on of this uninhabited place, there are few who would seek to verify them. The wise traveler avoids Skara Brae altogether. I murdered someone outside of Skara Brae in Ultima VI. Some guy who lived off the side of the road. He was very rude. I had to teach him his virtues. Got a little... He deserved it, I got a little carried away. I hit him a little harder than I had intended to. I put my sword down. I gave him a fair fight. Not my fault he's a coward. Spectran. The sparse Isle of Spectran is ruled by the notorious Sultan of Spectran. The Sultan... This is a new place. I've never even heard of this. Sparse Isle of Spectran is ruled by the notorious Sultan of Spectran. The Sultan is renowned for his unfriendliness to outsiders, and Spectran is not recommended to travelers. Terrafin, that's another new place. Terrafin is the home of the gargoyles, built upon the island once occupied by Sutek the Mad. I remember Sutek, the crazy old kook. Most gargoyles travel daily to Minok in order to work in the mines. Damn, it doesn't sound like it's going good for the gargoyles. In Terrafin, one may find the Gargoyle Hall of Knowledge and an active fellowship branch. Not far from Terrafin are the ancient ruins that were once the palace to the traitorous Lord Blackthorn. Trinsic, this active seaport south of Paz and north of the Cape of Heroes, is known as the City of Honor, home of Dupre, home of the Paladins. Trinsic is the home of the Paladins and also has an active branch of the Fellowship. Yes, everywhere has an active branch of the Fellowship. Travelers might question the need for the walls that surround the city. As if this would not be enough to keep the city secure, the guards of the city will not permit anyone to enter or leave the city unless they know the secret password. While this was once done to maintain the security of the city and the safety of its citizens, it is now done mostly to sustain a traditional ritual. Britannian law forbids the open publication of Trinsic's password. Yes, Dupre, I mean, it might not be right to call it his home. I'm not sure if that's where he lives, but that is definitely, that's where you find him in Ultima 4, which is the first game you can get him as a companion. He's in the bar, enjoying a good beer, good frothy mug, and you haul him on your journey. Vesper, located on the edge of the desert in northeast Britannia. Vesper is an industrial town. Here, the main branch of Britannian Mining Company is located. Vesper is one of the few places in Britannia where humans and gargoyles live together in an approximately equal number. U is known as the City of Justice, but it has changed considerably over the years. The buildings that remain where the city once stood have been abandoned for many years. The citizenry of U has chosen a life independent of normal civilization. They now live scattered throughout the Great Forest. Their only remaining link with outside civilization is Empath Abbey. The Abbey has assumed responsibility for the court of U as well as its prison. Many travelers to Empath Abbey come to visit the graves of loved ones at the nearby graveyard. The people have completely abandoned you, and now they live out in the forest. Things have changed. Things have really changed. The commerce of Britannia. One of our friendly locals hawking his wares. Britannia is not only a kingdom of great cities, but also a prolific commerce and industrial might. In any city thou canst find a pleasing variety of goods and services available for purchase. Each day has an economy based on its industry and the endeavors of the people who work within it. The goods each city produces are bartered or sold to the people of the other cities, which provide them access to goods not usually available in their own city. Through this continuous flurry of commercial activity, the townships of Britannia are supplied with the products and services that they need to survive. So, Ultima VI had a lot of... it was completely optional, but there was a lot of the bartering that you could do, buy some flour from Paz, where the flour mill is, and then go sell it in Britain, where they don't have a flour mill, and you'll get an extra couple of dollars. It didn't really amount to too much, but I'm guessing that that's what all this information here is going to be. This is what you can get here, so on. Oh, Savage Empire music. It's the savage beats. The farmers of Britannia. While in recent years a series of droughts has hurt agricultural production in certain areas of Britannia, most farmers are enjoying a resurgence of bountiful harvest. Farmers will usually be glad to sell the passing traveler eggs, fruits, vegetables, or whatever else they produce. To be a farmer in a world where magic exists, that would be... it would probably be really frustrating. Toiling in the dirt all day long while some asshole is, like, cleaning up his house with a wave of his wand. Or I guess in Ultima's case, he'd be chanting, Unjax or Vas por lem. The farmer's market. At the farmer's market in Britain, the fruits, vegetables, eggs, and meats produced on the farms of Britannia may be found for sale. In a pub, one may relax and enjoy a refreshing drink or a fine meal. In many pubs, one will hear the local bard sing rousing songs of legends and lore. While conversing with the other patrons of a pub, be prepared to hear anecdotes, war stories, local history, perhaps even useful information. Food vendors. For a quick meal, one could do no better than to sample the wares of local food vendor. To find the local food vendor, one need only listen to his friendly bark and call. No end to the number of odd things that a traveler or adventurer may find himself in need of. Go to the provisioner's shop. There's no faster mode of land travel than riding a horse-drawn wagon. Traveling the wilderness, the quicker one is the safer one. Horses and carts are purchased at the stables in Britain. Magical reagents. We're back to the reagents. I'm gonna kind of miss the runes, even though I didn't use the magic in Ultima Underworld. I did like the rune system and using the combinations of the runes for your magic instead of having to gather reagents. But that's fine. Now that magic is severely on the decline, those who still pursue this dying art may find that many mages are still willing to sell their magical reagents. One need not concern oneself with the freshness of these reagents, for all things magical only increase in potency with age. Inns. The Inn of Britannia provides the traveler with a safe place to rest, especially in times of inclement weather. Craftsmen of Britannia are skilled artisans. Price reflects compensation due to the time and talent of the craftsman. Armorers. You get your armor. Armor is generally sold piecemeal, but certain armorers have been known to sell entire suits at a cheaper price than the total cost of each individual piece. Fletchers and bowers. Without question, the bower that is held in the highest regard throughout all of Britannia is Yolo Fitzbowen, the proprietor of the establishment that has come to be called Yolo's Bows. So popular is this bower's shop that a similar establishment was set up in Serpent's Hold. He's got a chain now. Gonna be hard to not comment on hints and stuff. Well, we're just here to have fun. I mean, I'm not really too, anal about hints and stuff. I mean, hell, sometimes I ask for them because I get stuck. But, we want to try to play this as legit as we can, for sure. Healers. Many who succumb to injury or illness have their conditions worsen and their purses lightened. I know this is such a popular game and well-loved, though, that I'm sure there'll be a few people just chomping at the bit to, say, oh, that guy's gonna screw you over, or whatever. But that's half the fun, right? YOLO's bolos. The wise traveler knows that sickness and injury is rooted chiefly in the mind. Apothecaries have... shrewd apothecary who mixes his strange chemicals and produces the formulas to create potions. Apothecaries have long since stopped the sale of magical reagents, as magic has become so unreliable. So straight up, magic is on the way out in the land of Britannia. You're not getting reagents from apothecaries. You get potions now. I mean, I'm down. There's nothing a sword and a good strong swing can't solve, but that's pretty crazy. I wonder if I'll have to collect them in the wild, collect the reagents myself. Clothiers, marketplace of Britain provides the traveler with an opportunity to purchase clothing ranging from, shipwright. Okay, let's just skip that. The rune writing of Britannia. We have our runes. Yes, that will be helpful, I'm sure. Though I won't be translating everything that I see. Generally, the signposts and stuff are in runes. And I don't feel like translating every single signpost. Following a tradition that has been passed down from generation to generations. For centuries, many signs and placards in Britannia are written in a unique, attractive rune script that was once the language of the Druids. This strange writing is older than Britannia itself. While the presence of such writing might befuddle a casual tourist, the wise traveler knows that it's a worthwhile pursuit to learn the meanings of this writing. Nowadays, the use of the rune writing is beginning to fall out of fashion, and its use generally denotes an establishment that clings to an antiquated style of operation. So we might not be coming across runes too often. It'll probably pay to translate the ones that I do come across. Am I playing with the Forge of Virtue expansion? I think so. Because it says Forge of Virtue. I have loaded the game up and it says Forge of Virtue when I'm on the main screen. But it wasn't exactly by design. That was just the version that I bought off of GOG. It's just got it. Same with Serpent Isle, I believe, has an attachment on it as well, an expansion. Does Forge of Virtue, is that like a story expansion, or does it add in different aspects to the game? Like, does it add in balancing or new weapons and stuff, or is it just extra areas? I'm not really quite sure what it does. Wise party of travelers who make sure that they are well armored and heavily armed while traveling in the wilderness. To that end, the following is a brief introduction to armor and weapons. Shield. Plate's better than leather. You know, the basics. Such a great variety of weaponry available in Britannia that it's impossible to properly examine all of it in a short space. Weapons such as polearms and the larger swords are heavy enough to require the use of both hands. One is not sufficient strength. Attempting to wield a two-handed sword could be worse than fighting unarmed. A weapon of great length can be used to keep one's opponents at bay as well to attack them. The advantage of reach has decided the day in many a battle. Gives you a new, highly powerful weapon. Has some story. Maxes out your stats. It maxes out your stats. Like at the beginning of the game, your stats are maxed? Or it gives the ability to max your stats? I should maybe look into deactivating it. I do want to play Black Gate in its purest form. But that might not be an option for the GOG version I have. Nylon Intruder, welcome. Ultima VII combat is a spaghetti. Okay, well that's good. We'll just go on with it. I don't want to, like start digging around and seeing how I can remove it. If it's optional, then I'll just. Though my stats were probably maxed. It's tradition though. When starting a new, the Ultima games, they're all in sections, right? You have the Age of Darkness, which is 1, 2, 3. Then you have the Age of Enlightenment, which is 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. And then currently we're entering into the Age of Armageddon. In the Ultima games, you've only been able to transfer your characters over through the ages, so you can't pull your character in from 3 to 4. It wouldn't make sense to have the same or similar stats from 6 to 7. I should be starting fresh, straight from scratch. Yes, Scimitar has already he's already came by and mentioned that he thinks that this game's well, all he said was that he enjoyed Underworld 1 more than 7, and I was surprised by that because this is sort of the darling of the series, right? Okay, classes, fighters, bards, mages. We have our bestiaries. I do want to read about this mage class. I know the other two are just going to be blah blah blah, the regular shit. But this mage class, it might have a little insight to the lack of magic going on. A pity to those who live their lives following the treacherous road that is the way of the mage. Now that the time of magic is coming to an end, the days of wonder when miracles could be performed on demand through wisdom and devotion to the arcane arts are a part of the past. A mage's mind perceives that which resides in the invisible world, but as recent history has shown us, but this keen mind upon which the mage depends is ever in danger of slipping into lunacy. The corrupting effects of magic. What is also tragic is that the way of the mage is not one that is consciously chosen. One is born with the calling of the mage. While magic has not ceased to function altogether, it has become inaccurate to the point of being unreliable, making the mage's life one of constant uncertainty. That'd be crazy. Fireball blows up in your face. Bestiary. I won't go through this. Let's just maybe find a couple of choice creatures. Chicken. The bird can be found on many farms. It's the source of both eggs and delicious meat served in inns. It poses no threat to humans and will generally run away if attacked. Unless you attack a bunch of them. And then they'll just... the chicken horde will rain down on you. Corpser creature is a type of ghoul that ensnares its victims with a tentacle in order to drag them off. An Ultima classic. What other classics we got in here? Gargoyles. Gargoyles in Ultima are very different from other gargoyles. Red-skinned creatures originally come from the subterranean domain of the gargoyles. There are two classes of gargoyles, the larger winged gargoyles that possess keen intellect and magical capability, and the smaller worker drones that possess little thinking ability, but are embodied with great strength. And they're also essential to the gargoyle way of life. Basically, the big winged guys, they don't do anything. They rely on the drones to get shit done. Gazers. Speaking of Scimitar, this strange creature is found mostly in dungeons. It hovers about, looking for victims to mesmerize with its multiple eyes. Upon being killed, the body of a gazer will break up into tiny swarming colonies of insects. That's new. Gremlins. They're all the way from Akalabeth. Gremlins are a tiny creature that travels in packs and attacks in a large group. Primary threat is that it likes to steal food. My favorite Ultima creature, the Headless, is an ensorcelled creature, appears to be living ambulatory, beheaded human being. It is unknown exactly how it compensates for its apparent lack of sensory organs, but it manages to do so quite well. Its favorite method of attack is strangulation. Man, what about having a Headless run up on you and just strangle you to death? Mongbats. Creature that's a cross between a bat and a monkey. Only inhabits the deepest dungeons. That's, yeah. They were a very common creature in Ultima 6. Reapers. Reapers, the malevolent tree spirit, has the power to reach out and grab passerbys. That's my most hated monster in Ultima 4. They cast sleep on you, and you'll come across about 5 of them, and they'll just cast sleep on you and then just sleep lock you. They're never going to kill you. You're just going to sit there for 10 minutes and watch them put all your guys to sleep over and over again. The Silver Serpent is a creature seen in the symbols of ancient Sosaria, once more holds a fascination of Britannia. The venom of the Silver Serpent is reported to have a strange and lasting effect on people. No doubt this shall be subject for further study. Headless will leave you breathless. They did. The Gazers did spawn insects in Ultima 6. I do not remember that at all. Wisps, very cool wisps. Wisps are really interesting in Ultima. They're like otherworldly... They're kind of like extraterrestrials, extraplanar creatures of vast intelligence. Mysterious floating lights have been puzzlement to many adventurer. They seem capable of inflicting only slight physical damage, but they also seem impervious from physical harm themselves. It has been said that these strange creatures are very knowledgeable, and that they come from a world other than our own. The Book of Archaic Knowledge, a historical book at the mechanics and the use of arcane arts before the end of the Age of Magic. Before anything further is written, it must be noted that the following section is included only as a matter of historical documentation. The use of magic has long been proven to be unreliable and the suspected cause of mental deterioration. The author takes no responsibility for anyone who may attempt to practice magic based on the information contained therein. Don't practice magic at home. Batlin is not to blame. The first component necessary in the successful casting of spells is a spellbook. Get new spells. Reagents, they all look the same. Black pearls, blood moss, garlic. Chemical materials that serve a link as between the physical world and the mage wishes to affect the blah blah blah. I just thought it might mention how or where to find reagents, but I think we're going to be having to track them down ourselves. Mandrake root, that's a rare one. Mage's Words of Power. The final component necessary for the mage to cast a spell is the spoken mantra that constitutes the words of power. And bet corp des ex flam grav. Zen lem zu. Mage is able to cast spells when 3 elements, spellbook, reagents, and words of power are combined into one unique and fluid action. Yeah, casting magic is kind of an ordeal in Ultima games for sure. It's mostly useless except for the spells that are like essential. Regents. Maybe it is well, no. It couldn't be regents, because that means something completely different, right? One factor over which the mage has no control is the state of ethereal waves when a spell is being cast. While the ethereal waves are often subject to turbulence, such turbulence is a temporary condition. Another warning and then spell list. There are certain spells that a mage will immediately be able to learn upon completing his apprenticeship. They are called linear spells because they do not directly correspond to any of the 8 circles of magic that exist in the ethereal waves. Awaken. Douse. Fireworks. It can be Jubilee if you want. Glimmer. Help. This spell resurrects the mage and his party and teleports them to Lord British's castle. Nice. Inflam. A classic. And the main spells. The important ones. Just as many as ever. Cosmology. There was once a time when much consideration was given to the phases of the moon and the movements of the heavens. There was much concern over an event, the reoccurrence of which is imminent, called the astrological alignment. It was said that the astronomical alignment would create a gateway between this world and another. In recent times, the astronomical alignment has been all but forgotten. With the end of the time of magic, it is doubtful that such an event will have significance to anybody but astronomers. During this time of magic, a strange form of travel existed throughout doorways of light that were often called moon gates. Moon gates. I've never traveled by moon gate too often. It's really easy to get lost in them and then stuck somewhere, because you gotta wait for the right cycle, the right alignment of the moons. There was at least 2 types of moon gates, blue and red. Blue moon gates sprang up whenever fragments of extraterrestrial rocks called moon gates were buried. These gates allowed magical travel from one to another. Red moon gates are generally by the powerful artifact known as the Orb of the Moons. That's sitting there in the background. In my background there, right underneath the lore, by the mouse. It's Orb of the Moons. A red moon gate can take a traveler anywhere in Britannia. It has even been said that it can also be used to travel to other worlds. There have only been 2 red moon gates in all known existence, one used by Lord British and the other by the Avatar. Earthlings only. Little is known about these gates, but like magical spells, moon gates no longer function as they once did. Use of moon gates today cannot be discouraged strongly enough. They are dangerous, and their use is less than reliable state has resulted in numerous fatalities. Somebody's just trying to visit his family and you, I'll hop the moon gate. Lost in space and time. There we go. It only took me 1 hour and 47 minutes to get through that. That was good, though. Great manuals in these games, and of all the ones to really spend some time with, it's good to spend it with Ultima VII. This is the peak of the series, and for better or for worse, it's different from here on in. I also have this guide to the Isle of Fire, and I'm not really quite sure what this one is for. There's probably a place that is called the Isle of Fire. Maybe this has to do with the Forge, the DLC. You guys were mentioning that it was an island. Yes, well, I'll skip that then for now, and if I ever come across the Isle of Fire, I can look at that. Okay, so just want to take a quick look. Here's the goods. Definitely, if I was to purchase a copy of this game, this would be the version that I would want, the black box, the OG, and all the little goodies you get inside. Your cloth map. This is the token. A lot of the Ultima games, they would come with little trinkets, coins, or what have you, and this is the symbol of the Fellowship, apparently. And remember, Miracle is the first piano that teaches you how to play it. Beautiful cloth map. That would be nice to. That'd be a nice one to frame up. Yeah, I don't know how much these go for now, but a nice full-size manual too. Like, that's what it would have looked like had I been going through it properly. And not on the dang internet. I do wish I had a camera and a physical versions of this stuff to show you guys, but there's a close-up there of the tablet, or the symbol of the Fellowship, which doesn't mean much to me right now since I haven't played it yet, but this I thought was cool. This was a magazine ad that they had for the game, done up kind of like a movie poster with the awesome, striking black, pure black cover. Starring the Avatar, Yolo, Shamino, Dupre, and Bill Johnson as the Guardian. Voluntarily rated MP13 for mature players. The quest begins Christmas 91. That must have... it must have got delayed, because I think it came out in April 92. This I also thought was really interesting. This is an alternate cover to the game. Dennis, I'm gonna butcher his last name. Dennis Lobey, one of the main artists of the Ultima series. I don't think he did all of the art, all the cover art and whatnot, but he did a lot of it. This was an alternate cover art design that apparently he came up with back then, but Origin decided that they wanted to go for the full black box, which I like a lot. Like, the black box is classic. But still, beautiful artwork. There's me in the front. You got Dupre there on the side, and Yolo, and I guess that's Shamino hiding in the shadows. Guardian there in the background. And our map. This is the map I'll be running with, the map I'll be running the game with, but it is kind of a bummer that they gave it to me in PDF file. I should turn it into a PNG or something like that, so I don't have to have it open in a browser. But I'll go through and I'll edit this like I have with previous Ultima maps, and I'll translate all the runes into English and write all over this damn thing as I discover places. Most of this stuff I already know, though. I don't imagine any of this will be too new. There's, what is that? That's Magencia, Buccaneer's Den. Britain is right there. Pause would be there. Look at this, though. They were saying that Britain has expanded to the point where Pause has kind of become an offshoot of the city. That's, you can almost see that in the map. So I'll keep that one open there for now, though, because for this session I'll have to reference the PDF from time to time. Here's the clue book I was talking about. I'm also going to be playing with the clue book. I've played the other Ultimas with the clue book. They are guides, but they're like colorful in-world guides. They're all done in character, and something like that. They're all done in character. They're very colorful. Not literally, obviously, it's black and white, but they have a lot of flavor to them. Good artwork, and they're just generally fun to use, even if they have some misinformation in them. I actually have never run across that in the Ultima clue books, but I know that's kind of a thing with some of these type of guides. But I won't be going through this. We'll be using this as we play. It has write-ups for the towns, maps for the towns. It gives you hints and clues as to what you should do, vague kind of directions, which tends to be really helpful in Ultima games. It's easy to kind of lose direction and get lost in them, so it'll be nice to have something to just kind of reference and be like, okay, I should talk to these people or move forward in this direction. We have supplies and their how much they cost and whatnot. And then this right here is the actual, I don't want to look at it too much, but down that spot there, sorry, right here is where it starts. Inquiries arranged sequentially with responses from the Wisps and the Time Lord. This is the Time Lord and the Wisps basically telling you how to play the game, where to go, step by step, so if I get super lost, I guess that's probably what I'll reference, but I do want to just read this little introduction. From Anton, Avatar, my mentor, the great and wise Algener, has long since noticed the ill effects that have befallen the land during the past 200 years since thy last visit. The cities are decaying, the people are poor, the animals underfed, and the land itself raped by those who have forgotten thee. There are many, and I must confess I am one of them, who doubt thy return, but doubt is nothing more than just that, and differs inherently from certainty. It is from this lack of certainty that my mentor has bade me compile the following information, for shouldest thou return, the burden of righting the many ills of Britannia will fall upon the shoulders. While I may possess the knowledge gleaned from gathering the facts contained herein, I lack the courage and conviction necessary to return our fair land to its former virtue-oriented state. However, thou hast repeatedly demonstrated thine own fearless determination. With the wisdom compiled within these pages and the strength of will from thine own heart, thou wilt have, my mentor and I are positive, the tools necessary to compile the enormous quest set before thee. In compiling this information, I have encountered many individuals that were very informative about their local area. I have transcribed their words and included their portraits so that thou may recognize them on thy journeys. I have also written of my own experiences and signified these inclusions by using the letter that begins with my name, along with a quill to represent my status as a compiler. I have decided to provide for thee not only listings of various services available, but also descriptions of the cities and local populations. Much have changed since thy last visit, and information on the towns and faces of Britannia will help thee call through the masses and find those of likely to be of use. In addition, I have contacted 2 other sources, both of unusual nature, sources who can actually foretell the future, and foretell with its accuracy. I sought first the mythical Wisps, with their insatiable thirst for information. I was sure that they would possess a vast body of knowledge, and that I was not disappointed. However, their information was cryptic and incomplete, and the cost of further explanation far too high. Thus, I next searched for the legendary Time Lord. After all, to him the future is no more hidden than the past. Indeed, I found this must be the first canonical appearance of the Time Lord since I don't know, Ultima 3 or Ultima 3, I think. First canonical appearance of Time Lord since Ultima 3, the clue book for Ultima 7. Anton has the knowledge gleaned from the facts, yeah. We got a nice labeled map. It'll be basically, I think, all the positions of the runes are the same as well. So these are all the translations there. Here, of course, is a map of all Britannia. Thou art undoubtedly quite familiar with most of our land. Enough has changed during the last 2 centuries to warrant the inclusion of this up-to-date copy. Do not be deceived by first glances, for though the shape of the continent is the same, the face is very different. This map, like most of my text, is actually a compilation of a variety of sources. The twins of Moonglow had much to offer, as did the scholar Perrin and you. Their knowledge has, coupled with the basic sketch provided by my mentor, enabled me to weave together the geographical pieces of Britannia. Yada, yada, yada. And then we go into the clue book proper. So Anton shall be helping us as we go through from time to time. And we got the reference card. Just your basic what you can do and what you can't, whatnot. Berserk. Have to find some way that I can put Berserk. Oh, it's a formation. Yes. Yes. I must remember that. Berserk formation through the whole game. And then, lastly... Sorry, I know there's been a ton of paperwork, but lastly, there's this strange answers thing that came with the GOG. You know what this might be? This might be copy protection. So at some point in the game, somebody might ask me some of these questions, and I'll have to answer them for copy protection. That was a pretty classic thing from the old days. Yeah, I did the extras downloads this time for the I didn't forget this time like I did with Underworld. Oh. Okay, that was a lot. I'm going to take a short little break here to just get water and a stretch and get ready. Get ready to get this started. So I'll leave you guys with the music and I'll be back in 5 minutes. All right. I guess I left the music on pretty low. Let's kill that and get this started. Let's go. I'm hyped. Been really looking forward to this one. Ultima VII, the Black Gate. I'll do my new fancy thing and start my timer. I don't even know why I put a timer on, but I had some free real estate there when I made this new layout, new overlay or whatever. All the cool Twitchers are doing it, exactly. I feel like it's something I'm going to forget a lot and get frustrated and just turn off. But hey. Okay. How do I start this? There we go. Timer started. Let's go. Black Gate. And I got months going. That's peaceful. Oh shit. Hunter, thanks for the follow.
Avatar! Know that Britannia has entered
Sizer,
into
this
a
is my
new
first
age
time.
of enlightenment. Know that the time has finally come for the one true Lord of Britannia to take his place at the head of his people. Under my guidance, Britannia will flourish, and all of the people shall rejoice and pay homage to their new guardian. Know that you too shall kneel before me, Avatar. You too will soon acknowledge my authority. For I shall be your companion, your provider, and your master.
There's something wrong with my computer. There we go. That fixed it, beat the shit out of the side of it. Something is obviously amiss. You might recognize this background. It has been... Oh, I missed that. The mystical orb has opened gateways to Britannia in the past. Jesus, this is lightning fast. Behind your house lies the circle of stones. Why is a moon gate, but you have one path to the answer? Ah, go through the moon gate. Great intro. That was awesome. The Guardian invades my screen. He thinks he can do a better job. Better job than the Avatar? I think it's just I don't know, maybe it is my cycles. I haven't touched the cycles on it. I assume that the defaults were probably good. That's not always the case. But I don't know if that's what was making it run so fast. Maybe more people more experienced with Ultima 7 could tell me if that was pretty quick, because I'll tell you what, text goes by pretty quickly through these games in the cutscenes usually. But I could always lower the cycles. Ultima 7. The Black Gate. Name? It's cool. Of course, you'd get a different picture for female, but yeah, that's pretty sweet. There's no different choices like there has been in 6. 6 gave me a bunch of different face options. That's fine. This is the one that I would take anyways. That's the true representation of the Avatar. Sizer, thanks for the follow and thanks for coming by. Welcome to the stream. I missed that just because of well, I didn't miss it. I saw it, but it was the cutscene, so I didn't want to say anything. But thanks a lot for coming by. Let's journey onward, fellas. Compatriots. What did Batlin keep saying? Dear friends. "'Tis horrible, I know 'tis shocking. Who could have done it? I know not. He had no enemies, poor man. What is to be done? I know not. Look at these graphics!" A rather large, familiar man looks up and sees you. Here's me, fresh out the moon gate. Walked, I guess I had my plate mail and my cape sitting in my closet at home. The shock that is the embodiment from his dumbfounded expression quickly elobes into delight. He smiles broadly. Evolves. It blows. Oh my god, this font. I feel like I'm going to be having a battle with the font. Corey, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I have it 14,000 right now. Just a little fast, eh? Okay, I can't remember the hotkey for lowering the frames. I think maybe if I just do this and shit. Sorry, I just alt-tabbed out and tried to find the cycle hot tab. Control F1, or F11, sorry. Lower. Okay. Okay, 11. There's no visual feedback for how much it's lowering it, eh? Well, I did it a couple of times. We'll see if it makes a difference. The shock that is evident from his dumbfounded expression quickly evolves into delight. He smiles broadly. Morgan! Morgan! If I did not trust the infallibility of mine own eyes, I would not believe it. I was just thinking to myself, if only the Avatar were here. Then, lo and behold, who says that magic is dying? Here is the... Oh my god, this font. Here's the... Ilbing proof that it is not. Dost thou realize, Morgan, that it hath been 200 Britannian years since we last met? Why, thou hast not aged at all. I should have given him the Sean Connery. I was thinking about the Sean Connery, and then I was like, I don't know. Yolo winks conspiratorially. He whispers, "Due no doubt to the difference in the structure of time in our original homeland and that of Britannia." Yes, as I mentioned before, time runs differently in Earth than in Britannia. And I suppose that's why Yolo is still alive. He's hinting that he's an Earthling. I don't think I ever knew that. In the structure of time in our original homeland and that of Britannia. He resumes speaking out loud. "I have aged a little, as thou canst see, but of course I have stayed here in Britannia all this time. Oh, but Avatar, wait until I tell the others. They will be happy to see thee. Welcome to Trinsic." The distraught peasant interrupts Yolo. "Show 'em the stables, my lord. 'Tis horrible." Yolo nods, his joy fading quickly as he is reminded of the reason he was standing there in the first place. "Ah, yes, our friend Peter here discovered something truly ghastly this morning. Take a look inside the stables. I shall accompany thee." All is not right in Britannia. Perhaps Lord British will know the reason behind this tremor. You see a middle-aged nobleman. "Yolo, who is this stranger?" "Why, this is the Avatar," Yolo proudly proclaims. "Canst thou believe it? May I introduce thee? This is Finnegan, the town mayor. And this is Morgan, the Avatar. I simply cannot believe he's here." Yolo's just glowing. The mayor looks you up and down, not sure if he believes Yolo or not, and he looks at Yolo skeptically. "I swear to thee, it's the Avatar." The mayor looks at you again as if he was studying every pore in your face. Finally, he smiles. "Welcome, Avatar." But just as suddenly, Finnegan's face becomes stern. "A horrible murder has occurred. If thou art truly the Avatar, perhaps thou canst help us to solve it. I would feel better if thou takest this matter into thine hands. Thou shalt be handsomely rewarded if thou dost discover the name of the killer. Dost thou accept?" Killer? Wait, whoa, what? Look, I saw the Moon Gate in my backyard. I'm just seeing my friend Yolo here. I don't know what's happening. 200 years? Murder? No. Give me a moment to collect myself. Well, thou could not be the real Avatar, then. Get my bearings here for a second. Okay, hold right-click as move. I don't want to lose Finnegan here. Hast thou reconsidered mine offer to investigate the murder? No. Then leave our people to work it out for themselves. Avatar, I'm ashamed of thee. Thou shouldst reconsider. I'm getting shit from YOLO now. Look, the Avatar just needs a moment. Okay, fine. He's gonna run off if I don't agree to this right now. Oh, he's going home. He's going home. Okay. We can reach him in his house. YOLO. Yes, my friend? YOLO asks. YOLO, it's been a long time. What the hell have you been doing? Why, right now, 'tis adventuring with that most courageous of all legendary heroes, the Avatar. Yeah, I meant before. What have you been doing these past 200 years? All right. Yes, that's me, the Avatar. Tell me about the Avatar. Well, there is no doubt thou art the Avatar, Morgan. However, thou mayest have some trouble convincing those who do not know thy face. Of course, thou shouldst be safe around thy friends. Yeah, my friends. How's everybody else doing? Chamino, Dupre. Thou must mean Chamino and Dupre. That's exactly who I mean. Yes. What's going on with Chamino? Thy best bet in finding that rascal is to look in Britain. He has a girlfriend employed as an actress in the Royal Theatre. Hey, good for him. Chamino, way to go. She's probably a ball and chain. Taking him out of the rangering life. Dupre, what's going on with Dupre, that vagabond? I'm sure we shall find him somewhere. Last I heard he was in Geelong. Dost thou know he was knighted? No, I didn't. 'Tis true, Lord British knighted him recently. Why he did so, I cannot imagine. Dupre's a little bit of a swarthy guy. He fits right in with my party. All right, and how about Lord British? How's Lord British doing? My liege will be enormously pleased to see thee. We shall travel to Britain post-haste. I am sure he can give thee some valuable information and update thee on much of what thou hast missed in 200 years of thine absence. Information. Certainly, LB. Never has he been called LB in any of the other games. Certainly, LB is always a repository for the most amazing facts, eh? Probably something to do with listening and not always talking. Speaking of information, reminds me of something. I have little item which might be useful to thee. 'Tis an abacus. Use it to tally up all of our gold. LB! Okay, tell me of the land. Britain has grown since thou last saw it. Pause is now a virtual township of Britain. It dominates the east coast of Britannia. Lord British's castle is still the overwhelming feature. And Pause? Pause, my favorite town? It still lies between Britain and Trinsic, but it has grown further into Britain itself. Okay. Trinsic. That's where we are, right? The town has changed little, has it not? Everyone seems a little defensive, though. When we ran into each other, I was passing through and had stopped to visit my friend Finnegan. Yes. And that was the mayor? He's a good man, the mayor of Trinsic. He is. I have known him for years. Well, what are they worried about? Why are they so defensive? I think it's best for thee to speak with them thyself. Here have been many changes since thou last did visit Avatar. I think thou wilt feel at times a bit, well, old-fashioned. Chilling in the LBC. A little old-fashioned, man out of time. All right, well, what trouble? Well, after all, thou hast been gone for 200 years. Most of those who would recognize thee are long gone. Sorry to be blunt and all, my friend, but there it is. All right, I know his name. I don't need to ask him about stables. I don't want him to leave the party, so we will say goodbye. 'Tis always a pleasure to speak with thee, my friend. And we'll go talk to Finnegan. Double left click to open the door. My fingers want to go to WASD, but that does nothing. Hast thou reconsidered mine offer to investigate the murder? Yes. Splendid. I have to do the Avatar-ly thing. Splendid, then thou must really be the Avatar after all. Peter, the stable caretaker, discovered poor Christopher and Inamo early this morning. The mayor continues, hast thou searched the stables? No. Then I suggest that thou lookest inside and talkest to me again. Oh, shit. What did the poster say? MA13. Mature audiences only. Mutilated corpse. This is quite the grisly affair. Well, we have this key here. Just walk all over the body. No, I want to pick it up. Left click. Too heavy for the body. Give me that key. No. Okay. One second, I gotta let my cat in. What's happening? What's happening, Kiwi? Okay, double click. Brings up our inventory here. That's pretty cool. Get a full view of our character. The avatar in his glory. Double click. Opens up backpack. Where did that key go? It's there in my hand. So we'll put that in our box for now, in our bag. Okay. Any other information we can get here from this thing? Rico, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Cats are definitely the best. I enjoy the company of my catalog. Okay. What is there any information we can grab off this body? Victim. He looks like he's been cut from the torso. Arms, head, and legs. and then posted down into the ground with torches, a lit light source. There was a lot of things that I read about this game, like promotional stuff, that was talking about how they were really trying to inject more horror into this game with this installment, so I look forward to more stuff like that. What else do we have here? Oh, shit! A gargoyle posted up on the wall with a pitchfork. Gruesome murders. Hey, this is the stableman. You see a distraught peasant. Art thou really the Avatar? Yes. Peter bows before you, my lord. Your name? I'm called Peter, the man sniffs. And you're the stableman. I am the stable's caretaker. Well, what can you tell me about the murder? I discovered poor Christopher in an enamel earlier this morning. I did not touch a thing. Made me sick, it did. Okay. Christopher's the dead body on the ground. Nice man. He made shoes for mine horses. And in ammo? He worked for very little money. Did basic chores around the stables and the pub. I let him sleep in the little back room. He must have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Anything else unusual about these stables? I've worked here for years. I don't know what I'm trying to do with these voices. It's going to drop off, I'm sure. I'll just end up reading it in my normal voice eventually, but I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I can sell thee a nice horse and carriage if thou dost want one. The animal and the carriage are located in a small shelter just outside the north gate of town. Right now, the place gives me the creeps. His eyes are wide with fright. I don't need a carriage. But look at this. So are all these footprints? They're everywhere. It looks like it was quite the tussle. Or at least there was multiple assailants. Footprints. They doth lead out the back way, yes. They must be the tracks of the murderer. His eyes widen a bit more. Or murderers. Goodbye. Let's discover the crime scene a bit more. CSI the crime scene. Gargoyle jewelry. Well, you never know what a clue is. Collect all the evidence. And some bread and torches. This was probably the only items of possession this poor gargoyle had. But I can use it a lot more than he can now. Especially that extra bag. Okay, get rid of that. And close that up. Akira Crash, welcome to the stream. It was rope-wielding rats led by a disgruntled dwarven frog named Bubba. He wants to be an elf. The killer has been revealed. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, out back. Out back we have nothing. Garbage. What was that? Where was that? Garbage. What's garbage? water trough. So I don't see anything back here, but this window's open. And it opens right out into the back area there. So maybe that guy witnessed some of this crime. I guess that'll be my first stop. Nothing else of interest here, it looks like. Haystacks. Just basic tools that you'd find around in a stable. Ultima clue. Alright, let's go talk to the stable's neighbor. Man, this sound is incredible. You can hear all the birds and the wind rushing through the trees and stuff. I like that. I like that it's not constantly playing music. The music will die out and then you can hear the background. Very nice. All right, hello. Hello, this guy's busy. You see a salty old sailor who reeks of tobacco. Yes. Old codger. Who are you? My name's Gargan, he sniffs loudly. Gargan, did you see the murder? I heard about that. Terrible thing to happen. Can't say I saw or heard anything, though. Gargan coughs and clears his throat loudly, then spits. You live right next door. Your side window is open right into the stables, and you didn't see or hear anything. What do? I'm the Trinsic shipwright. If thou wouldst like to know about a ship or sextant, just say so. Gargan coughs. Ship or sextant? Sextant. I could use a sextant. Thou dost want to buy a ship? The old man asks, smiling. Apparently not too many folks buy ships these days. My ships are sturdy and they're well built. They may not be built like Owen, but they're fine. Fine ships, fine vessels. But thou must first purchase a deed. Gargan wipes his ruddy nose on his sleeve. Owen. Who's Owen? That name seems familiar. Thou hast not heard of Owen, finest shipwright in the land. He lives in Minnoch. Gargan coughs. This guy's got, he's ill. He would not be appreciated in today's society. Sextant. I sell sextants for 80 gold. Want one? No. I do, but I don't have 80 gold. Suit thyself. YOLO's had enough. Feeling all right, man? Gargan coughs, wheezes, and then lights his pipe. On inhaling, he has a coughing spasm until he finally catches his breath. Never felt better. All right, bye. May thy day have smooth sailing, the sailor starts to say, but then a coughing spasm interrupts him. Get some help. Old snake. Today's world has no space for old Gargan. Poor Gargan. Crack smoking warlock, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Join and the first thing you hear is sex tent. Yes. Look at this. Look at this guy running around and putting things on this table. And people just talking like this world's alive. This is something that they really tried to bring into the game, particularly in Ultima VI, But this is crazy. Like, he's putting things down and picking them back up and bringing them around to different tables so that he can work on them and do his job. Gargan's the murderer. Look at this. It's got a clear view out there. You didn't see anything? Alright, I'll leave him for now. I want to go back and talk to the mayor. And get a little bit more perspective on the situation, hopefully. Oh, this isn't his... I thought this would be his office or something. This is the church. There's a little sign out front here. What do we got? Sign? Can we see what it says? Fellowship. Oh, it's the Fellowship. The Fellowship. Who we spent 2 hours talking about before the stream. Is this the home base? Maybe we'll meet Batlin. Or who are the other two? Elizabeth and Abraham. This is a woman who seems pleasant and welcoming. I'm proud to meet the Avatar, she says, beaming. Your name? My name is Ellen. You know anything about the murder? 'Tis awful, is it not? Of course. I was home with Clog all night. Clog. What do you do around here? I do the bookkeeping at the Fellowship branch. I work with my husband, Clog. Where's Clog? My husband, Clog, is wonderful branch leader. He has inspiration to all of the Trinsic members. He is an inspiration to all the Trinsic members. Okay. What the hell is the Fellowship? Perhaps thou couldst call it a confident philosophy. We meet here in the branch office every night. This is your branch office. The Fellowship has branches all over Britannia. It is most popular philosophical society. And what is the philosophy? The Fellowship advances the philosophy of sanguine cognation, a way to apply a confident order of thought to one's life, through what is called the triad of inner strength. The triad is simply 3 basic principles that, when applied in unison, enable one to be more creative, satisfied, and successful in life. They are strive for unity, trust thy brother, and worthiness precedes reward. Strive for unity basically means that people should cooperate and work together. Trust thy brother implies that we are all the same and that we should not hate or fear each other. Worthiness precedes reward suggests that we must each strive to be worthy of that which we want out of life. Dost thou want to join? No. No. I live by valor. That's it. I live by one code. All the other stuff, that was Lord British's thing. Oh, well, perhaps thou canst become enlightened another time. Goodbye. Clog. This must be Clog down here. Name, job, buy. Classic. Classic Ultima. Like to imagine the Avatar has horrible social skills. Absolutely. That's how he speaks. Yes. Yeah. Just this gigantic blonde barbarian storms into your house. Job! That's how we do it on Earth. This man exudes kindness and geniality. Ah, Avatar, I recognize thee at once. Word has moved through town quickly. I had heard thou wert here. Are you Clog? My name is Clog. And you're the branch manager. I am the Trinsic branch leader for the Fellowship. I work here with my wife, Ellen. Yeah, I met Ellen. Wonderful lady. She's my wife and bookkeeper for our branch. And this place is the Fellowship. The Fellowship meets here at the branch office in Trinsic every night at 9. Thou art welcome to attend. Every night at 9. Maybe I should come back around here in the evening and sit in on their worship. The Fellowship is a group that has been gaining much popularity in recent years with the people of Britannia. While on the surface it may simply appear to be a scholarly society studying a particular philosophy, its teachings have the power to forever alter the shape of Britannian society. Tis ceremonies are deeply moving experiences. I already asked about the philosophy. We don't need to ask everybody every little thing. Tell me about the murder. Well, the man says, reflecting, I was home all night, and my wife Ellen will certainly verify that. But as we say in the Fellowship, worthiness precedes reward. Christopher must have done something bad. And the poor gargoyle, Inamo, 'tis a pity. What do you know about Christopher? Why would you think that he deserved it? Christopher was a valued member of the Fellowship for some time. Unfortunately, we got into a petty argument last week. Suspect! What argument? Last week, Christopher stated that he wanted to leave the Fellowship. Canst thou imagine? Well, we simply attempted to speak with him and alter his decision. Oh, that doesn't sound good. The man verbally assaulted me and my companions with no provocation. Who are your companions? They have gone to the Fellowship headquarters in Britain. They were here delivering Fellowship funds. Their names are Elizabeth and Abraham, 2 of the founders. All right, what can you tell me about the gargoyle? I did not know the gargoyle. It sounds as if he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. 'Tis a pity. 'Tis a pity. Goodbye. If there's anything else I may help thee with, Morgan, let me know. Leave that place for now. We need to find Finnegan the mayor. I want to talk to him about this key I found and my basic impressions. Crack Smoking Warlock, thank you for the follow. Some ruins, so this person is of the old ways. I'll skip that for now. I want to stay focused. Stay focused. Don't want to just wander around aimlessly. Gotta find Finnegan. I don't want to just walk into people's homes either. That's just rude. Too many runes. If nobody can read runes, why would you make all the signposts in your town written in runes? Okay, what's in here? A broken door. You know what? This would be a good opportunity, actually, to whip out the clue book and read the just go back to the beginning here and read the write-up on Trinsic. Trinsic. Shalom, Minok. Trinsic, home of the paladins. I don't see a lot of paladins kicking around. Serpent's Hold, Scar Bray, Spectrum. Trinsic, here we go. There's Finnegan himself. Trinsic. Very little out of the ordinary occurs here in Trinsic. We have the standard collection of workers and tradesmen. The many guards who watch over our walls are loyal and stalwart, especially Gilberto, who patrols the docks. He's never let a ship pass without a thorough inspection of his crew. We have the usual, a trainer, an armorer, a shipwright, a healer, and a barmaid. Well, she's not so usual. Many sailors and others find Apollina quite beautiful. Apollonia. That's what? Greek? Very Greek sounding. Like most prominent cities, we have a branch of the Fellowship. Clog and his wife have caused no trouble, and most of our other residents like them. Well, I did notice a little badgering to dissuade Christopher from resigning his membership. A blacksmith little needs more to occupy his time after a hard day's labor, which is not to imply he ignores his son, but Spark has never truly needed a lot of attention, a quality I admire in the boy. Whilst wandering our streets, be polite to dear Caroline. I know not what she spends her days doing, save for her efforts to enlist others into the Fellowship. She is a little persistent, though hardly rude to those she is seeking to convert. Along the north road to Britain, just before the swamps, is a group of actors who rehearse and perform what they call a passion play. I have no idea what they mean, and I have no time to observe the show, but they seem to attract enough of an audience to make a living. Okay, so this is where we are right here. There's the stable. Right beneath it is the Honorable Hound. That must be the bar. A good place to go to. 8 carts. The hell does it mean by that? 10 blacksmith. That was the broken door. 11 is Christopher's house. Seems like a good place to visit. The docks. Right out behind me. Armor provisions. And a healer. Oh, I'm surprised the mayor doesn't have a house. Maybe this is his place, this big house behind the Fellowship building. And this is why I don't mind using the clue books, right? Because it's not telling me what to do or where to go. It's giving me some color to the location and providing me with little tidbits of useful information. Okay, well, I want to go to the bar, and I'll check this building back here for the mayor. Avatar better be careful doing this investigation. Going up to people and yelling murder might give the wrong impression. It might give the wrong impression, but I don't think anybody's gonna cause any problems with the old Avatar. If they do, I have my poignard ready. Right, I want to visit what potentially could be the mayor's house first before I visit the bar. Priorities. Listen to that running water. The sound effects are so good in this game. Hello? Anyone home? There he is, Finnegan. I thought that this was his home. Now, before I do anything, I should Anything else? I should figure out how to save here. I'm sure that would be that. And then just we'll call it beginning. Beginning. Save. No. Don't exit to DOS. Okay. Just want to make sure everything's working all right. There we go. Yep. Looking good. Hast thou properly searched the stables? Yes. What didst thou find? A bucket. I found a key. Well, I found a body, first of all. I know that. What else didst thou find? Thou shouldst look again, Avatar. I found a key. A key. Perhaps if thou dost ask Christopher's son about it, he might know what it is for. What do you think about the murder, Finnegan? A crime like this has never happened in Trinsic before. I cannot believe this happened to Christopher and Inamo. Please explore the town. I would appreciate it if thou would bring me a report on thy progress. Be sure to ask everyone in town about the murder. After speaking with Christopher's son, thou mightest next want to speak with Gilberto, the guard on watch at the dock last night. The mayor hesitates, then leans in to speak quietly. Actually, I have seen something like this before. It was about 4 years ago in Britain. Yeah, tell me about that. Britain! 'Twas before I came to Trinsic. There was a murder with strikingly similar aspects. A body was found mutilated exactly like poor Christopher's. It appeared to be some sort of ritualistic killing. I would wager that whoever was responsible for that murder is the culprit behind this one. Okay. Can you tell me about the victims? Christopher was the local blacksmith. He lives, or rather lived, with his son in the northwest part of town. The blacksmith's shop is in the southwest corner. Christopher was not a rich man by any means. He barely kept himself and his son alive, but he certainly enjoyed his work. How about Inamo? The gargoyle Inamo slept in the stables. As I understand it, I believe he emerged here from Terrafin a few months ago. It seems that he was merely a chance victim of someone intent on violence. Tell me about Christopher's son. Christopher's son is called Spark. Their house is on the northwest area of town. That's where I'll go next. Go talk to Spark about his papa. Report, I'm sure, is to report my findings. Gilberto, I can ask him about Gilberto after I go talk to the son. Bye. The mayor nods his head at you and goes about his business. While Christopher could barely keep his family alive, the mayor definitely seems like he's doing fairly well for himself. He's got a statue of me in his house. So peaceful for such a grisly murder occurring. And the clouds moving. Northwest corner of town. So, if I recall the map, I think it was this house here. What is that alongside the house? Weeds? Overgrown? It's kind of a shack. I could use a little food. Oh, really? How do I give him food? Do my companions not have their own inventory in this game? Only I do. Well, I don't know. What do you want, man? You want an apple? I already fed you. Is it YOLO saying that, or is it me? If it's running too fast, they may get hungry too fast. That's, yeah, that's something to think about. It seems like everything is running really well. I don't know if it's YOLO that's saying it or me, but I'm more important than YOLO, so I will eat it. We got an in-game map of Britannia. That solves my map issues right there. I don't have to reference the PDF. I have an in-game map for once. All right, Christopher, where are you? Or, sorry, Spark. Spark is his name. They have a gavel and a parrot. Polly want a cracker. Pretty bird. All right, well, if this is indeed his house, his son is not here. Oh, I'm just going to take a nap. In how many hours shall I wake thee up, Morgan? 0. I was just testing it out. YOLO gives you an exasperated look. Never mind then. He's like, oh, Avatar. Nobody here either. Where's the kid? Maybe in his dad's shop, I wonder. I don't see any children out in the streets playing. Oh, who's this? Swamp boots? Finest goods here. Buy something. You see a stern shopkeeper who might once have been a strong fighter. Thou hast entered my shop, so thou must buy something. Who might I be addressing? I'm Morgan. My name's Dell. You know anything about the murder, Dell? I'm afraid I know nothing about it, save what's being said in the streets, so don't ask me. If thou art not going to buy anything, then thou art wasting my time. Go away. YOLO whispers to you. Pleasant chap, is he not? I like the feedback, the party feedback I'm getting. Spend more money next time thou dost come in. No window shopping. Yeah, the scheduling is incredible. I really, really like it. Like, I love the fact that more than just them going about their business, they're actually doing their jobs, you know, like they're moving things around. All right, we have to look for this kid. Where would a kid be playing in a sunny afternoon? Oh, looks like there's a park there of some sort. Who's somebody under this tree? Hey, get out from underneath that tree. The avatar commands it. Oh, it's a dog. All right, well, this is the old blacksmith shop. Let's check that out. Whoa. There's the sun. What the hell was that? Is the Guardian invading my inventory again? That will let some light in. Just trying to do good by his pappy. Oh, he's crying. So sad. You see a boy who appears to be a young teen. He's dry. He is dirty and unkempt. He looks as if he's been crying, but he sits up straight and looks sharp when he sees you. Who art thou, and what dost thou want? You realize that the boy has a sling in his hand. You face the boy and tell him who you are. Son, I'm the Avatar. The last time I heard that one, I fell off a prehistoric creature from Eodon. Boy, this is the Avatar. Upon my word he is. He has come to help thee. Then the boy narrows his eyes, studying you. He slowly lowers his weapon, ready to act in case it's a trap. You admire the boy's obvious experience in dealing with strangers. He's a good kid. You and Sparks stare at each other. He's not sure what to do. Finally, he nods his head. All right, I believe thee. Thou dost look like paintings I have seen. I'm sorry, my lord. Yeah, game's running fast. Okay. I almost want to exit and then just like change the cycles in the config and see how that goes. Okay. Your name. You're Spark, right? Name! I have always been called Spark. What do you know about the murder? Murder! I cannot believe father is dead and poor Inamo too. It's so strange. I dreamed it was happening. Well, in a way. Last night I was having a nightmare about father. I dreamed that he screamed and it woke me up. I looked around the house, but he was not in his bed. I was wide awake, so I went out to find him. Did you find him? No, I did not find him. At least not right away, but I did see something. What did you see? It was in front of the stables. I saw a man and a wingless gargoyle running from behind the building. They ran towards the dock. He was standing in front of the stables, and he saw a man and a wingless gargoyle running from behind the building towards the dock. Then I went inside and found father. Spark's voice falters, and he begins to sob a little. Ah. Gargoyle. It's not on auto. I have it set to 14,000, but Stu, I think you were suggesting 12,000. I'm going to change it as soon as I get out of the conversation here with this kid. 14,000 was the default settings for GOG, but yeah, I agree. They're obviously running pretty quick. Okay. Gargoyle. You saw a gargoyle. I cannot tell one gargoyle from another. Oh, shit. I could not identify him except that he had no wings. Inamo. Was it Inamo? He was a very nice gargoyle. He helped father a lot and did tasks in the stables. I cannot think why anyone would want to kill him. And who was the man? Who do you think the man was? Man! All I saw of him was that the man had a hook for a right hand. A pirate. Hook. Wilt thou go find the man with the hook? Let me help thee, the boy pleads. His tears crease and his face takes on a determined, forceful look. Take me with thee, please. I must avenge father's death. If thou dost not take me with thee, I will follow thee anyway. The boy is all excited now. I'm an expert with a slingshot. I can strike sewer rats with almost every shot. And I am small. I do not eat much. Please take me. Please ask me to join thee. Iolo whispers to you, I do not know about taking a child on the road with us, my lord. Suddenly Spark lets his sling fly. His target, a small fly hovering above Iolo's head, is smacked out of the air. Dead shot. You laugh as Iolo yelps, jumps away, curses, and runs his fingers through his hair. I told thee I'm good. May I join? Yeah, kid. You can join. I like your style. Hooray! The boy leaps with delight. If you die on the trail, I mean, that was the risk you took. Kid, I found this key. Do you know anything about it? That looks like the key to Father's chest. I wondered where it was. Okay. One last thing to ask. That nightmare. The nightmare where you heard your dad scream. Tell me more about that. Just forcefully ask in the kid's face. Nightmare! I know it sounds witless, but I dreamed that a big red-faced man was watching down. Oh, the big red-faced man. Watching down on everything, and he looked down, and he noticed Father. That's all I remember. Oh, I didn't mean to leave him. Don't make me go, Spark cries. Dost thou really want me to go? He looks at you with puppy dog eyes. No. That was a misclick. Thou wilt not be sorry. Bye. So I have my new party member. A first for the Ultima series. The Avatar is now traveling with children. Risking the lives of the young. It's his choice. And give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom here. Okay, I saved it. opening inventory pauses. That'll be helpful. And pardon me. We'll find some good cycles to set this on. Ultima VII config. Let's see. Looking online, seeing some people on GOG forums say 9,000 to 10,000 is ideal. Okay. 10,000. I'm going to do that. Let's try 10,000, and then I'll put the increments to 1,000. Well, maybe I'll put the increments to 500 just for more control. Just make sure that's all saved up. Yeah, I see that now, Stu. You're right. Absolutely. So I'll tinker with it more while we're in the game, and now, and then in 500 increments or whatever, and then when I find a sweet spot for the next stream, I can set it in the config. But hopefully 10,000 will be okay. Like that. That looks right. Dun 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 dun. No, it's all good, Kiki. We'll I've got it at 10,000 for now, and then I'll just try to find the spot in game. Journey onward. Looks pretty good. I'm definitely not zipping around like I was before. Perchance to stream, thank you for coming by. Good to see you. Welcome. Depends how large the party is. DOSBox will always have minor timing issues. Absolutely right. Like, at the end of the day, we're emulating here, so it's never going to be perfect unless I build myself an old-ass computer. Yeah, I see that. Walk and then run. Did I just... What did I just do? Stepping on that did something. All right, anyways, got a bunch of junk, broken dish, iron bars, a sword blank. Yeah. What's going on? That chair was moving around. This room's possessed. Yeah, there's strange things going on around here. Look at that. Poltergeist. Alright, well, I think we can safely loot these items. Get our gold stack going. Maybe grab this extra bag. Won't fit. So is that how inventory works in this game? Just bags. Nested bags. And my companions don't have an inventory of their own. Some buckets. Iron bars. Pants. Leather leggings. And leather gloves. How are we doing there? Do I got any of that? I got leather leggings, but I don't have leather gloves. Yeah, okay. Hoods. A cloak. Okay, just dragging and dropping on my character equips the stuff. Good to know. Inventory management's a pain in this. Yeah, it looks like it. Volume limit, and weight limit. And they only show you what the weight limit is. Yeah, I saw that. That's the stones right here. Open from their portraits. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to recheck those hotkeys, Stu. While my paper doll is open, double click on a... Okay, hey, there he goes. There he is. Sweet. His sprite looks awesome. YOLO, look at him. With that sly look. Well, YOLO, you take that bag. That's nice. I can pull things from across the room, too, without being close to it. Eating utensils. Well, that looks like it's about it for the blacksmith. Caltrops. I guess those could be useful. Get that in my bag. Probably does nothing, but in theory, maybe I can use it, you know, like if I'm being chased down or whatever. Let's head back to the boy's house, Spark's home, and open up that treasure chest. Maybe he can talk to the bird. Gimme a cracker. Ugly boy. I know where the treasure is. It's the kid and the bird are getting into an argument with each other. So it wants food. A cracker. Unlocked. Thou hast received payment. Make the delivery tonight. A fellowship medallion. And 100 gold coins. To get me started on my journey. And I'll take the clues. Feed him a cracker, or maybe just any food will do. It's a trick for getting him to tell you where the treasure is, yeah. Ha, Twitch chat plays Ultima VII. Which way do I go? Who do you want me to talk to? Yeah, Caltrops will hurt you or someone else if you walk over them. Probably not something that's going to be too useful, but here at the beginning of the game, we'll hold on to it. Who are you? What are you doing in here? Hey, wait. Wait. I'm stuck. Come back. Do you know this guy? Why'd you come into his house? There you are. You see a young woman with a bright smile. What's your name? My parents call me... Oh, it's Caroline. She's the fellowship recruiter. Yeah, what do you do here? Why were you going in that guy's house? I have no job per se. I have devoted my energies to helping the fellowship. I hope to recruit new members. So you're a fellowship lackey, eh? The fellowship is a wonderful organization that is open to all the people of Britannia. I have learned so much through studying its philosophy, and it has helped me to live my life to the fullest. Through the fellowship, I am able to achieve what I have set out to do in life, and I am a better person for having joined. That's great. What do you know about the murder? She looks concerned. 'Tis awful. Christopher was a nice man. Didst thou know he was one of our members? I cannot believe he's dead. Of the fellowship we meet every night at the hall. Thou should visit. Society. Every night at 9 o'clock we have a meeting in the fellowship hall. You mayst consider thyself invited to attend. I don't want to go through the fellowship philosophy. I assume everybody's just going to tell you the same thing. I could use a little food. Who? Is that the only way I know when they're hungry? Or is there an actually, like, I don't know, something that tells me how hungry they are? Damn, this kid's gonna... This kid needs to put some meat on his bones if he wants to travel with the Avatar. Oh, there's the stats. How am I doing on my stats? 18, 18, 18, right across the board. Gotta get that strength to 30. The heart icon in the inventory. Okay. I don't see anything that mentions food. Lars, thanks for the host. It's going good, man. Yeah, we just started, so welcome. Welcome. I'm definitely enjoying it. Everything about it I like so far. Get Spark some boots. No. No, he needs humility. If they have the fork and knife on their stats, they're hungry. Okay. Everybody seems to be fine. Easy 8, what's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah. This is a good game. Barely even played it, but it's... I mean, the graphics, the sound. Do I have any extra food on me? I do actually want to try giving that that bird some food. Gonna need to buy some provisions. Okay, so when this is open, then I double click and it opens up their inventory. Yeah. This will probably be the biggest struggle, is working with the menus. Okay, open his up. And let's try to give this parrot some food. Polly wants some T-bone. Am I not close enough, or it just doesn't want to use? Nope. I know where the treasure is. Give me a cracker. Well, we'll have to keep an eye out for his favorite food. Everybody wants a little bit of food. These complainers. It's because of those damn cycles. Oh, the horses are back in the stable. Is it Smith? The talking horse? God damn. Somebody clean this mess up. No. No magical talking horses. Alright, let's hit up the pub. Well... Actually, what is it? It's the docks, Gilberto. Gilberto. We want to talk to Gilberto at the docks. And then go back to the mayor. And then I'll get these guys fed at the tavern. You see an alert and no nonsense guard. Your name? Johnson. What do you know about the murder, Johnson? I did hear of this when I arrived at my post at sunrise. I found Gilberto lying felled on the ground. If thou art asking if I saw anything, I did not. No one hath passed by me since I arrived at the dock. Gilberto went down? What's the password? I don't know. I'm just trying to get to the dock to speak to Gilberto. All right. We'll just go straight to the mayor's then. Maybe he knows the password. He should. It's his town. There are no crackers in the game. Okay, good to know. You can build your own house. Well, we'll have to build a house. Walks in on a gruesome murder scene and he still wants food. Perchance to stream. Welcome. Welcome. Oh my god, I didn't even think about it. I totally brought Spark to his mutilated father's brother or body, sorry. It's how he's going to learn. He asked to travel with me. This is what it means to travel with the Avatar. Oh, sorry, man. It's a lot of reading on this stream. He did say Gilberto got felled, yeah. Really like this engine, Easy 8. I'm going to give everybody a second welcome. Welcome to the world of Ultima. Yes, Avatar, Finnegan asks. Okay, I want a report. Art thou ready to answer some questions concerning the investigation? Well, I should probably save before I do that. When do we eat? These guys are really hungry, eh? Oh, I see, right there. Yep. It couldn't still be fast, could it? YOLO's the hungry one. Everybody else is fine. He's old. He needs extra meals. Alright, he's fine for now. Eating up all my food. Very well. What was Christopher's occupation? Christopher's occupation was the blacksmith. What didst thou find at the murder site? I found a key. What did the key open? It opened a chest. What didst thou find in the chest? I found a medallion, a scroll, and some gold. All of them. Dost thou have a suspect? No. Well, continue to gather information until thou dost have one. This pedestal right here. Oh, yeah. This is Trinsic, isn't it? So this pedestal here is where Moonstone used to sit. It used to sit in the middle of the town. And Ultima 6, you needed to gather all the moonstones, so that was kind of the big job you needed to do. Intrinsic was discover some ancient past of a pirate captain, and you would get access to the moonstone. This would have been where it used to sit. Well, the place has definitely changed. All right, Spark, I got some questions. Tell me about this medallion and the scroll I found. Father was a member of the Fellowship. I don't know why the medallion was in his chest. He usually wore it. Well, he wanted to leave, that's why. And how about this scroll? I'm not sure if it's the same one, but I think I saw Father with a scroll just like that 1 or 2 days ago. I know he was making something special for someone. I'm fairly certain it was at his shop. Yeah, okay. Let's find some clues back at the shop that I missed. Gold. What about the gold? The boy's eyes widen. I had no idea Father had that much money hidden away. I suppose I could give it to thee if thou art going to look for those who killed my father. Alright, back down to the blacksmith then. Absolutely have a suspect. The Fellowship, all of them. Yeah. McCall only used one save. That's, yeah. I will definitely be using multiples. I've almost soft-locked myself out of too many of these games to not want backups. Alright, well, I guess I'll just move things around. I'm just gonna move things. Maybe there's something underneath something. Ha, nice. That's how strong the avatar is. I can just pick up this anvil. Those sword blanks are pretty sweet. I almost feel like grabbing one and seeing if I can make myself a sword. One of the possessed chairs, I'll try sitting in it. A hammer. Tongs. Do buckets have things inside of them? No. I must have picked that bucket up by mistake. Yeah, we don't want that. Bunch of sword blanks. That would have been the candle attached to the wall there. Oh, it's nighttime. There's nothing that's jumping out to me here. Gave the place a good once over. Twice, in fact. You can make a sword. Oh, that's cool. Can only make the sword in the Forge of Virtue. Yeah, definitely need to get some gear for Spark. Actually, I should see if he has any pants. Damn it. No, don't go. Alright. It is a little tricky getting to the menus, I will say that. Okay, it's me, then the kid. Yeah, he needs pants. He doesn't even have pants. Damn it. I did it again. I want to double click on them to open up the inventory, but that's how you talk to them. Get YOLO a cloak. No cloak for YOLO? You can just press I. Look at that. I'll tell you, I've always been really bad for hotkeys and just like doing everything by the mouse. That's a bad habit with me with computer games. Oh, fishing. The way the screen shake worked makes me think that a patch has been applied. I did. I used the Ultima patcher to patch up a bunch of stuff in the game. So hopefully I can fish in this version. Or they're automatically in there with the GOG version, yeah. Is a cloak armor? Was that the issue? I did it again. Because I'm wearing a cloak and I have armor equipped. But I'm the avatar, so maybe I'm just that good. The cloak is being held in my hand. That makes a lot more sense, yeah. Okay, so that's my hand. That's just holding on to something. No space. What's the problem? All right, well, it's late. Let's go check the fellowship hall and see if they're doing their thing in there. Is there any way to check the time? This this motherfucker's hungry again. God damn. You hungry old bastard. You're always hungry, YOLO. You are all individuals. I believe. Heed thine inner voice. I believe. Trust thy brother. I can see again. Oh, he turned the lights on. Oh, this game's incredible. Look at him. Oh, he's got to go turn the lights on there in the in the bedroom. Too cool. Clog is leading the town members in a fellowship meeting. Thank you, fellowship members of Trinsic, for attending our meeting this evening. I am certain that you are all sorely aware of the crimes that have been committed in our city. Now is the time to mourn those whom we have lost. We will always remember Christopher, our blacksmith, as a valuable citizen of our town, as well as a dear friend. And Amo was an amiable, and hard-working gargoyle. As their deaths showed us, Britannia needs the Fellowship now more than ever. The Fellowship was created to advance a philosophy, a method of applying an optimistic order of thought to one's life. How dost thou follow this method? By applying the triad of inner strength to thy life. The triad is composed of 3 principles that, when applied in unison to thy life, can soothe the fever of a society that teaches thee to accept failure and banishes the destructive, illusory thoughts and feelings of thy spirit. The first principle is to strive for unity. This means that we should reject the divisiveness, put aside our differences, and work together for the good of us all. The second principle is trust thy brother. Trust is essential, for what will you accomplish if you must be divided by constantly watching each other? The third and final principle is worthiness precedes reward. One must strive to be worthy of thy rewards. Each of us seeks for, if one is not worthy of reward, why should you believe that they should receive it? We must spread the philosophy of everyone who can hear it. Well, who decides who's worthy or not? Right? Who the hell is some fellowship member to decide whether this person is worthy or that person is unworthy? For who is there to lift the disunited, mistrustful, and unworthy Britannia up from a sad state, but we of the Fellowship? And now is the time we ask our members to give testimonial out loud and tell how walking with the Fellowship has affected their life. The Fellowship has enabled me to reach out and help people where before I would have been too preoccupied. The Fellowship has made me more alert and thorough in the execution of my job as a Trinsic guard. The Fellowship has made me a happy, more agreeable person. That guy's an asshole. Thank thee for sharing, brother. As a Fellowship member, I feel as if I'm doing some good for Britannia. Spark whispers to no one in particular. This is the most boring pile of horse manure in which I have ever had the pleasure to wallow. Yolo slaps his own cheek to keep himself from dozing off. Avatar, I do believe that we have heard enough of this. It's apparent that the meeting will be continuing for some time. You decide that you have more important matters to attend to. Yes, the bar! To the tavern! What the hell is going on with this game? Do you guys see this? It's bright, and it gets dimmer. Goes outside and it's dark, and the clouds. Hot damn. That food smells good. I could use a little food. I'm sure you could, YOLO. Try the ale. It's Finnegan. Get those lights on. Go turn those damn lights on. So is this running about the right speed? Does this feel like the right speed? I'm just curious because YOLO's like perpetually hungry. And I missed it if somebody mentioned it earlier, but if there's a way that I can check my time in my inventory, or I could very well need an item for that. Yeah, the bread wasn't very filling. Get better food and they'll stay quiet longer. I gotta shove steaks down his face. Yeah, need an item. I figured. Yeah. I only gave him an apple and a bread roll. Okay. Well, let's get this guy some meat. Yes, stop clicking on him. Press I. I. Alright, enjoy the T-bone. Now shut the hell up. Don't really need to talk to Finnegan. Don't have anything to talk to him about. I'm missing some clues. I'm missing some crucial information here. Turn on these light sources. Gotta do the waitress's job for her. Talk to the chef. You see a gorgeous and voluptuous woman in her 30s. Hey, howdy. I'd like some drink. I can offer thee mead, wine, and ale. I want ale. There's no option. Oh, buy. There we go. What wouldst thou like? I'd like some ale. Ale sells for 2 gold per bottle. Is that a fair price? Yes. Wouldst thou like something else? Yes. Let's get some mutton. Sells for 3 gold a portion. Is that all right? Most reasonable. I'll just take one. Silverleaf. Nothing. Bats her eyelashes at you and grins. You're, what's your name? My name is Apollonia, she says, as her tongue licks her upper lip. I take it you run this place? Why, I run the Honorable Hound Pub and Inn, she purrs. Wouldst thou like a room, or wouldst thou like something to eat or drink? She purrs. Just say it so, and I shall try to please thee with my delicacies. You realize that she's flirting with you. That's the face I'm making. That's the face the avatar is making. See their stats, use Z. Thanks, Stu. And if I've been missing any of your hotkeys earlier on, I apologize. I just, yeah, so if I ask you again, don't be surprised. Flirt, eh? Ah, well. It's been 200 years since I've been in Britannia. Apollonia blushes and bats her eyelashes. Oh, Morgan, I would wager that thou say that to all the barmaids. Well, I'm quite fond of the Honourable Hound. I can think of no better place in all of Trinsic to lay thy head and rest or nibble upon treats to satisfy thine appetite. This is a fine establishment you got here. I'll take a room for the night. Rooms are cheap, only 6 gold per person per night. Want a room? Now, if I accept, is it going to put me to sleep? I'll say no for now. I do want to ask you about the murder, though. Murder! Apollonia shuts her eyes and shakes her head as if she's just bitten into a very sour lemon. Oh, that was so hideous. How could anyone do something so horrible? Art thou searching for information? I do hope thou dost find the person responsible. So long, Apollonia. Blows a kiss at you. Do come again. Damn. The hungry hound. Finnegan's enjoying his meal. Nobody else in here. Well, park yourself, boys. Nice, they actually do sit down. Well done. God damn, this game's great. Everybody take a seat. I'm gonna have an ale. There's our mutton. There's my ale here in the cup. Is that it? I didn't have that cup before. Where's my ale? I paid for it, gol dang it. Whoa, what? Call it tails. It's heads. What? Oh my god. Just everything, man. What? I'm like flipping coins with YOLO. This game has it all. Just wondering why these two coins won't stack. 2 sets of coins. I'm gonna put them in my bag here, though. Was the ale the bottle? Very tasty, because I started with that bottle, I thought. It doesn't detail what's in the bottle, eh? It just says bottle. That's probably some wine. Some wine YOLO's got. The kid's got sausage, grapes, and his sling, which he should equip. Alright, fellas, well, we had our meal. We need to get back to work. Find out what's going on. What's this painting of? Whose face is that? Ale! Is she gonna come and give him one? That would have been cool. Yo ho ho. Wait outside, Spark. You don't need to see this. There is that bucket. I've noticed every time, yeah, it doesn't do anything, though. I noticed any time that I was asked... It's a bucket full of blood, though, it looks like. Well, this kid's gonna have a lot more nightmares as this adventure goes on. time passes, and then this stops time when I'm in my inventory. Okay. A snacks shilling snacks. They go to your person first and then your backpack. That's why I'd be holding on to this ale. That's where the ale is right there. I have to remember that it goes into your hands. Okay. I didn't drink the blood. Throw it on someone. Blood bread. Nice. Ugh. There's got to be something I'm missing in the blacksmith, right? Should probably just start knocking on doors and asking people. Maybe not in the middle of the night, though. Yeah, everybody's sleeping now. Clues we already have. Oh, YOLO. Or is it the boy? Oh, it's me now. I'm the hungry one. Well, I guess I ought to just get some food and a room at the inn. Eat my mutton and go to bed. "'Tis only good until thou dost leave." It doesn't tell you which keys do what either, eh? Gotta get the full 8 hours. The Avatar needs his rest. Pleasant dreams. Arise, Morgan. Time to continue thy quest. I must eat now. That's the boy. Sausages for breakfast. And does that key disappear, or... do I need to toss it? I really need to know the password to get to the docks. That's, just won't let me out. That was pretty much the only other clue that I can think of right now. That and that I missed something in the blacksmith. Alright, this is where Peter lives. Cat. Here, kitty kitty. Lazy people, sleeping all day. I still haven't found Gilberto. No, Gilberto was supposed to be at the dock, I thought. Oh, lightning effects. It's raining. You see a tough-looking guard who takes his job very seriously. He kind of looks like me in Ultima V. Who are you? My name's not important. It kind of is. I keep villains and knaves out of Trinsic and keep a record of all who leave. Thou must have a password to leave. What is the password? What's the password? I don't know. Thou dost not know the password. Sorry, the mayor can give thee the proper password. That's the shop. That's the provisioner. Okay, this guy's new. You see a solid-looking but seemingly bored fighter. Oh, this must be the training hall or whatever. I am Marcus, the trainer. And what do you do as a trainer? I'm a trainer here in Trinsic, he says gruffly. If thou dost wish to increase thy skill in combat, I can help thee. How? The cost to train with me is 20 gold. Too costly, right? No, I've got 20 gold. Yeah, leave the key in the room, eh? Cost to train with me is 20 gold. Too costly, right? Training seems like a good thing. I'll train. Which of you wishes to train? Pay 20 gold and the training session begins. Very well, Marcus says, stifling a yawn. Here we go. Marcus wields his sword and faces you. He gives you a few pointers in stance and balance, then demonstrates some sample thrusts. Before long, you and the trainer are trading blows with weapons. He's obviously very good at what he does, and the experience is valuable to you. When the session is over, you felt that there's been a gain in your combat ability. How long you been living in Trinsic? The fighter shrugs. The town is all right, he sniffs. What do you know about the murder? I heard about it, but I assure you I know nothing of the details, Marcus yawns. Nice. Goodbye. Just a lazy, skilled warrior. Burnt out in these times of peace. So what benefit did I get from that? Combat. This must have gone up, eh? Probably should have saved it before, but 20 gold seems manageable. Yes, that's the provisioner. Okay. He just chased me down. Is this whole long building his place? What's going on with this top area? I didn't see a door. Can I go in through the window? No. There's goodies in there, though. It must be his storehouse. I don't want to go stealing things from people. That's not very virtuous. Okay, this is the healer. So this must be where Galberto is, because he was struck down, right? See a solemn fellow in healer's robes. Who are you? My name's Chantu, he says with a slight bow. And you're the healer? I'm Trinsic healer. I can perform a heal, a poison cure, or a resurrection on any of the friends, or thee, of course. What do you know about the murder? Murder! 'Tis a sad state of affair for Britannia when events such as these happen. Christopher was a good man. I hope that the villain is caught. Good face. See a grumpy fellow with a bloody bandage on his head. I'm Gilberto. Gilberto, you're the guard. I had the night watch at the dock gate. So you witnessed the murder. It must have occurred shortly before I was knocked out. It was just about sunrise. I was looking out to the sea. All of a sudden, I felt a blow on the back of my head. He winces in pain. The next thing I know, I was on the ground. Johnson, the guard for the next watch, was shaking me. I had been out for about 10 minutes. I knew that because the sun had just peeked over the horizon and the crown jewel had gone and sailed. The crown jewel had gone and sailed. That must be a boat. The crown jewel. Did I forget to say? That's a ship that was docked here all night. I believe it was about to sail for Britain. Thou couldst ask Gargan the shipwright to make sure. Anyways, I did not see my attackers. The guard grumbles. Yeah, Gargan, I've met Gargan. He's a good man, but thou mayest not wish to stand too close to him. Thou mayest catch something. So you didn't see your attackers. I wonder if they jumped onto the ship. They could be all the way to Britain by now. You said there was another guard. He takes the morning watch at the dock. I've talked to him. He's a member of the Fellowship. He was there at the sermon last night. Alright, that looks pretty painful. How's that head wound? Gilberto still seems a little wobbly, but his gesture indicates that he does not desire your aid. My skull is still ringing, but I shall be alright momentarily. Now, did you notice the man having a hook on his hand? The guard thinks for a moment. No, I cannot say that I saw a man with a hook. Goodbye, watch thy back. So it was early morning, and he was clonked on the head. And he thinks that the I want to run through that murder again. Whoops. Just about sunrise. Yeah. So he's thinking that they might have set sail and points me in the direction of Gargan. Who are these guys? These wounded. Arg! Arg! Yeah, good info to be had there. Alright. Well, now we have something to actually ask Gargan. Just a generic guard. Just a lot of houses and homes. YOLO's always thinking about food. Yes, matey, Gargan asks, coughing. Tell me about the crown jewel. Yes, that ship was docked overnight, he consults his log. She sailed for Britain as the sunrise. I do not recall seeing anyone get on or off. Gargan snorts and coughs a couple of times. You didn't see anybody that had a hook? Matey, I have always seen pirates and sails with peg legs and hooks. If thou hast seen one, thou hast seen another. But the man suddenly frowns. Now that thou dost mention it, I did see a man with a hook late last night after sundown. I was leaving the shop and I saw him outside. There was a wingless gargoyle with him. There we go. There's our culprits. They were walking east. Gargan sneezes, then coughs a couple of times. I told thee it was him. May the day have smooth sailing, the sailor starts to say, but a coughing spasm interrupts him. So we have a suspect now. Maybe I can actually tell Finnegan. And I've been to all these other places. Just to double check around to see if there's anything unfamiliar. I think we're good, other than the blacksmith's house. which is haunted. And I still feel like there's something else that must be in there. Tempt you, yeah, for sure. With all the items laying around, absolutely. I know better, though. Yes, Avatar, Finnegan asks. Like, this is where Elder Scrolls and all of those games got it from, I think. All that, like, hey, let's put some utensils and scrolls and shit just laying around that you can grab if you want. And it's useless to you. You don't need any of this stuff. But yeah, tempting you to grab it so that then, you know, the guards come along. And I don't think there's any guards that are going to come along here, but the town might go all aggressive. For all I know, the virtue system could be in this game as well, right? I could ruin my virtues. That's how it was in previous games. You didn't want to steal because you needed to keep your virtues up. Tell me the password. I'll give thee the password when thou hast given me a report on the progress of thine investigation. All right. Shall we continue the report? Yes. What didst thou find in the chest? I found a scroll, a medallion, and gold. Dost thou have a suspect? Yes. Dost thou villain look like he has a hook? Any leads on finding this villain? The crown jewel. The mayor is pleased. There we go, we did it. It seems that thou art pursuing thine investigation with genuine fervor. Methinks thou shouldst go to Britain and see if thou can find this man with a hook. Here is half of thy reward money. Thou wilt receive the rest when thou dost probe that the killer hath been brought to that the killer has been brought to justice. That V really looks like a B, how it loops around. The mayor hands you 100 gold coins. Dost thou need the password? Yes. Before I give thee the password, I must admit I have had my doubts about thou truly being the Avatar. I must ask thee to indulge me in order to satisfy my somewhat suspicious nature. I shall ask thee a few questions regarding the geography of Britannia. This is my copy protection questions? Please answer with the number of the longitude or latitude from thy cloth map. Remember, longitude refers to the lines that run north-south. They are determined by the numbers at the bottom of the map. Latitude refers to the lines that run east-west. They are determined by the numbers on the left side of thy map. If these questions are answered correctly, then I will cast aside all my doubts. What latitude runs through the center of Dagger Isle? Copy protection. Okay, what was it? The latitude that runs through... The latitude that runs through the center of Dagger Isle. 0. What is the latitude of the northernmost point of the island? $120. $120. What longitude runs through the center of the Isle of Buccaneer's Den? Could use your cloth map. Yeah. We'll just do the answers. I mean, I guess I do have the cloth map right here accessible. The numbers on the side are kind of shit though, aren't they? Yeah, we'll do it the easy way. The longitude that runs through the center of the island Buccaneer's Den. 60. Excellent. I have no doubt now that you are the one true avatar. You know the latitude and longitude about things. You must be the avatar. Yeah, if I had the actual map, could probably do that no problem. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, I almost forgot. The password to leave or enter the town is Blackbird. Blackbird fly. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Well, that's it. We're free to leave Trinsic. Free to leave Trinsic. Let's get this. Let's get my inventory up for a quick second. And I just want to... Along the North Road to Britain, just before the swamps, is a group of actors who rehearse and perform what they call a passion play. Yeah. Just double check the Trinsic clue book. Should probably grab some provisions before I leave, though, eh? I don't think that I have any more food. What is it? Johnson asks sternly. The boat left just after sunrise. It did sail to Britain. I believe thou canst ask Gargan the shipwright about that. Password is Blackbird. Very well, thou mayest pass. Stand away. A sundial. It's 10 in the morning. The beautiful shores of Minot. Let's sing a sea shanty. Nice water effect. That seems kind of fast. Much slower down here. That doesn't even look like the way to leave, though. That's the docks. And let's see if I... Well, we have our map, right? Just trying to do it in my head, but we're right about here. Somewhere around in here is Trinsic. So we need to leave northways and walk along the roads. If you get a sextant, the map will tell you where you are. Okay, let's check my gold. I know I have enough to purchase one, but oh, here we go. Call it heads. It's tails. You'll get it right one of these times, YOLO. 62, 19, 100. So it sits in stacks of 100. And I have 81 gold. That's like the perfect amount to buy a sextant, so I will. And I should also leave these keys behind, right? I may be able to find one down the way, but you know, I don't want to play through half the game thinking that I'm going to find a sextant and then, you know, wish I would have just bought it at the beginning. I've also still got my bottle of ale in my hand. Okay, there's our sextant. It's weird, he didn't take the money from me. Unless somebody else was holding on to a stack. He didn't take the money from me. Grew up on Sound Blaster, preferred even though it's probably worse. Yeah. Put those keys away. Grab some provisions as well from the fair Apollonia. Hello again, Apollonia says, her eyes twinkling. We serve the finest meat, fish, and cake. Our specialty is silverleaf meal. All right, let's try silverleaf. What a delicacy. It's the most wonderful delicacy that thou shalt ever eat. It's worth every gold piece spent. $30 gold pieces for one portion. That's a little bit rich for my blood. We're just getting traveling provisions. So then we'll need some mutton and bread. That's good, good road food. Let's get 2 pieces for each person. So 6. 6 pieces of mutton and 6 loaves of bread. "'Tis thine." Apollonia blows a kiss at you. "Do come again." "Oh, I will." I'm sure we'll be back here. I just want to toss that other key over at Spark's house and then we're gone. YOLO is going to be my food mule. He's always been my food mule in past games. So, and look, he's got some money too, so that's probably where the money from the sextant came from. I'll take the abacus from him. Two portions per person. Don't get greedy, we got a long road. Party gold. It tells you the party gold. Okay. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to keep that on YOLO. Because that was actually a function he had in Ultima 6. Is that he would take care of your gold for you as well. Yeah, you can hold on to the money, YOLO. I trust you. Somebody was saying the gargoyle jewelry is useless, but I'll hold on to it for now. At the very least, maybe I can sell it somewhere for a little bit of dinar. The only other thing that I'm thinking is I could really use like a sword. But I don't want to get into buying equipment I might find on the road. You know what? I'm going to save it here on the top one. I'm going to change this from beginning the classic Journey Onward. Spark has a bad feeling. You're about to head out into the big wide world, Spark. 2 hours, 30 minutes into the game. Hope you're liking it. I'm loving it. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this so far. This is great. I know I'm a little slow. I tend to play games very slow. So just, you know, fair warning. But I feel like many other people probably would have zipped through a lot of that. I just like to be thorough and immerse myself in what I'm doing. Off we go. The flying banners of Trinsic. Oh no, not more rain. Oh, welcome to the road. Welcome to the road, young Spark. This game's all about theft. You could do it without stealing, but you'd have to know the specific strategies for getting the gold and know where to buy everything. So, but stealing, they'll
yes,
get...
That is the proper direction to travel, Avatar.
Whoa. Shit. Thank you, you big red-faced maniac. Oh shit, these people are playing their... Come view the passion play. See the passion play! That's a good face. You see a short, stocky actor in his mid to late 40s. He cannot speak to you now because he is concentrating on his lines for the passion play. Perhaps you should speak to Paul. You see a middle-aged actress with very serious expression. She's unable to speak with you because she's concentrating on her part in the passion play. All right, Paul. You look the same. You see a young entertainer who beckons you. I'm Paul. My colleagues are Meryl and Dustin. What are you guys doing out here? We perform a passion play about the Fellowship. It costs only 2 gold per person to see. Dost thou want us to perform it? Please say so. The Fellowship. It would be much simpler to view the play. A passion play. Why do you call it the passion play? A passion play is a morality tale performed on stage. Sure, I'll give 6 gold. Wouldst thou like to see our passion play? Yes. Paul takes your gold. We thank thee. If thou wouldst make thyself comfortable, we shall begin. As the actors take their places and don masks, you settle down to watch the action. Spark whispers to you, I wish there was a confectioner that sold candied apples. The music starts the play as Paul takes the center stage and addresses the audience. Welcome to our tale, a tale so true to life, 'tis a tale of tragedy. Two useful books intrinsic. Yeah. Same info might be in the manual, yeah, maybe. If it's... I would rather like in-game information. If I had a book on it in the game, that'd be awesome, but I don't really want to go digging through Trinsic, especially after we just left. A man has lost his wife, but the story need not be sad when the Fellowship is here. The triad of inner strength gives one no cause to fear. Dustin takes the stage as Paul moves away. Meryl lies on the ground in front of him and assumes a death-like pose. "'Tis doom, 'tis despair, 'tis death. My beloved wife is gone. Disease has taken her away and left me with but a song." Dustin puts his head in his hands and mimes sobbing. As he sobs, Meryl rises from her death in a ghost-like fashion, then addresses Dustin. "Mine husband, my love, do not despair, 'tis not doom. Thou shalt rise above all this melancholy and gloom. Who doth speak to me? Could it be she? Or I have indeed gone mad? But who else could it be? Mine husband, thou must listen. Thou hast thy comfort within thy grip. Thou must only seek them out. Those that can help the Fellowship." Meryl drifts off stage, leaving Dustin alone. "The Fellowship," she said. "But what do I need with it? I have my 8 virtues and my healers. With these, nothing else will fit." Paul enters the stage with Meryl, who now wears a different mask. "But that is where thou art wrong. The Fellowship exists to help thee. The triad of inner strength is here, to give thee a sense of unity. Join us now, and thou wilt see. Join thy brothers in our plan to promote the tenets of our group. Thou wilt be a better man." At this point, an elaborate mime sequence reveals how Dustin joins the Fellowship, receives his medallion from a branch leader, portrayed by Paul, and receives congratulations from Meryl. "Meryl! Strive for unity at all times, and trust thy brother through it all. For worthiness precedes thine own reward. Hark to our words, it surely will. I shall give half my wealth to thee. I shall do thy bidding and then wait. My reward shall come one day and free me from mine awful fate." Dustin mimes giving Paul some money. That's the racket. Paul exits, then Dustin lies down on the stage and mimes going to sleep. After a moment, Meryl enters the stage, dances around Dustin's body, sprinkling some kind of sparkling dust on him. Yolo whispers to you, I'm particularly enjoying the visual effects. The script is a little weak. Dost thou not think? Meryl leaves the stage, and Dustin wakes up. Lo and behold, he finds a bag near his place of sleep. Upon opening it, he finds a bundle of gold. By Lord British, I declare, 'tis my reward from the air. The voice I heard at night was right. About my wretched life I will not care. The voice came to me in a dream. 'Twas mine inner voice so fair. I now have a companion and something, and a master about whom I care. You are jarred by the actor's choice of words, companion, provider, and master. You realize you've heard them before. Oh my gosh, it was the beginning. Remove thy body, Thetans. Yeah, that was at the beginning when the mysterious red-faced figure took over my computer. You are jarred by the actor's choice of words. Yes, companion. I shall be your companion, provider, and master. This is really awful. I like Spark. Spark's a little young avatar. Paul and Meryl join Dustin on the stage, and they all hold hands. I just got to get him lifting some weights. Get a Zweihander in his hands. He'll know the power of valor. The fellowship can give thee purpose. To join is thine only choice. Commit thyself to our just cause, and find thine inner voice. At that point, the actors bow, and you realize it's the end. You give them a polite applause. What do they mean about the voice? I'm not sure I understand. 'Twas confusing play. I did not like it at all. We have wasted our time and money. That is the last time I'll let thee decide how best we entertain ourselves. Yolo's always complaining. He was complaining when I got the roadside gypsy hookers as well in Ultima VI. We don't have time for this, Avatar. There's always time for roadside gypsy hookers. YOLO. How long have we been traveling together? I like their backdrop here. They have got a background and everything. Well, have fun, folks. Enjoy the 6 gold. Robbery, I say. Maybe there was something else I can say. It probably just asks if I want to restart the play, but... yeah. No information there, just the wonderful A-list acting. It's better than Star Wars. The swamp. Look at this. We could use swamp boots. A bit hungry? Wait till we're out of the swamp. This is a silver serpent carcass. This is probably a great place to get reagents. What is this swamp? This is the Fens of the Dead, isn't it? Yeah, I believe this is called the Fens of the Dead, so that means we should be riding up on Pause quite soon. It's probably what this says, Pause. Yeah, this must be Pause right here. Home sweet home, Pause, my favorite place. Wait till we get to the inn. You can eat then. Well, in the old days, this was a butcher. In the olden times, hey, it's still a butcher. They really follow you. If you go, it's airing out his house. He's like, "What do you want? Why'd you open my door?" You see a man whose eyes slowly shift back and forth as a crooked smile curls his lips. He walks up to you, looks you up and down. "Oh, there must be a traveling show in town," he says, sniggering. "That's a very nice clown costume. Who art thou?" "None of thy concern. Rude dog." "It's not the welcoming place I remember." "This is not the placement of the tavern I remember." "This has got to be the tavern with the music and the..." "All right, well, let's introduce ourselves." You see the town's bartender. She looks very busy, but she obviously takes pride in her work. "Howdy. I'm Polly. It's a pleasure to meet thee. You own this place. I'm the owner and proprietor of the Salty Dog, the finest eating and drinking establishment in all of Paws, at thy service." Yeah, this isn't Dr. Cat's place. Paws. This place seems different. Actually, there's no other inns or pubs in Paws. It's a small place, but our food and drink here is quite good, honestly. I have both food and drink right now, so... Boys, pull up a chair. Time for lunch. It's probably close to noon, a little bit after noon. Who wants the food? I think it's the kid that's hungry. Oh, YOLO's hungry. I'm not. I did eat a big leg of mutton before I went to bed. It's not good for the digestion. Alright, YOLO and the kid are hungry. Guess a leg of mutton each. That should probably do them for now. I should remember this too. I can just click on the books. I don't have to pick it up. I don't have to steal it. I can just click on it and look at what's in there. And if it's a useful book, I can take it. The Salty Dog Register. Adam of You. The Avatar. I don't remember ever being here. Not in this place. Joel of Britain. Tim of You. Blorn of Vesper, Sir Dupre. Sir Dupre's going to be in the register of every bar, I'll bet you. If every bar has one of these registers, he's going to be in every one of them. It does make me want to look at more books back intrinsic, like you suggested, Stu. Okay, well, we've eaten. Tavern's not really a happening place right now. Everybody's working or at home. Do 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 do. Out to the dock. Butcher's Tavern. I should look at the clue book. It is a new town. Pause. Pause. There's Polly, the innkeeper. There's not much in pause to give reason for a visit. Most of us eke out a passable existence. A few of us even fare a bit better than that. The exception is Morphin. I had no idea butchers do so well, if thou dost catch my meaning. And I never see where all that serpent venom he sells go to. Were I a betting woman, I would lay odds that he would have no qualms in selling his own kin were the price right. But thou didst not hear this from me. There always seems to be kind of like a really suspect, shady vendor. I remember there was a mortician at Empath Abbey in number 6. And he was... I can't remember what it was. I don't think he was killing people, but he was... I don't know, stealing dead bodies or doing some strange things to dead bodies. Doing strange things to dead bodies. Pause does not seem very much in way of trouble. The miserable economy has hit everyone hard. Alina's poor husband, Weston, was jailed in Britain for stealing. When a man must resort to theft to feed his family, thou canst surely see that there's something very wrong in Lord British's realm. Fairdwin and his wife has set up shelter for those without a home, but it is sponsored by the Fellowship, so not everyone is willing to accept its hospitality. As a matter of fact, Cormor, Fenn, and Merrick were once good friends until Merrick turned coat, as they claim, and moved into the shelter. Cormor, Fenn, and Merrick were good pals until Merrick moved into the shelter. I should not be so hard on the Fellowship. After all, they offer a new hope. No one has seen or heard peep from the so-called Avatar in more than 200 years. The only one who still believes in the virtues is Camille. Camille. That's probably Camille, right? I wish I shared her optimism. Her son Tobias is a good boy, but even he thinks she holds too firmly to the old ways. Camille. Camille, bless you. Keeping the virtues alive. But then, deep inside, I wonder if he did not inherit a bit of her conviction, for I perceive his distrust of the Fellowship. If Garrett, he is Ferdwin's son, continues trying to persuade Camille to join the Fellowship, 'twill be only a matter of time before Tobias pops him one. Good lad, Tobias. Other than living off of what they can grow, Camille and her son earn a bit of extra money by selling wheat to Thurston the miller. So, Salty Dog is 5. This is where we came into town right here. It's the Butcher. House of Items. Is that what I'm standing in front of? Also, I forgot to pause. Damn. Just letting time get away on the Avatar. Gotta remember to do that. Alright. House of Items. Miller. See, the tavern I remember would have been more around about here, I think. That was Dr. Cat's place. Or maybe that's about right and the town's just kind of stretched out more in this direction. And they tore down the buildings down here or something. Okay. Camille. There's the virtuous. The lowly fellowship. Okay. To confirm Polly's assertions, I interviewed a few of the others in town. In general, they concurred with her observations, especially Thurston. However, he seemed more interested in discussing what she had to say about him than what she'd noticed about the town. Oh, we had a little bit of buffering there. We're all good now, though. Twitch does seem to just sort itself out if I let it go and not worry too terribly much about what it's doing. Even if I stall out or get some weird dropped frames or something, it catches up eventually. I did have that one bad stream, though, where I had to stop and then restart it. Alright, this is the house of items, collectibles, antiques. Just rushes out of her front door. You see an old woman who gives you a smile of grandmotherly sweetness. You can see immediately that her bison is poor. Her vision is poor. Her bison. Poor bison. What's your name? My name is Bavaria. Bavaria? What do you do? Well, I run the House of Items here in Pause. House of Items. It's a shop that sells antiques and previously used items. Running this shop allows me to remain youthful and active. It is heartening to sell things to the poor people of this town that they might not otherwise be able to afford. We're poor. I used to love this place. What happened to it? Here in Pause, the people have very little money, but it matters not because they care for each other. Pause. You'll always have a special place in my heart, Pause. There are many rare and fine things to be bought here in my shop, bargains to be had nowhere else in all of Britannia. Many fine things. Let me see, there's a cradle for sale, a rocking horse, a bell, an hourglass, a spittoon, a luke, a sextant. Oh, a sextant. Since I am moving a bit more slowly these days, I let my customers help themselves and take what they have bought. Providing they pay me first, of course. I do trust, pardon me, I do trust folks to pay me the correct amount. I'm nearly blind, I'm afraid. Here's our chance. Make off with some free stuff. Hourglass, I suppose. Probably most of these are useless, but hourglass would probably be the item that helps me tell time. Loot. Should get a loot for YOLO. I already have the sextant. I am curious what she wants for it, though. I have a sextant that was sold by the world-famous shipwright Owen of Minock. They're going to be building a monument for him, I understand. Anyways, the sailor who sold it to me had just suffered some harrowing experience out on the waters. He said when he sold it to me that he was going to retire. He obviously did not realize the value of this item. But I can let thee have it for 20 gold pieces! I bought the other one for 80. Oh man, that's what I get. I'm certain that you never buy things at the beginning of an RPG. Never spend your money at the beginning of an RPG. I'm certain I have something that will interest thee. Browse to the heart's content. How much you want for the hourglass? I also have an antique hourglass. It was sold to me by this old man who was so daft that he could not recall how to use it. I will sell it to thee for 5 gold pieces. Sure. And what do you want for the loot? I have a loot for sale that once belonged to a traveling bard who lost in a game of dice. I'm asking 20 gold coins. A song would thou likes to buy it. It says much as a sextant. No, YOLO's just going to have to sing for now. Very well then. Do keep looking after all. That's why the shop's here. You thought you could also hear Bavaria mutter to herself for a few moments after saying this, but you are not entirely certain. Buy the spittoon. Alright, goodbye. Good day to thee, my lord. Gargan's gonna get loaded up on tobacco tonight. He knew. He knew what was up. Oh shit, I'll buy the loot. I can move the rocking horse. I'll buy the loot. 20 gold, whatever. Too nice a day. Love it. Love how they move around and do shit. Gotta put money into the local economy. I think thee, kind customer, thou mayest take thy loot. I can see that thou art a true artisan with an appreciation for quality. Okay. Can give the loot to YOLO. And there's my hourglass. Yeah, it doesn't do shit. I mean, I was thinking that right after I pressed OK to purchase it. How is an hourglass going to tell time? Well, I learned that the hard way with 5 gold. The avatar is not good with his money. Cradle. Damn! Holy shit! He's what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh dude. What happened? The war with the gargoyles. He's a quadriplegic. No, sorry, it looks like a paraplegic. You see a beggar. You cannot tell from the look on his face whether he's about to laugh or cry. Damn. What's your name? My name's Fen, my lord. Job. Job! Get a job! He looks away from you shamefully. I have none, my lord. I used to be a farmer in more prosperous times. I used to work with Comor and Merrick. He's my best friend and the bravest man I know. Merrick joined the fellowship so he could live in their shelter, the poor sod. If the Fellowship truly wants to help people, why would they let us starve just because we do not want to join? They cannot answer that one. Do not worry, we shall not starve. Camille sends her son Tobias with food and clothing for us every so often. Damn, Camille and Tobias living by the virtues. The Avatar blesses thee. Camille's a good woman. She lives at the farm bordering the dairy. Tobias, he's a fine lad, always willing to give us a hand, unlike that rude urchin Garrett. Garrett. He's the son of Fairdwin and Britta, who runs the shelter. Garrett crosses the road to avoid us. The shelter's right across this way, I think. If thou art so unfortunate as to want to live there, thou wouldst do better in the corner with Comer and I. I'm kind of agreeing with you. Even when pickpockets are light, there's still some mercy left in this world. Even when pockets are light, there's still mercy left in this world. Begging for money is not a proud profession, but there are worse ones. At least we do not have to do what Merrick does. He recruits for the Fellowship. I agree. Here, have some compassion. Wilt thou give me a bit of money? Yeah. How much? Kind of a tricky question, because in number 4, it's part of the game to gain compassion is to give money to beggars. It's an old Avatar tradition. But going along with tradition, I'll give him 1 gold. Because you get the same increase of compassion in number 4. Regardless of how much money. You could give the guy 500 gold in 1 lump, and then give him 1 gold, and it would give you the same amount of compassion. So that's why you go 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Thank thee, my lord. Give him another one. And this poor soul, this is Cormer, his buddy. Get back here. I can't see you underneath there. Damn, he's fast. Don't lose the hourglass. You don't need to carry it, but don't lose where it is. Maybe it wasn't such a bad thing I bought it. You see a beggar leaning on a crutch. His eyes shine like diamonds with sheer bitterness. Ugh. My name's Cormor. I'm a dancer, my lord. He cannot keep a straight face and almost falls off his crutches. I was not always a beggar, like Fen and Merrick. I used to be a farmer, too. But times got worse, and times are always bad in Paws. Paws, this place didn't used to be like this. A veritable wonderland, is it not? Well, I met your friend Fen. Fen and me are chums, and will be to the day we die. We share in each other's vast expanses of wealth. At least he's got some humor. Fen and me have been friends since we were little tiny babes. I like that. You guys are good dudes. Stick together. Yeah, verily, Fen and I share all that we own, which is, in its totality, is the clothes on our backs and the snot in our throats. Merrick, a royally rotten egg he is. Merrick turned on his back on us and now spends each night in a warm, cozy bed, which is more than either one of us have had for some time. Turned his back by joining the Fellowship. The only thing worse than this miserable existence is having Merrick sniff around and try to recruit us. The bloody parasite. Merrick sleeps in the shelter run by the Fellowship. They feed him too. He had to join before they would help him. We could have joined, but they are a foul lot. Anyone acting so bloody nice must be up to no good. There's some compromises we will not make, even to survive. It's noble, and there's not necessarily anything wrong with the Fellowship, but it's shady business, and they're just leaving these guys out here. The shelter, 'tis the large building filled with fawning hypocrites. Thou shouldst have little trouble finding it. I can give him 0. I just noticed that. I can give him 0. I'll give him the same amount. 2 coins. Compassion isn't one of the virtues the Avatar's strongest in. Try to help out where I can, though. The flour mill. Probably the only person in this place that's hard at work. You see a man covered with the sweat of a hard day's work. Kiwi had to go out. I might need to take a short break after pause here and get a little bit of food. But this is a mega stream. We're doing a mega stream. Abs Nerdity with the host. How's it going, man? Good to see ya. Welcome for the exciting beginning of Ultima VII. This is the one that I've been really looking forward to. This one. I basically slogged through all that shit. A Calibeth 1, 2, 3, even 4 I didn't like that much. And now we get to play a real game. See a man covered with the sweat of a hard day's work. I'm thirsting. You're thirsting? Well, you better go down to the bar. I operate the mill here in Pause. The local economy depends on the mill for flour, so I ensure that the mill runs. Sometimes I feel that keeping the wheels turning is the only reason to live. I have no wife or family. I have thought about joining the Fellowship, but I refuse. I have nothing but my work, and drink at this salty dog now and then. Yeah, the salty dog. In truth, I go there more to be near Polly, the innkeeper, than for the wine. But she's always busy tending bar and has no time for me, I'm sure. This guy's got to get some confidence. He's like the only person in Pause with a job. Blue, how's it going? Blue Bolt, what's up? Mega stream. Pause. Tell me about Pause. In case thou hast not noticed, the people who live here are not so well off as their cousins who live in Britain. In fact, we have even had a theft recently. Oh, really? What happened? Indeed, thou shouldst be wary, my lord. There's a thief in this town. Oh, we have another mystery to solve. Morphin, a merchant, had several vials of valuable silver snake venom stolen. Morphin, the asshole who runs the butcher shop. What is he doing with snake venom? It's procured from the silver serpent. I believe gargoyles used it habitually in the old days. I'm not so sure what it might do to a human. Perhaps Morphin can tell thee more. I'm gonna get hooked on snake venom. Silver serpent juice. What's your feelings about the Fellowship? I know they do good work here in town, but there's just something about them that makes me uncomfortable. Sack will cost 12 gold. No. We'll get into the crafting and maybe some of the buying and selling. Maybe I'll purchase a sack on my way out, see how much it sells in Britain. But I don't need to be carrying around a sack of flour with me right now. I don't need that. There's the House of Items. That would make that the bar right underneath us. No, that's the butcher shop and the bar. So right across is the shelter. Across this bridge, right? Anybody home? Oh, we've got somebody here. See a cheerful, handsome young man who gives you a friendly wave as you approach. Who are you? My name's Andrew. How art thou, my lord? Andrew. I don't think anybody talked about this guy. Phantasy Star Online. Really? That's the only PSO that I know. It's Phantasy Star Online. Like OG? Dreamcast? GameCube? Or I know there's many Phantasy Star Onlines. What do you do around here, Andrew? I'm the owner and proprietor of the dairy here in Paws. Oh, I love milk. Especially fresh milk. Of course, everyone is up in arms about this business concerning the missing venom. Be wary, for there is the thief in this town. Some silver serpent venom was stolen from Morphin. He bought the slaughterhouse a few years ago, soon after he joined the Fellowship. I knew the previous owner. He was just a lad when I first saw the old slaughterhouse. The old man who owned it even showed me the storeroom in there once. The door to it is locked, I think. Morphin has the key somewhere in his house. Gonna have a little late night stealth operation. It could be hidden anywhere. With all the trade that occurs in this town, it would be easy to hide. I do not know much else about the substance. Perhaps Morphin himself would know what kinds of effects it might produce. Yes, I will sell milk and cheese. Thou mayest find the dairy between Camille's farm and the slaughterhouse. He's always busy, coming and going at all hours, sometimes carrying things. Camille's a good woman. She's still an advocate of the old virtues. She runs the farm by herself. Well, with the help of her son Tobias. A rather defensive young lad. I cannot say that I know much about him. Maybe get some of that milk and cheese on the way out of town, too. I hope this was of some assistance to thee, my lord. So when he was identifying the dairy, he must have just been talking about that house, just in case if I caught him out in the road, or maybe talked to him while he was in the tavern. Oh, is this Camille? A stern-looking woman stares back at you without humor. Kyo, thanks for dropping by. Kyo with the host. What's going on, Kyo? Blueburst. Blueburst is the GameCube one, isn't it? With cards. Oh, 1 second. I got to stretch here. Neck's getting sore from holding up my noggin. I am Britta. Oh, this is the shelter. Britta. She looks like a follower. Yeah, you run the shelter, right? I help my husband, Fairdwin, run the Fellowship shelter and pause. I've heard a lot of bad things about the shelter. Running the shelter is hard work for my husband and me. But it is worth the effort to ease the suffering of those less fortunate than we. Do you? Do you ease the suffering of the people of Pause? We hear about everything that goes on in Pause, and I do not know about it than my husband does. Is there anyone in particular thou dost wish to know about? No, not right now. It's good to determine an impression of others on one's own. Fairdwin. Mine husband is a good man who devotes himself selflessly to helping the poor of this town, something that they do not appreciate. He's a good man and a dutiful fellowship member. How about that fellowship? Thou shouldst speak to mine husband for the fellowship. I am certain thou wilt be most impressed by what he shall have to tell thee. How about this snake venom thief? One of our members, a local merchant named Morphin, had a shipment of silver serpent venom stolen from him. Not that I care about the venom itself, but it is it not most shocking? I've never seen any myself. I have no idea what it does to somebody, but I cannot possibly be good. Not possibly be good. Mayest thou walk with the Fellowship, Avatar. I never told her I was the Avatar. See a small man with a twisted slope posture. He looks you up and down before deciding he will speak with you. I had gotten word that you were coming to the town. I have been expecting thee. I must admit, though, I find it difficult to believe that thou art truly the Avatar. Word gets around Britannia. Moist gusset. That's it's good to see you. God, my brain is 5.5 hours on stream, so you'll have to forgive me a little bit. Moist gusset, thanks for coming by. Good to see you. Absolutely. Thy lies shall have brought thee low. Who are you? You're... Oh, Fairdwin. With a sloped posture. Fairdwin. I thought he might have been the baker's friend. The one that turned... Merrick. That was his name. Merrick. The coward. Fairdwin. I run the Fellowship shelter with my wife Britta and my son Garrett here in Pause. As this is a small town with few privileges and little privacy, our family has come to know everyone in Pause quite well. Is there someone thou dost wish to hear about? I am well acquainted with these people. Wouldst thou like to join? No. Thou dost not yet comprehend how much thy life could be improved through the guidance of the Fellowship. Yes. I'm not into joining up with the zealots. Britta, your wife, I talked to her already. As thou dost already know my wife Britta, I'm certain thou will agree that thou couldst not find a more dedicated practitioner of the Fellowship's teachings. And your son Garrett. Thankfully, we have been able to raise our son properly by emphasizing the teachings of the Fellowship. Garrett shall not be trapped in the poverty of his surroundings. He shall be intellectually, spiritually, and morally superior. Ooh, he's talented too. Superior? That's kind of going against the tenets of his own tenets. Everybody, isn't that the second part of the Fellowship? Love, what is it? Trust thy brother? Yeah, tell me about the shelter. This is the only place in all of Britannia designed to aid and care for the poor. It is hard work, but then maybe it's the only place where where there's people struggling to get by. Bet you if we go up north into Britain, we're not going to have such issues. It's hard work, but then one strives to be worthy of that which we wish to receive. How about the people that live there? Our residents include Alina and her child and Merrick. Her husband is currently in Britain somewhere. I do not know the details. She has a small child. Merrick, a splendid example of the Fellowship turning someone's life around. Presently, he resides in our shelter. They would be Morphin, Andrew, Thurston, and Beverlia. The font. Beverlia. She is a nearly blind elderly woman who runs the antique shop. Thurston owns the mill. He could do better if he ran his business with more of an eye towards profit. Andrew's such a happy young man. He doth not notice the myriad of personal problems that he is afflicted with. I really hate this guy. Morphin is the clever and industrious member of the Fellowship. He runs the local slaughterhouse and also is a snake venom merchant. Yes, I've been hearing about the snake venom. Morphin, the local merchant, informs me that a quantity of silver serpent venom was stolen from him. The thief is still at large, so be wary. Of course, I do not know why anyone would want the vile substance. It is surely not good for one's health. That would be Camille and her son Tobias. And how about the beggars, the ones you've left behind? Oh, them. Cormer and Fenn. Ferdwin rolls his eyes. Cormer is the most hateful man I've ever met. He is a bundle of bitterness. And all the time I've known him, Cormer has never spoken a word to me that was not, at the best, a thinly veiled insult. Fenn is a beggar who refuses all aid from the Fellowship, a pathetic case. Not even his former friend Merrick can reach him anymore. Maybe they have a little something called virtue. Camille's a sad woman, a widow, who is living in the past. It's a pity, really. Fortunately, her husband left her the farm, which does happen to turn a profit. Tobias is a local rascal. I normally would not allow Garrett to associate with such a troublemaker, but the Fellowship has taught me to be a tolerant parent. Besides, associating with my son might do the lad some good. Who knows? Yes, your son, Garrett, so talented. He plays the whistle, panpipes, extremely well for a lad his age. Berta and I are very proud. He could probably attend a music hall in Britain when he's older. Mayst thou walk with the Fellowship. Pay a visit to those shelter members later. This will be Camille's place. Tracer Man, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. This is Camille. One of the only people with any sense in this village, it sounds like. You see a farm woman. She rubs her hands, which are covered with dirt and lines drawn by toil. My dreams have become a reality. Thou art the Avatar, are thou not? I recognize thee immediately. "6'5" and rude as hell. Stagger Lee. My name's Camille, Avatar. It is an honor to meet thee. You farm this land? I run a small farm here in Paws with my son, Tobias. I am a widow. Yeah, I've heard your son's a good kid. He's basically a good boy. He works hard and misses his father. Well, your farm looks like it's doing pretty good. Tracer Man, thanks for the follow. While tending to your plants, awesome. That's wicked. Yes. Gardening is good. Plants make you feel good. I grow a few crops, especially carrots and wheat. 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 It's one of the main crops out here where I live. I've always really liked wheat. Wheat beer is my favorite type of beer. That reminds me, this package needs to be taken to the mill today. If thou canst deliver it for me, Thurston will pay thee for it. Wilt thou? Sure. No problem. Be sure to take this to Thurston, the mill owner. He shall pay thee for thy trouble. Yeah, wheat was like Paws, wheat and flour was Paws like main resource back in the day, back before the trouble hit it. Whatever trouble hit it. There's nothing specific. It just sounds like this place is fallen on hard times. Carrots. I believe my carrots are especially tasty. Wouldst thou like to purchase some? They would only cost thee 1 gold for 3. Gladly. Well, let's take 6. Then we can all have 2. I'm sure thou wilt love them. So what do you think about your home, Paws? Life is hard here in Paws. It's a town of poor people with all the ills that poverty brings. At least the Fellowship brings us some relief. Recently our town has been plagued by a thief. I heard about that. How is the Fellowship helping, though? I'm not sure whether I trust the Fellowship. Well, I guess they are. I mean, they have people living in that shelter, and they're feeding them, and they're giving them homes. It's just, if you don't subscribe to their religion, they're not going to give you shit. It has undoubtedly done some good things in this world, so I cannot be all that bad, or at least the people in it cannot be all that bad. I like that. It can't be all that bad, or at least the people in it can't be all that bad. Some silver serpent venom was stolen from the merchant Morphin who operates in the slaughterhouse. Pleasant journey, Avatar. Well, I hope I made her day. She witnessed the Avatar firsthand. Tobias, get back here. That's got to be your kid. Yeah, these crops are looking pretty haggard. Damn it! Oh, you little shit. Be valorous, stand still. Chased him right to the edge of the property. How am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying this game. It's a really, really good one. For sure. 3.5 hours in. And I would say it's quickly becoming my favorite out of the series. At least the mainline series. Ultima Underworld 1 was very good. See a skulking lad who doesn't seem to want to look you in the eye. Just what I need, another avatar, he mumbles under his breath. You Tobias? I'm Tobias. I suppose I'm to believe that you are somebody important. Job! I'm too young to have a job. I must help my mother on the farm. Farm! My mother grows grain. Tobias looks at you as if he thinks you are a bit dim. Grain! She sells grain to Thurston of the miller from time to time so that we may go to the pub and buy milk at the dairy every once in a while. But we usually just grow crops to keep ourselves fed. Dairy. The dairy is south of the shelter. Andrew, the man who runs the dairy, his father was friends with my father. Thurston? He is one of the few people in town that I like. He's nice to us. Shelter. It's that place just south of here. It's run by the Fellowship. Mother. Her name is Camille. She speaks of thee, or rather, she speaks of the Avatar, is what I meant to say. Some people in town think she's mad because she still believes in the 8 virtues. Thou hast already met her. Yeah, Avatar. That's me. Art thou truly the Avatar? I am. Thou art no avatar, Tobias frowns. I really am, though. I don't know what to say, kid. I can't lie to you. That's against the virtues. How do you feel about your virtues? My mother once took me to the Shrine of Sacrifice when I was younger. That was soon after my father died, so I do not remember it very well. I do not think that it's there anymore, for she never talks about going back. I think that perhaps she does not want to mention it because there are so many in town who belong to the Fellowship, and because it makes her sad. For the first time, he looks at you in the eye. I hate the Fellowship! The only other person in town my own age is that cretin Garrett, and that's all he ever talks about. He's always trying to convince my mother to join. He clenches his fist angrily. Please do not mention them again. Is your mother gonna join? Those bloody Fellowship people know that everyone is never more than a meal away from being penniless. They say that they want us to join immediately because the shelter is intended to help only Fellowship members. If we ever need to live there, they may have to turn us away in favor for other Fellowship members. Garrett, he's the only other boy in town, anywhere near my age. His parents do not want him playing with me because they think that associating with those kinds of people will hamper his education or some such rubbish. I cannot stand the little bastard. And I hate the way he plays those stinking whistle panpipes. What about the thief? You know anything about the thief, kid? There's a thief running free in paws. He stole the silver serpent venom from Morphin, owner of the slaughterhouse. No one knows who he is. Same information everybody says. Be on their way then, oh so great and wise Avatar. Kid's got moxie. I'll give him that. I really got turned around in these fields. Okay. Ah, Britain. We'll just pretend I didn't go up there. We're not ready for Britain. Yeah, pause really does just go straight into Britain, doesn't it? Hate it when people write kids as adults. Well, this is a kid that's truly suffered. A lot's happened to him. And I think that when that happens to you at any age, it sort of hardens you. Look at this little bastard. This must be Merrick. Shit-eating grin. You see a nervous man who constantly blinks. He sees you and looks like he's in a stint. Who art thou? I'm Morgan. Very well, Morgan. What dost thou want? Who are you? I'm Merrick. It's your job. I used to be a farmer here in Paws. Now I suppose I work for the Fellowship. I live in their shelter. Dun 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 dun. I have lived here in Paws all my life, and I will not leave it now. I shall never leave. I was a farmer, of course. That was never... I was a farmer, of course. That was before the 7-year drought. Comor, Fen, and myself were reduced to paupers. Yeah, they're good dudes. He once owned the largest farms in all of Britannia. He was born to wealthy parents. After he lost his farm, he took to sleeping along the road. One night, a gang of bullies wanted to steal his gold. Oh, shit. And he had none, so they beat him until he was lame. He's a very bitter man. Tragic. Comer. Damn. I hate to hear what happened to Fen. Fen was a farm laborer, and he was one of Comer's most trusted friends. With the farm gone, Fen just did not have any place to go or any way to live. For years, Comor, Fen, and I lived off the rubbish of others, sleeping by the side of the road. Then I found the Fellowship, and my life was changed for the better. I have tried to share my newfound fortune with my friends, but I fear that they hate me for being more resourceful than they. The Fellowship is the philosophical group devoted to the teachings of a truly great man named Batlin. In the absence of the Avatar, Batlin has become a sort of spiritual father for the people of Britannia. Batlin was, he was all over the manual. The whole manual was contrived by Batlin. Through his speeches and his writings, he has changed the lives of many people, including my own. The Fellowship advanced the philosophy of sanguine cognition, the way cognition, a way to apply a confident order of thought to one's life, through what is called the triad of inner strength. The triad is simply 3 basic principles that, when applied to unison, enable one to be more creative, satisfied, and successful in life. They are strive for unity, trust the brother, and worthiness precedes reward. Strive, unity basically means work together. Trust, brother, implies that we are all the same. Look out for each other. Worthiness precedes reward suggests that we must strive to be worthy of that which we want out of life. Dost thou want to join? No. Oh well, perhaps thou canst become enlightened another time. Yeah, I've heard the spiel many times now. Know anything about this thief? I have heard that some of Morphin's venom hath been stolen. I cannot imagine who would do it unless it was that brat that lives with the farmer widow. I believe his name is Tobias. Maybe. Maybe he did steal it. I don't know what he would need it for. I just love the fucking sound effects in this game. Alright, where's that mill? This is the mill here. To get this guy his wheat. Unless he's on break, maybe he's at the tavern. Da-da-da-da, adventure. Is that him over there? Greetings, my lord, says Thurston. Thurston, I know I caught you in the middle of flirting with the innkeeper, but I have this delivery here for you. You give the sack over to Thurston. He opens it and reaches inside. His hand comes back out, filled with wheat. He sifts through it with his fingers. I know Camille is oft quite busy running her farm. Thanks to thee making the delivery. This should compensate thee for the trouble. He hands you 10 gold pieces. 10 gold pieces. I can spend that on beer. You know anything about this thief? Indeed, thou should be wary, my lord. There's a thief in this town. I'm going to spend that 10 gold right now. Polly, what can I do for ye? We got mead, ale, jerky. That'll be good for the road. Let's get some ale. Nothing else I wish to buy. But hey, what do you think about Thurston? You relate to Polly what you heard Thurston say about her. She is taken completely by surprise. Thurston really said that about me? I've always liked him, but in truth I have always thought I was not good enough for him. Shit. Avatar's matchmaking. That's it, eh? Doesn't do anything else. Alright, guys, take a seat. Dinner time. Who's hungry? I got a leg of mutton in one hand and my dagger in the other. Nobody's hungry. I thought somebody was. Got the carrots. There's my ale. Very tasty. I should have another one. Yeah. Pause still makes a good brew. Can you get drunk in this game? Does something happen to me if I drink too much? Better save it. It's been a little bit since I saved it. Okay, guys, I'm gonna make like the Avatar and take a short break and get some food of my own and maybe an ale. Z for stats, yes, of course. Thank you, Stu. Me and my my aversion to hotkeys. Like I want to use them, I just forget about it all the time. Okay, so Remember, mega stream. It's just a break. So I'll leave you guys with some Ultimate tunes, and hopefully see you back shortly. Sorry, guys. I ran off to take my break, and I totally forgot that the Ultima VII music was still playing. So not only did you get the tunes I put on, but then you got the every now and then you'd probably hear some of the tunes from the actual game. Forgot to mute it. All right, I'm back with an ale, a fine ale from Pause, a fine wheat ale from Pause. We are back. Back to Britannia. We need to solve the... let me take a second to collect my thoughts here. We need to solve... Hey, Mike, what's up? Welcome. We need to solve the problem of the missing snake venom. And that's really it, isn't it? Here in Pause. And then we just move back on up north to Britain. Really, this is just a stopover. We're trying to get to Britain so we can talk to Lord British and find out what the hell's been going on the last 200 years. But I'm totally talking away from the microphone. Yeah. So, and then there was also... it was the dairy farmer who mentioned that Morphin the butcher here in Pause might be up to no good, and that he has a key to the back of his shop in his shop. So maybe we can get away with that, breaking into his shop without putting the virtues at risk. Give her a little save, and then we'll just continue on. Somebody's got a bad feeling. So we'll just go and talk to the butcher. I haven't seen a cow yet. That's kind of a fucked up looking cow. Moo. It's a cow, but it's like... muscular. Alright, that's the locked door. I see an axe in there. I suppose this could be my chance to find the key while he's gone. I'm kind of surprised you can't crawl through doors and windows. Check on... oh. There we go. There's our key. No, that didn't do it. We need some light in here. We're running covert espionage action, but gotta expose myself a little bit so I can get a better look. What else can we move? Oh, don't touch that shit. YOLO didn't like that. Must we do this? Yeah, he doesn't want me to move stuff around. I'm gonna have to just reload it, I think. I don't want to piss off my party members. Let's see if we can find that key first, though. I found a key, just not the key. Out here, hidden somewhere, maybe? It's beefy! What is this supposed to be? Snow? Or is it like a light rain? Go. Can't move the rock. Yeah, I don't see anything. It was just the key under the bucket. That's it. Must we do this? I'm just tossing the guy's links all over the room.
You had best not do that, Avatar.
Guardian's giving me shit now. Well, it doesn't seem to be in any obvious place. Sort of surprised that the key I found under the bucket didn't work. And I just don't see it anywhere else on his property. Maybe I misread what the dairy farmer said. Greetings, my lord, says Morphin. Morphin, hello. You're the butcher. I'm a merchant who operates one of the most thriving businesses in Paws, which includes the slaughterhouse. I take it thou hast noticed the smell. If so, I do apologize. He shrugs his shoulders, grinning, and holds his palms upward. I think of it as the smell of success. Thou mayest purchase some meat if thou wishest. Maybe on the way out of town. What else do you sell? Oh, I sell a little this and a little that here and there. Wherever there's demand, I try to supply it. There's quite a demand for the venom of silver serpent in certain areas, for instance. I keep a small stock of silver serpent venom from time to time, which I sell to the apothecary in Britannia for a modest profit. The government is trying to control sales of it until they can determine how dangerous its effects are. And how dangerous are the effects? They are widely known. Silver serpent venom is a reagent that, when ingested in small doses, temporarily enhances one's physical strength, stamina, and quickness, along with bringing a feeling of euphoria. After the effects wear off, the subject feels quite drained. This tends to make him want to take it again. Prolonged use in such a fashion will bring about a condition that deteriorates the skin, eventually causing it to rot away. Good Lord. Finally, too great a dose, or too great an acclimation of doses, is fatal, as the venom is a deadly poison. It may very well have some healing properties when used in other ways we have yet to discover. But any user of the venom should not do so without caution. Steroids, Ultima steroids, that make your skin fall off. Sorry, let me roll back chat here a little bit. If you give it to a party member, then I'm guessing you're talking about, some of those items I was getting called out for stealing there, Stu. But if you give them to a party member, you can own it without getting them mad, and then you can move it around all you want. Abusing the mechanics. Party members don't bitch at you if you move things while your bag is open. Yeah, I kind of got that feeling, especially when the Guardian was giving me shit. That, if you muck around with stealing too much, they're going to get upset and leave. One way to soft lock the game. Got to be careful about that. Oh, I probably won't muck around with that too much. It does seem like kind of an abuse to me. As always, though, definitely thanks for the heads up on that. Any user of the venom should not do so without caution. User. I do not believe I have noticed anyone in town who is showing the symptoms of venom use. From now on I shall keep watch, so thou shouldest ask again later. His name is Kessler. Kessler, an apothecary in Britain. I do suppose my ventures are profitable enough for me to afford to move to Britain, but things are so much less expensive here. Of course, the theft has me a bit wary. If thou dost wish to know more about the people here, speak to the couple who run the Fellowship Shelter, Ferdwin and Britta. Thou art a stranger in Pause. Beware of the thief who roams this town. The culprit has stolen a quantity of my valuable silver serpent venom. Terrible crime, causing me no small amount of monetary distress. It has caused the surrounding community to worry about their possessions as well. I would be thine humble servant, shouldst thou help investigate the matter. Wilt thou? Yes. Then I shall cooperate fully, my lord. Yeah, I'm already on the trail. The Avatar's on the job. Who's this other guy? Ah, yes, Thurston. Thurston, I told Polly about your feelings for her. You relate to Thurston what Polly had said about him. He looks at you with joyous surprise. Did Polly really say these things? It's ridiculous that she believes I'm too good for her. Suddenly, he forgets his work and starts hurrying around in excitement. For years I have loved this woman from afar. I will begin courting her immediately. Congratulations. Good day to thee, my lord. Hitch. Avatar Hitch. I gotta find some of that serpent venom to microdose. Or, bag the evidence. I love how the shopkeepers, like, when you walk into their shop, they run at you. Friedwin is the only one whose name isn't capitalized. That's that's interesting, eh? I should go talk to them again. Too cold for these to be open. Greetings to thee, my lord, you hear Britta say. One of our members, a local merchant named Morphin. Yes, yes, yes. I need to know about people. Tell me about people. Shelter. I've already spoken to them about all that. This is what I want. Is there anyone in particular that I wish to know about? Alina, Camille, Polly, Ferdwin. Let's hear about Alina. I don't even know who that is. Alina lives in the shelter with her baby, poor thing. Her husband is a common thief who even now sits in the prison. But we shall help her get her life straightened out once we persuade her to join the fellowship. She is not smart enough, thou knowest, to see the advantages for herself. She must be carefully instructed. I'm really not fond of these two. Britta and Ferdwin. Feridwin, I guess, maybe. Camille is a farm widow. She tends to live in the past, following the old virtues and questioning the ways of the fellowship. These country folk are so superstitious, thou knowest. It is a fault of their low intellect. She does not even notice that what a hooligan her boy Tobias is growing up to be, not at all like our son Garrett. Britta beams. Garrett's a wonderful son. He's being raised to follow the values of the fellowship. His worthiness has been rewarded. Garrett is so talented at the whistle panpipes. It's truly a gift. It depends who you ask. The font is harder to read in the dark. Yeah. Tobias, a simply wretched little urchin, always skulking, but then one must realize that he has no father to discipline him properly. Polly runs the local tavern to be near people. She's a lovely soul and feels that there's simply no one who wishes for her heart. It makes me so sad to think of her. She could find all the companionship she could want if she would join the fellowship. Well, I've settled that. I've settled that problem for her. My husband is the most honorable man I've ever met in my life. Alright, go put the candles on. Thou dost wish to speak with me again, Avatar? I already asked him about all these guys. Yeah, no new information to glean there. Well, I say that, but there was a merchant's option, and I don't remember ever clicking on that. Pause. Merchants. Kid, get up. What was that noise? Garrett, you little shit. I haven't talked to this kid yet. You see a jovial young man who gives you a friendly greeting. I'm Garrett, the son of Ferdwin and Britta. Oh, she's just my mother. She does whatever my father doth tell her to do. My father works for the Fellowship, helping the poor people in Pause. He tries to recruit them, but most refuse. My father says that the poor people reject the Fellowship because of the triad of inner strength requires strength of character. My father says that the poor are weak of character, and that is why they are poor. They do not have to be. They are just too lazy to work. Dost thou agree? No. Then thou must be a person of weak character also. I'm the goddamn Avatar, you little punk. My father was once the head recruiter in Britain until they moved him here. I once heard him talking to Mother about how the Fellowship was wasting its time here. Actually, I do not like this town very much. The people here are all poor, and the only one mine own age is Tobias. And, he adds, there's a thief here. He and his mother reject the Fellowship. They are witless and stupid, and I do not like them. There's a thief in this town. Our merchant Morphin has some valuable silver serpent venom stolen from him. The culprit is still free, so be wary. It's probably you little shit. Greetings to the... Oh, it's Britta. Bye-bye. Ho-hum. Looks like rain. Oh, my aching back. I thought I already talked to this feller.
Oh my god.
Came Leo. Thanks for the raid. How's it going, man? What's up? I'm sorry, how do I say your name properly? Is that Kame Leo? No. I'm sorry. Shame Leo. Raid the snake of his snacks. Please no, I just ate. I need to keep the snacks inside of me. Welcome everyone. Ultima 7 getting started. Well, not getting started anymore. We're almost 5 hours in, but it's good to see everyone. And it's just nighttime here in Pause in the evening. We're trying to find someone who's stealing silver serpent snake venom, which is like steroids, but makes your skin fall off if you take too much of it. That game timer really works. Yeah, it does. I'm liking it. I'll just have to remember to... Well, I suppose I didn't use it properly, did I? Because I should have paused it while I went and ate some dinner. So it's not wholly accurate, but whatever. Steroids that give you leprosy. Yes, that's the silver serpent snake venom. I thought I already talked to this fella. Like, I know I did. Maybe it was before the save or something, or he just resets his conversation every time. I believe his name is Tobias. Okay, yeah, the widow, Camille. So sorry I'm skipping through this for everybody that just joined, but yeah, I have talked to this guy already, so he doesn't really give anything too important. I just want to get through it. Asking me to join the fellowship? No? Okay. Let's move on. Useless. You see a simple peasant woman. Her face is etched with sorrow. I am Alina. I have none, my lord, save for being the mother of my child. I'm waiting for my husband, Weston, to return from Britain. Child? Cassie is my daughter, just a wee babe. She is mine only joy. Weston! Mine husband is imprisoned in Britain for stealing fruit from the royal orchard. Stealing? Mine husband is no thief, my lord. He went there to buy fruit for the child and me, so that we would have enough to eat. He has been wrongfully accused, I am certain of it. Eat! We are very poor. My baby and I are presently living in the fellowship shelter because we have nowhere else to go. Fellowship? It was a member of the fellowship that has accused my husband. Now they wish for me to join them. Oh, scummy. A member of the fellowship accused your husband. They say if I join, they will attempt to free my husband, but it was they who unjustly accused him. I cannot trust them, but I fear I may have no choice. They want you to join. I cannot join the fellowship without feeling that I am betraying my husband. How could I become one of those who have falsely accused him? Yet if I do not, they will allow my child and me to live here. She sobs and covers her face with her hands. It's so unfair. I must choose between starvation and betrayal. If only Weston were here. I do not know what to do. We are fortunate that we are able to live by the fellowship's good graces, but I do not know for how long we will be allowed to stay. They tell me that the shelter is only for members of the fellowship. Unless I join soon, I shall be asked to leave, and I have nowhere else to go. Pleasant day to thee, me lord. Her husband's in Britain. Well, we are going there. Maybe there's something we can do about that. There's no reason a man should be thrown in chains for trying to provide for his family. And, oh, yeah, I was like, where's her child? Because she's supposed to have a kid here. But, diaper. This is where it is. Baby in cradle. There we go. Ease yourself, you wee babe. The Avatar's here. I'm gonna solve all your guys' problems. For the 7th time. It's not late enough for people to be sleeping, but, oh, no, somebody is sleeping. Should probably just rest at the inn and then talk to everybody in the morning. I would have words with thee. I wish to speak with thee. Who? Avatar! Oh, Avatar, I have news! Garrett, my son, told me that Tobias was in possession of some silver snake venom. I went to investigate and found Tobias with it. I have often said that Tobias was no good. Now here's the proof. He is the thief that has been preying upon one of our honest merchants. And to think I let him come into contact with my son. I hope he shall be dealt with in a manner appropriate to one who is leading youth astray from the way of the fellowship. I suggest that thou go speak with his mother at once. Camille should keep a tighter rein on her offspring. Well, I guess I'll have to wake her ass up. Camille. Come on, get up. Is this true? Won't wake up. There we go. Avatar, my son Tobias has been wrongly accused. He is no thief, and I cannot believe a vial of venom was found in his possession. I truly believe it was planted there. Please, I beg thee, please clear my son's name. He has done no wrong. I know my son Tobias has suffered for not having a father. I have tried my best on my own to raise him well, but this farm requires so much work that I fear I do not have enough time to devote to him. But I know my heart that my son is not a thief. I might suggest that thou speak with Morphin again. He may have recognized signs of usage of this foul substance in other members of the village. We'll sort this out. Probably just rest until daytime unless Morphin is awake. Well, that's Thurston. And, okay, there's Andrew. I actually want to talk to Andrew again because he was mentioning that Morphin keeps his key hidden. Where was that? Maybe in job? Pause. Dairy. Slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse is run by Morphin the merchant. He is always busy coming and going at all hours, sometimes carrying things. He bought the slaughterhouse a few years ago. Soon after he joined the fellowship, I knew the previous owners. We read all this. The door to it is locked. I think Morphin has the key somewhere in his house. Maybe he doesn't live in the butcher shop, and that's my issue. I was looking for the key in the butcher shop. The man himself. Greetings, my lord, says Morphin. Okay, bye. I want to, I'll save it. Yeah, it's nice and dark, eh? Jeez, I really should light up one of my torches. I can't even see my inventory properly here. Bunch of carrots. I put all of my torches in a sack. There it is. Wonderful. Yeah, pause is so poor. Pause is so poor. There's they don't have light sources in their buildings. Carrots are good for your eyes. Tobias stole the venom. I'm not so sure Tobias was the one who stole the venom. I've not seen any of the signs of venom use in Tobias, and I'm quite familiar with its symptoms. Quite familiar. But now that I think he's just a pusher. But now that I think about it, I have noticed that Garrett has appeared very tired lately. He seems hyperactive one moment and unhealthy the next. Perhaps thou shouldst make a search of Garrett's belongings. Which reminds me, I saw him earlier playing near the slaughterhouse. He dropped this key. Perhaps it opens something significant. Here it is. Good day to thee. I gotta do something about these carrots. Get them in the food bag. That'll do. Give YOLO this loot. He already had it, but he can equip it now. I'm surprised I can't use it like I have been able to in previous games. Double clicking doesn't seem to do anything anyways. But first and foremost, YOLO is a bard, so he deserves his instrument of choice. Drop it on the ground to use it. The closing up the doors. The loot, yeah. When do we eat? Who's hungry? It'll be the old man, I'm sure. No? Must be the kid. Oh, it's me. After I gave him that leg of mutton, he's pretty satisfied. Can't use it on my paper doll. There we go. Oh. Z for stats, and we're good. I'll actually try, whoops. I'll try putting that loot on the ground. God damn it. I'll get used to the inventory eventually. Well, apparently it's playing music. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, in a lot of the other games, Ultima Underworld included, they gave you 1 to 0 on the number pad would do different notes. And I still have my number combination to play stones. Beezy. Beezy. Hark, thou looks like the legendary Solid Snake. Art thou him? The Avatar has returned to Britannia after 200 years. Beezy, it's great to see you. The inventory in this game is definitely a game within the game. Medieval MP3. Yeah. Weird indeed. Hopefully it's not a Munt problem. Munt looks like it's working well. His hands are full because the crossbow's two-handed. Oh, I wonder. So does it just play a note? Does it just play a little tune on it, or can you actually play music on it? Whoops, I know your name. Your friend snorts. What art thou joking, my lord? Thou dost know thy old friend YOLO. He can carry it on his back for now. YOLO's pure snark. Okay, what the hell was I doing? Yeah, I was going to look for Morphin's house. And then we need to go through that little shit's Garrett stuff. Looks like a key to me. And my people aren't getting upset at me for mucking around in this room. That guy might, though. Hey, Morphin, how's it going? What was that noise? Genome soldier. Nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. That is Morphin, is it not? Greetings, my lord. Yep. And our poor buddies here. Spent torch. Is there... Should I hold on to spent torches, or should I just toss them? I could probably rewrap it. Tactical avatar action. so damn dark. There's these candles right here, though. Let's light these. Success. Let's see what kind of secrets this guy's up to in here. A two-handed axe. Very nice. Definitely an upgrade. Now, need that specific spent torch for the end game. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just toss him for now. I mean, I probably can refresh the torch, but you know, the effort is probably way more than just buying a stack of torches. You can use a spent torch as a weapon. Okay, well, so this will tell me if I'm stealing or not. But I seem to be good. This isn't giving me... It's not giving me any of the feedback that it was before.
You had best not do that, Avatar.
Oh. Well, just because my friends aren't talking about it doesn't mean I'm not stealing things, right? Maybe it's just the pants. Maybe they just don't like me stealing the pants. Yeah, I get you. Snitches get stitches, YOLO. Well, let's see everything in here first. Avatar? Locked chest. I bet you that's what this key is for. Me with my big, brutal, two-handed axe. See, they're not giving me shit for grabbing the keys, though, either. What do you got here? Gold bars! A book? Morphin of Paws, Ledger of Venom Sales. Damn, these things sell for pretty good. It's all right here. We got 'em. Book 'em. They're not giving me shit for stealing this, though. Probably because this bag is open, right? You can loot things out of chests, but you can't loot things off of the walls and whatnot. Well, I want those gold bars, the snake venom, and that axe. I'll take the punishment. I'll take the punishment. Any kind of UI open pauses the game. So then, because it's paused, you know, they don't count it as stealing. Paused and pause. But it is still curious to me that it doesn't seem too worried about the keys. Like I was able to march right into Morphin's place and take his key without too much. Just want to see if they're going to give me shit about it. Yeah, they do.
You had best not do that, Avatar.
You had best not do that, Avatar. If they do count it as stealing, they'll react. Oh, they'll react when the game resumes. Will they? So then once I leave, they should treat that as stealing. But they don't react, though. I mean, obviously, I just don't want to get into the kind of position where my party members are gonna abandon me because I went robbing people. Gotta get my venom. If they think snake venom is potent stuff, they should try Avatar venom. And I'll leave him behind his keys. He can have his keys back. There's been a thief in pause. Unless you put it in one of their inventory instead of my own. Yeah, I can't believe Garrett stole all the venom and gold in this axe. Jeez, Garrett. Man. Okay. I'll reload it one last time then. And, sorry, we'll just do this again. So I want to give it to my party members. I don't know if I like this. It feels like a cheese. But the game's virtually given it to me. I mean, they said, hey, here's the key. Go take this guy's stuff. I guess that's why they did it, though, was because they're like, haha, you're gonna get bit for it. Just this once. The Avatar, I'll get Garrett to, or I'll get Spark to do it. Spark, you just hold on to that for me. But Mr. Avatar, isn't that steal? Shh. No. This is, We need this for our quest. We need these 5 gold bars for our quest. And all this snake venom. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Valor's the only virtue you gotta worry about, little spark. Okay, so I did that. It's all on Spark. In theory, it should be fine now, right? Like, I got away with it. Yeah, I patched it with Ultima Patcher. I'd have to check what specifically it did. I know it fixed the earthquake animation. I know it did that. The cow saw everything. So this just belongs to me now. I can just take this stuff out of... He's got a gold bar in his hand. Nice. He should walk around with the gold bar in his hand. Somebody asks him about it. If Morphin gives him any shit, I'll just show him the axe. Avatar business. Now we gotta rob this little shit Garrett. Right in front of his parents. Put the key on his bed. What art thou doing? I'll tell you what. Look! Evidence! What art thou doing here? It's your son. I found the venom. Thou dost say the vial of venom was found in Garrett's belongings? I do not believe it! Art thou saying my son is a liar and a thief? I will not believe it! Good day to thee! Thou didst find the venom vial in Garrett's belongings. I'm amazed. I'm astonished. I am sorry. Case is solved. Thankfully, we can now put this business of snake venom thefts behind us. Thanks to thy through thorough efforts, I shall deal with my son. Let us speak of this no more. Wake up. What was that noise? It's the noise of justice slamming its fist into your face. A pleasant day to thee, my lord, says Garrett. I've found the venom. Thou hast found me out. Yes, it was I who planted the venom on Tobias. He did deserve it. I beg thee, please do not tell my parents. I already did. I stole the venom from Morphin so I could put the blame on Tobias. What a little bastard. I may not have told the truth about Tobias stealing the venom, but I do know he's up to no good. He shall come to a bad end, just thou wait and see. I do not know why Morphin has it or what he does with it. I only knew it was valuable and that it would cause everyone worry if it was stolen. Garrett does not meet your eyes. You instinctively know he's not telling the truth and may very well be using the venom. Kid, are you using venom? Garrett shuffles his feet and frowns. Well, I tried it just once. I'm sorry, I'll never use it again. I thought that if Tobias was accused of stealing something, everybody would notice. His mother would join the fellowship and force him to join too. It would improve their lives and force them to see the truth about themselves. Wilt thou tell my parents? Yes, thou art weak of character, or otherwise thou wouldst understand what I tried to do. Wah! I'm trying to sleep. Look, I got good news for you. You're gonna like this. Tobias is cleared. You tell Camille how you discovered that Garrett was really the thief and that her son Tobias has been cleared. I want to thank thee for finding the thief in our town and clearing my son's name. It does my heart good to see the Avatar has returned to us once again, and thou dost care. Enough about the people of Britannia to help solve our local problems here in Pause. Again, Avatar, I thank thee. This is why I do it. I do it for the people. Alright, I'll tell everybody else in the morning. This is, it's dark. Charging around in people's houses in the middle of the night. Oh, how am I supposed to buy a room if you're sleeping, innkeeper? Wake up! What was that noise? No, don't use her bed. I mean, if it works, right? Sorry, Thurston. I'm getting in this bed. Salty Dog's now closed. Please return during business hours. Oh, maybe I will have to steal your bed. Bye. I suppose I actually probably could have used the beds in the shelter. I mean, what's the fellowship gonna do? Nuttin'. Shuffle our way back there. How many hours shall we wake thee up, Morgan? 8. We need our rest. Dun 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 dun. Arise, Morgan. Time to continue the quest. The quest. Let's go let Tobias know he's okay. Let Tobias know he's got nothing to worry about. Look at her working hard. That's awesome. She's hoeing the ground. These crops are tough. There he is, working hard. Whew, 'tis hot. Good job, kid. Yes, Avatar? Well, he's happy with me, so word must have got around. His mom told him. We'll eat. We'll eat soon. After you tell him about finding the venom vial, he says, "Thou didst our town a service when thou didst uncover that no-good brat Garrett as the thief. Perhaps now some people will start to realize the hypocrisy of the Fellowship." Give him a little extra. Can both have 5 gold each. Compassion may not be one of my strongest virtues, but... "I'm a dancer, my lord." He cannot keep a straight face and almost falls off his crutches. "Ha ha 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 ha! 'Tis a ripe one, Cormor." There we go. 5 for you. Take care, guys. Hold your heads up. Keep moving forward. All right, get your seats. Get some breakfast in us. A balanced meal. So the boy and the old man, probably. Yeah, YOLO's hungry too. But I should be fine. I think I had a midnight snack. All right. Fresh carrot bread. That's carrots on top of bread. Raw carrots on top of bread. There we go. Overeat a little bit, because I don't want to be feeding you guys in like 5 minutes. Just having a plate of grapes. Tell everybody I can about the thief, I guess. One last guy I just want to tell Thurston. If I can. Hey Thurston, how's it going? How's Polly doing? I want to thank thee for telling the truth about Polly's feelings about me. I can be such a stick in the mud running this bloody mill all the time that I never would have noticed that she was wearing a sign on her back. This this is just what I needed to help me start enjoying my life. That makes me happy. If there's one place I want to bring happiness back to Britannia, it's Paws. I just want to ask Polly about Thurston. No, that's the old antique shop owner. Thurston, You relate to Polly what you heard Thurston say about her. She is taken completely by surprise. Okay. That's the same thing she said last time. Beautiful. Well, that's got to be it, right? That's pause. That's pause. All right. So long, folks. Off through the wheat fields into Britannia. Britain, I should say. Greeted by Hail Britannia. How is one of the greatest games ever made going? Damn good. I'm not. I wouldn't argue that with anyone who said it. That's for sure. This game for 92. For now, like in this day and age, this is a great game. The graphics really impress me. Actually, the day to night cycle is really nice. I like the lighting. And what was it? How do you say the schedule that the NPCs keep? I mean, that's something that they've been doing in Ultima. Well, for a while now, I think. I want to say they started doing that in 5. It's definitely in 6 that NPCs all had a schedule to keep. But this one, you can see them working at their workbench, or the tavern keeper puts a plate of food in front of their patrons. Through the valiant acts of the Avatar, the mystery of the missing venom was solved. The mystery of the missing axe and missing gold bars, however, must wait for another day. Sorry if I'm a little slow on chat, guys. I just, I'm getting carried away with this game. I'm having too much fun. Where are we at now? Almost 8-hour stream. Are we there yet? Yeah, we're there. All right, well, we have arrived at Britain, so that means clue book time. Capture the clue book there. Okay. Oh, let me make sure I have my... Yeah. Gotta make sure to keep this paused. Okay. Britain. Britain. Britain, as narrated by Miranda. I am sure thy friend will have heard of Britain, for who in Britannia has not? Needless to say, thy friend shouldst visit the castle first, For if the Avatar will truly be returning, Lord British will desire an audience. I know this from the other council members who claim he has once again set aside a spellbook and other items for use within the castle should the Avatar ever be present to need them. Of course, there are plenty of shops from which to equip oneself if thy friend is unable to speak with Lord British. Britain boasts a great many merchants, from provisioners to tavern keepers, apothecaries to weaponsmiths, trainers to shipwrights. Unfortunately, the healers still never do well here. There is only one left, and since Lord British heals without charge, Sissel is falling prey to the same problem that has plagued his profession here in Britain for centuries. LB keeping the healers down. The city has grown since Avatar's last visit, though many of the royally supported institutions are still present, such as the Mint and the Music Hall. There are also new objects of interest. The Mint, yes, the lady who ran the Mint really had a thing for me in Ultima VI. My husband directs the Royal Theatre. Currently he is producing his own work, The Trials of the Avatar. Surely thy friend will wish to see that. The costumes are fantastic. Naturally so, for Raimundo himself designed them. The dear man cannot sew a whit, though, and Gay charged him 30 gold just to make the Avatar's costume. We have also an amusement area where one can watch a puppet show. Carosio charges a gold for it, however. Or pull a sword from a rock or some such, or hit a hammer to ring a bell. In all honesty, I have never seen these, but people around town have been raving about them for quite a while. If thy friend shouldst be in need of money, there are a number of workers here who will pay for a little assistance. Willie the baker rarely pays for flour. Damn it, I was supposed to pick up some supplies from Paws and bring them into Britain. Willie the baker rarely pays for flour, even though he promises it, but will pay well to have his bread baked. And 2 farmers, Brownie and Mac, each pay a gold for unskilled labor. Brownie needs help picking pumpkins for his patch, and Mac does not usually have time to gather the eggs from his chicken coop every 3 hours. Also, Sean buys gems around 30 gold apiece, should the Avatar prefer to earn money by selling old jewelry. I must not forget the fellowship. Though not a member myself, I can tell thee little about it. For example, the first branch was established here in Britain by Batlin himself. In fact, he's still the head here. Batlin is an excellent person to whom the Avatar should speak about joining. And Britain has the greatest number of members in all of Britannia, although I hear Buccaneer's Den is highest in its member to non-member ratio. But who would rather live there than here, except retired pirates and gamblers? Batlin himself. It'll be interesting to meet the guy who narrated the instruction manual. I tried to enter the castle proper, but was prevented at first by that rascal Chuckles. Oh, Chuckles! He continually forced me to play a foolish word game which took some time to untangle. Finally, I noticed the pattern of single-syllable words in all of his sentences and was able to satisfy his thirst for amusement. Yeah, it's grown a bit. But actually, it looks quite similar to Ultima VI. Ultima VI's layout. A couple of extra buildings. What was the spoiler? The Chuckles? The Chuckles puzzle? It's ruined. I gotta wrap it up. I'm done. Ultima VII's over. Alright, 22 carts. 16 jeweler. This is the fair area. Jeweler, armor. YOLO's bows. YOLO's bows is crammed in the farmer's market, it looks like. Let's go stop in at YOLO's Bows first, and then I'll just scoot around to the castle. Yeah, go around this way, up, and then that way. And all the rest of it we can discover as we go along. Ultima's 1 through 7, all for nothing. Yeah. Well, I guess that is what happens when I run the risk of using the clue book, right? But we gotta go up one more street. Okay, it's not a farmer's market. It's just a large building. Barber? I think this one's YOLO's Bows. Yes. Let's see if Gweno's running the shop. YOLO's is open. You see a young, wiry teen. Hello, lad. This is Morgan, the Avatar. This is my young apprentice, Coop. How goes things, Coop? Not too badly, my lord. I sold the triple crossbow this morning. Lovely, lovely. Keep that gold coming in. That's what I always say. That's what you always say. Sold a triple crossbow. Yeah, they gave me one of those for free in Ultima VI. I demand another. Sorry, what did you say your name was? My name's Coop. And you run this place. I'm the manager of YOLO's Bows. Master YOLO has entrusted me with this responsibility. If there's anything thou dost want in the way of bows and arrows, please say so. YOLO. Hello, boss. Greetings, lad. Thou art looking well. The same to thee, my lord. So what's your responsibilities here? I sell many goods, but I also plan to perpetuate the good name of YOLO by becoming a master archer. YOLO has taught me well. Yes, the lad is good. He was good before I taught him the first lesson. What I would not give to join thy group and go adventuring. But then there would be no one to run the shop, so I can't go. But someday... Anyway, I please myself in the he pleases himself in the evenings. By singing with a musical group. My group is called... Well, it's called the Avatars. I hope that doesn't offend thee. The Avatars? Are they death metal? I like it if it's death metal. Watching Macaw getting more frustrated as he repeatedly failed to figure out the game was a highlight. I didn't watch him play because, you know, I was going to be playing it. But just by looking at his stream, he must have done fairly well on it. I don't think there's too terribly many episodes. Yeah, somebody was mentioning you can build stuff. I'll have to try to build myself a home. A nice pastoral house, maybe outside of Paws. The band is just me and 2 musicians from the music hall. We play at the Blue Boar every night. I sing and write lyrics. The other 2 play the instruments. Please come and hear us. The Blue Boar at evenings. Yolo's Bows. Yolo opened this shop many years ago. He opened Yolo's South in Serpent's Hold more recently. He's becoming quite an entrepreneur. Oh, we sell all kinds of bows along with arrows and bolts. If thou dost wish to buy something, please say so. Give me that triple crossbow. $400. Can't remember if I saved it before talking to him, but I'll do that, and I'll see. Maybe he'll give it to me for free. Thou dost not have enough gold for that. Fair enough. No freebies this time. The boss is standing right beside me. Of course, I haven't gotten into a single fight in the last 6 hours, so... Just kill the people in the way. Yeah, well, just like all of my other Ultima playthroughs, we're going to be going through very thoroughly. There'll be no unnecessary things missed in this playthrough. Gotta give it the attention it deserves. Still, I'll try to remain as focused as possible so I don't end up spending forever streaming this one game. It'll kill me and I'll never get to the rest of them. Perchance to stream. Thanks for the follow. You better strap in. You all better strap in. It's going to be non-stop Ultima. All right, off to Castle Britain. Should be straight north from here. Da 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 da. Oh, you bastard. The greatest villain. The greatest villain in Ultima. Is this how I attack? Yes. To arms! Dead man. Hello, British, I'm back! You son of a bitch! The Avatars return to Britannia! Look out, boy. Damn, we're doing a pretty good job in here. Oh, I bet you that's Nice Duel. Nice Duel, the head mage. Oh, there we go. I'm down. We've been turned into skeletons. Thou hast been unconscious for so long, we thought thou hadst lost thy life. It was Elizabeth and Abraham who found thee and delivered to us. They brought thee here along the way to Britain. I'm glad to see thee still alive, my good friend. I was sorely grieved at thine apparent demise. In the midst of our battle, I did lose track of thee, and it's good to find thee safe. If thou art feeling up to it, let us continue our quest. It brought me back to the shelter. All right, GG's, we won. Killed Chuckles. Hello, old friend. You are wary of considering conversing with that trickster Chuckles, but decide to anyways. Chuckles, I must not say my name, lest I break the rule of the game. I was, am, and shall be the court fool. I could give thee a clue if I wish, but for now my job is to play the game. He's got his mustache, his little rat stash. The game. It's not too much of a spoiler what he said before, because in the clue book there, I believe he played the game already in one of the previous ones. Maybe not. The game. Thou must play the game if thou dost want to speak with me. I know the game. Then just play it. The game. Why dost thou want to speak of me? Canst thou not think of anything much more fun of which to speak? Women or girls? There be a lot of fine girls in our fair town, or is it fair girls in our fine town? Chuckles shrugs his shoulders. There's no good food at the pub. As for me, I like to eat on the floor of my room. Is there liquor? Thou didst just break the rule of the game. Thou hast better learn it. Yeah. Try again, kid. Two in the afternoon. A giant gargoyle. Is that who I think it is? I chopped him down pretty easily for if it is who I think it is. This must be Draxinium, the leader of the gargoyles. You see an impressive winged gargoyle with a stately demeanor. He's got the crown and whatnot. To be known as Wislam. Okay. Wislam. What do you do here, Wislam? To be the word for wise man. To be advisor to Lord British and act as representative for my race here in Britain. To be honored to be in long line of advisors to the king. To make sure the gargoyle race is heard in the castle. To have been a long road to acceptance and integration into Britannian society. Integration, how's that going for the rest of the gargoyles? To tell you that, not long after your last visit, the gargoyles settled upon Terfin, an island to the southeast, to have moved little by little onto the mainland. To be accepted in most places, to feel sad, however, that there are still towns that do not accept us. But our Lord and King, Draxinusum. Whenever I see it, I'm like... Draxinusum, yeah. Draxinusum. I know it, but then when I see it, it always stumps me for a second. Is still alive and is doing a magnificent job to know and help all gargoyles who are alive. All gargoyles. How about the dead one I found at the beginning of the game? Wislam listens to your story about the murders intrinsic. To be sad to hear this. To suggest that you visit Lord Draxinusum. Oh my god, it's doing it to me again. Draxinusum in Terfin and tell him about Inamo. He will know who Inamo's parent gargoyle is. To recommend you relay this news as soon as possible. To go soon and tell Draxinusum about Inamo. Yes. To know you are reliable. And this must be Nicestool. No, that's YOLO. There wasn't another old feller running around here. Where'd he go? There he is. You see your old friend Nicestool, now a decrepit old man in mage's robes. He seems lost in thought, far away. Classic wizard. His friends call him Drax. Gargoyles all look the same. Yeah, that's what one of the kids said in Pause. Or Trinsic, I think. You see your old friend Nicestool, now a decrepit old man in mage's robes. He seems lost in thought, far away. The mage looks confused in a moment. My name is Nicestool. Yes, that's it. My name is Nicestool? Yes, that's it. Job. Well, I used to perform quite a bit of magic, he says apologetically. At least I think I used to do so. There's a man named Lord British. I think I work for him. Damn. Sometimes the magic works, sometimes it doth not. He waves his hand and drops his hand. Oops! He cries as he bends to pick it up. He dropped his hand? Art thou sure this man is not really the jester? Anyway, as I was saying, what was I saying? Oh yes, magic, I can still sell thee some spells or reagents if thou would like. Lord British, where is he? Lord who? Dost thou mean that old man who sometimes sit on the throne? Dost thou wish to buy some spells? No. And I don't want reagents either. Are we going somewhere? Yeah, working pretty well when he spawned the army of undead to kill me. I think it was Ninestool who pretty much did the damage on me there. I was hacking through the guards and everybody pretty good. Mighty halberds. Ah! My lord! An old friend! What's up, you old salty son of a gun? I'm here to fix your problems again. You see your old friend Lord British, looking a bit older than when you last saw him. His eyes gleam at the sight of you. He's just chilling out, and then he sees me, and he's just like, "Ah! Bro! Welcome, my friend," he says, embracing you. "Please tell me what brings thee to Britannia. Or more importantly, what brought thee here?" I didn't use the orb. That's not how I got here. Red Moongate appeared behind my house. Name. Who are you again? Red Moongate brought me here. You relate the story of how Red Moongate appeared behind your house and mysteriously took you to Trinsic. Lord British's brow creases as you speak. Finally, he says, "I did not send the Red Moongate to fetch thee. Someone or something must have activated that Moongate. And that is strange indeed, because we have been having a bit of trouble with Moongates as of late. In fact, we've been having trouble with magic in general." "Something is awry. Magic has not been working for the longest time. I even have the trouble creating food with magic. It must be something to do with the magical ether. There are those who say that magic is dying. What with the trouble with the Moongates and the situation with Nicestool, I'm beginning to suspect that they may be right." Lord British studies you a moment. "Perhaps magic will not work much better for thee. Thou hast not been in Britannia long. It is possible that whatever has affected magic has not made its mark upon thee yet. Please try it. A spellbook is sorted with the rest of thine equipment." Equipment? "Thou art welcome to any of my equipment. I keep it in a locked storeroom here in the castle. Thou wilt find the key in my study." Which is? "'Tis in the western end of the castle." Great. What happened to Nicestool? I talked to him on the way in, and he didn't seem right. The king lowers his voice. He's acting oddly, isn't he? Something has happened to his mind. He doesn't seem to be able to concentrate on magic anymore. Okay. So when I arrived here, there was a giant earthquake. What was with that? Lord British looks at you gravely. The foundation of Britannia was shaken with the rising of an island. This event was no random disaster. It was one of the sorceress' intent. An island. Yes, Morgan. I felt a great disturbance in the ether when this island arose from the sea. The island is none other than the Isle of Fire, where thou defeated the hellspawn Exodus. Exodus. Exodus, the demon supercomputer that I had to defeat with punch cards. Thy battle with that strange mixture of machine and spirit is now legendary. Do be careful if thou art going to the Isle, for the remains of that being now reside in one of those chambers of the Castle of Fire. Morgan, thou shouldst know that when I created the Shrines of Virtues, I also set upon this island 3 great shrines, dedicated to the principles of truth, love, and courage. They reside within the walls of the Castle of Fire. I never revealed this to thee before, as I thought them forever lost, when the Isle of Fire mysteriously sank beneath the waves. The shrines are meant for the use of an avatar only, and therefore a talisman will be necessary to use one. The talismans are guarded by tests that will... Vitrix, thanks for the follow. Lord British giving us the lowdown. The talismans are guarded by tests that thou shouldst have no problem passing if thou wishest to seek their counsel. If thou wishest to seek out this isle, thou mayest use my ship. It now sits upon the southern shore of Vesper and is called the Golden Ankh. Please feel free to use it for as long as thou hast need of it. Lord British hands you the deed to the ship. Oh, free ship! I have also focused a magical crystal to the entrance of the Castle of Fire, which I refurbished after the battle with Exodus. Here, take it. Perhaps it will give thee some insight. Although be warned, it is not at all stable and might be prone to shatter the nearer thou findest thyself to the location which it is tuned. Lord British gives you the crystal. Let's talk about the Fellowship. So is that the Isle of Fire is the DLC? So don't go near that until later on in the game when I feel like having a... Yeah, that was all Forge stuff. Okay. And the earthquake at the beginning. They add that to the game, eh? I won't touch any of that until, like, you know, we're much further along. Since it sounds like it gives me equipment and items that will make my quest far easier. So earthquakes aside, there's I noticed there's this strange cult that's swept across the land. They are extremely useful and productive group of citizens. Thou shouldst most certainly visit the Fellowship headquarters here in Britain and speak with Batlin. The Fellowship has done many good deeds throughout Britannia, including feeding the poor, educating and helping those in need, and promoting general goodwill and peace. And the headquarters? Yes, it is not far from the castle to the southwest, just south of the theater. Run by a man named Batlin, you say? He is a druid who began the Fellowship about 20 years ago. He is highly intelligent and is a warm and gentle human being. You spoke about the moon gates, British. What's wrong with the moon gates? The moon gates are not functioning. We cannot use them as we have in the past. Not only are they dysfunctional, they are in fact dangerous. One of my trusted sages used mine own Orb of the Moons to travel to the Shrine of Humility, and his body did shatter upon entering the gate. If only that mage in Cove hadn't gone mad. Cove? Cove's right by the Shrine of Compassion. It's very, very close to Breton. Surely thou dost remember Cove. It is a very pleasant town in the east of Britain. Quite relaxing. Yeah, and who's this mad mage? The ruler leans forward and speaks quietly again. There's a mad mage in Cove by the name of Rudrum. Dost thou remember him? Rudyum. Do I remember him? Rudyum was working with a magical substance called black rock. Before he went mad, he claimed that this mineral could have solved the problems of the moon gates. I suggest that thou shouldest go to Cove and find him. Try to learn what it was that he was doing with this black rock material. Could be our only hope. Yeah, I didn't take my Orb of the Moons. I left it beside my computer. Mine has not worked since the troubles with magic began. In fact, none of the moon gates have been working reliably for quite a while. Didst thou bring thine Orb of the Moons? No. I see. Thou might be stranded in Britannia. Here, why not try mine? I shall let thee borrow it. Perhaps it will work for thee. Be careful, though. The moon gates have become dangerous. Lord British hands you his Orb of the Moon. Orb of the Moons, one of like the most precious items in all of Britannia. Here you go. That's fine. He's never leaving. Rudyum. I don't really remember him. He was a brilliant and respected mage, but something happened to him in recent years. He seemed to go completely senile. Suddenly, something jars Lord British's memory. I wonder if there's a connection of what happened to Rudyum and what's befallen Nightstool. Magic users are going bonkers. Cats and dogs living together. Mass pandemonium. I have a spellbook stored away, rest of the equipment, storeroom. I am sure thou canst find it. The ruler smiles slyly. Consider it something of a game! Ha ha! Avatar, shall we go out back and wrestle? I would just fold British in half. Avatar would just... Yes, yes. I shall consider it a game. Who are you again? Lord British laughs. What art thou joking, Avatar? Dost thou not recognize thine old friend? And what do you do here, though? Lord British rolls his eyes. Must we go through this formality? He laughs, shaking his head. Very well, as thou well knowest, I am sovereign of Britannia, and have been for some time now. Even though I come from thine homeland, I have chosen to live my life here. The correct answer was, I don't do shit. Let's talk about Earth for a second. I know that it has been many years since I visited our Earth. Since I blessed our Earth. But surely thou dost remember that the two of us hail from the same time and place? And as brothers in origin, thou shouldst also remember that thou canst ask me for aid at any time thou mightest require it. Do not forget, Avatar, that I have the power to heal thee. That is one bit of magic that still seems to work for me. And I could probably provide thee with some equipment and a spellbook. The state of the land could not be more prosperous. Wow, is he out of touch? Dost thou realize that thou hast been away for 200 Britannian years? The state of the land could not be more prosperous. Major disconnect here. Lord British wags a finger at you. British wagging his finger at me. I am certain that thy friends have rued thine absence. 'Tis a shame thou didst stay away for so long, but I am so very happy to see thee. Britannia is prosperous and abundant. Look around thee. Yeah, Almeric never told anybody that I came and banished the Slasher of Veils from Britannia. Explore the newly refurbished castle. Travel the land. Peace is prominent in all quarters. Yes, Britannia has never been better. Well, almost never. Well, things are indeed fine. It is the people I'm concerned about. There's something wrong in Britannia, but I do not know what it is. Something is hanging over their heads, and Britannian people, over the Britannian people, they are unhappy. One can see it in their eyes. There is nothing that is unifying the population, since there has been peace for so long. Perhaps thou couldst determine what is happening. I implore thee, go out amongst the people, watch them in their daily tasks. Speak with them, work with them, break bread with them. Perhaps they need someone like the Avatar to take an interest in their lives. Well, that's what I'm here to do. And LB, I must say, the castle is looking nice. Yes, it has been redecorated since thy last visit. The architects and workers did a splendid job. The ruler leans towards you with a sour look on his face. The only mar in the entire complex is that damn nursery. I hate kids. I will not go near that place. Kings and dirty diapers do not mix. The Great Council talked me into implementing the nursery after several of my staff started having families. Although it was probably a necessity, I shall pretend it does not exist. The benevolent, virtuous Lord British. What about my friends? I really need to connect with Chamino and Dupre. This just won't feel right until the boys are back together. Until I get the band back together. Thou must mean Yolo, Chamino, and Dupre, of course. Well, Yolo's right here beside me. I've seen our friend rarely over the years. I understand he has been spending most of his time in Trinsic. Hello, Yolo, how art thou? I am well, my liege. 'Tis good to see thee. That rascal does not come around very often, though I understand he spends most of his time in Britain these days. Yeah, he's supposed to be in town. That's right. Yolo said he had a girlfriend. Chamino. Dupre the Magnum. I have not seen that one since I knighted him. Typical. I do the man a favor and he disappears. I heard he might be in Jalome. Rather violent place by all accounts. I have not had the pleasure to visit it in quite a while. I don't think you get out of your throne. I don't think you've lifted your ass up for 200 years. Trinsic. I've not been down there in many years. Has something happened there? Yeah, a murder. Nothing much. A murder? Intrinsic? The ruler looks concerned. I have heard nothing about it. Art thou investigating it? Yes. Very good. It pleases me that thou art concerned about my people. The king pauses a moment. Now that thou dost mention it, I have heard reports of other similar murders in the past few months. In fact, there was one here in Britain 3 or 4 years ago. The body was mutilated in a ritualistic fashion. Apparently there is a maddened killer on the loose, but I have no doubt that someone such as thee, Avatar, can find him. What was ritualistic about it? All the missing limbs? I do not recall many details. Thou shouldst ask Patterson, the town mayor, about it. He may remember more. Killer! That is, of course, only an assumption on my part, but that is all we have had to work with. Unless thou hast already uncovered some useful information. Yeah, I've got a couple of little tidbits here. He had a hook. A man with a hook? The king rubs his chin. Chin! He just sits on his ass on his throne for the last 200 years. Hates kids. despises having the nursery in his castle, and thinks everything is right with the world. When everywhere I've been so far, everybody's like, man, shit's fucked up. We can't eat. We're starving. People are being murdered. What the hell is happening? Completely out of touch. Man with a hook. Chin. No, I do not recall ever meeting a man with a hook. Well, they ran away on the crown jewel. I'm afraid I cannot possibly know every ship that comes through our ports. Thou shouldst check with Clint the shipwright if thou hasn't done so. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna gear up. I'll talk to you in a bit. Goodbye, Morgan. Do come back soon. He said his study was the door to the west, right? Just trying to think. I don't see anything. Don't see a key. This must be his room, but I don't know if it's his study. There's a switch here on the ground. I see that. First chapter of book 3. Yeah, that's how it's written. That was an ep script from a promotional flyer. But yeah, all the Ultima games, they're kind of chopped up into blocks, right? So Ultima 1, 2, and 3 is book 1. Ultima 3, 4, 5 is book 2. Ultima 7, 8, 9 is book 3. So 7 is the first chapter of book 3 and the exciting and world-renowned Ultima saga. Sells his dev studio to EA and goes to space. My understanding was that they thought that EA was going to be the golden goose for them, or whatever analogy you want to use. They were supposed to save them. They weren't doing well. They were floundering. They were making a lot of games, but they got bigger, and technology was getting more advanced, and they weren't able to keep up making the kind of games and doing the vision that they wanted to do. So they sold to EA so they could get the money in to be able to complete the games they wanted to, like namely Ultima Online. But because Ultima Online was such a success, EA ended up telling them, "Hey, all those single player games, all those boxed games that you had planned for the future, Privateer 3 and all these other games, not happening. You're not doing that anymore. Now Origin Systems is an online only development studio." And I think that was really the what killed them. And then he moved on and became a businessman because, I don't know. I can only assume because he wasn't able to continue running his company and making the games the way he wanted to. I really liked Ultima 5. Ultima 5 was the first Ultima that really hit me, It was the first one that I played that I was like, okay, now we're getting to something good. because 1, 2, 3, and even 4 really they were a slog and a little painful at times to play. But 5 really started to hit something, and then 6 was great. 6 was a great game. 6 is not my favorite. This game has already taken over 6 as my favorite. Because 6 is really, I don't know. 6 has got a lot of problems. As I'm sure anybody who's played it will agree. It's a beautiful game. It's a lot of fun. It looks great. And it is definitely a huge upgrade to previous Ultimas. But, yeah. Since then, we've done what? Savage Empire, Martian Dream, Ultima Underworld 1, and then we've started this one. Ultima Underworld 1 and this game they're the best ones I've played. And I kind of don't want to, like, even mention Ultima Underworld with the mainline games because it's just so different, right? Like, you can't really compare it. You can't say, that was my favorite Ultima. I don't think that that's a right answer because it's not anything like any of the numbered games. It's its own thing. Martian Dreams Forever. Shrew. Shrew, thanks for coming by the stream, but I'm sorry. I really got to disagree on that one. Martian Dreams killed me. Martian Dreams made me stop streaming Ultima. Like, I stopped streaming Ultima for 9 months because of Martian Dreams. And it wasn't just the game, it was the fact that it was glitchy and so bugged and had so many soft lock opportunities. It was a very frustrating game. Yeah, I did beat it, but I got soft locked. It was a really weird bug too. Yes, I played Martian Dreams and I was like, I don't know. I'd have to go back to that stream, the last stream, but I'll bet you anything at the end of that Martian Dreams finale, I'm probably like, yeah, I'll be back. Ultima 7, we're starting it. And that didn't happen. I guess it wouldn't have been Ultima 7, Ultima Underworld. But it's okay. I really needed a break. I know some other people I had talked to suggested, try playing a different game and stuff. And I know a lot of other streamers do that, but I'm not really interested in streaming any other games. I just want to get through the Ultima series. And I'm glad you're all here to enjoy it with me. So let's continue on. This must be the game British was talking about when he said, find the storeroom. It'll be fun. Secret doors abound, though. That's pretty badass whenever he wants to peace out or get out of here. I mean, what's going on? Like, what's Lord British doing, right? He's got all these passageways that give him access to everyone's room. Skulking around in the middle of the night. We still haven't found this key that is apparently somewhere in his study, he said. Dun 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 dun. The throne room of Lord British. I'm gonna save the chatter with the occupants of the castle until I find my equipment. Trophy, yes, the various beasts of Britannia British has killed. This must be the key there. Yep. Okay. Take that key. Now we still have to find the storehouse. Inkwell. Oh, the sound effects. I keep mentioning it, but the sound effects are so good. A clacker. Oh, that can't be the storeroom, can it? This is probably Crazy Neistel's room. Yeah, that's no storage room. Double click the clacker. Yeah, I should. I'll click the clacker. Lars, will I continue streaming after I'm done the series? That is a question I cannot answer. I can't answer that truthfully. I really can't. That is really weird. Look at it go. Thanks, Kiki. Click the clacker, it clacks. But one thing's for sure, every one of these games is getting beaten. I don't care how long it takes me. I'm going to stream them all. I'm going to beat them all. That's just how it's going to be. So you got to put up with me till then. I'm just, I need to get into my menu here for a second because I want to talk about Ultima 8 for a second here. 8 got very little dev time and not nearly enough staff. Yes, 8 is a very different and pretty cool game. A lot of people hate it though. Still liked 8, but I can see while it's not well regarded, definitely lost a lot from Ultima 7, but liked the atmosphere. So, this is the EA issue we were talking about earlier, right? He sold to EA, like Origin Systems was run by Garriott, his brother, and his dad. I mean, I'm sure there's many other people involved, but this is how it started. It was family money that started the company, by my understanding. So, they sell to EA, you know, they get money, they get finance, and immediately they start clacking down on them like a clacker, giving them deadlines, you know, hard deadlines that they weren't used to developing or developing by. I don't know why they did that, because they made games, you know. They produced games, they put games out. So why would you give them hard deadlines when they're not a company that's taking 10 years to develop a game? Like, they make games. Just let them do what they're going to do. Like, they're already doing it well. They just need more money. I mean, I think Origin Systems would have been a completely different company if had been left alone. Like, they'd probably still be here making games today, you know? Who knows if they'd be good ones, but... So 8 was the game that really suffered from that. They were making Ultima Online at the time, and I think, and 8 was crushed by development. Deadlines. Sorry, development deadlines. And haven't played it. We haven't gotten there yet, but 8 really interests me a lot. I like the way the character looks. I like the big bucket helmet. I know a lot of people give the character sprite shit, but I actually like the I've always been kind of a fan of Buckethead knights, and the fact that it takes a dark, demonic kind of evil tone really interests me. And yeah, I mean, I'll definitely really looking forward to that one as well. Which is good, because I think that the fact that I am looking forward to playing that game a lot will probably help me through all the difficult things in that game, because I know there's going to be a lot of headaches when we do get to that one. 9, just to touch on 9 for a quick second too, is that 9 I'm actually kind of looking forward to as well. I know it's supposed to be a big shit show, but it looks very playable and kind of more modern. So take it or leave it. It may not be a good game, but it does look like an easy game to get through. Doesn't look like I'm going to be bashing my head against the wall on that one too much. Yeah, that's the EA style, absolutely. Take a company and just drive it into the ground, ruin it. Yeah, and that's what I heard as well. Yeah, that they had a really clear idea. Maybe not really clear, but they had an idea what they were going to do with 9. And it wasn't what ended up happening with 9. What we got with 9 was basically, we need to get this shit out the door. Like, now. We built a game, and it was great, and we had to scrap it. So now we just need to get this done. Anyways, back to the search for the storehouse. Here's the nursery. The dreaded nursery. The only place that British is afraid of in all of Britannia. And we got the kitchen. Still no storehouse. Well, it's got to be in the walls, you would think, right? Who is this? Lovely earthy woman with a warm smile. Word is spread quickly of thine arrival, Avatar. Welcome. Who are you? I am Miranda. Oh, she was the person who narrated the clue book for us. What do you do here? I serve on the Great Council. Today we are working on a bill of law. When I am not here in the castle, I am kept busy with a young child. Child? Don't say that word around British. The Great Council, so this must be the Great Council chamber. The Great Council supports Lord British in its legislation of Britannia's laws. I'm honored to be one of the 3 women serving on the council. Women? I'm particularly concerned about women's duties and privileges and their available opportunities in the land. Our history has been kind to women in general, but there's still room for improvement. Like what? More women could hold public office, for one thing. And I would personally like to be rid of those scantily clad women in heroic fantasy paintings. No! No! No, my stripper centaur zebra. All right, this is a politician I can't get behind. Grundig, what's combat like? I'll show you. I'll show you. You're not taking my scantily clad fantasy women pictures. Avatar! Oh! Getting fucked up by British. I gotta cut her down at least. Come on. So it just kind of goes once you start combat. It just kind of does its thing. Maybe that wasn't such a great example just because Lord British was there and melted me. But it seems that's only the second time in the last almost 7 hours that I've even gotten into combat yet. So we're not really at the combat heavy parts of the game just yet. But yeah, it seems to me like you go into combat mode, you click your target, after that, your guy just goes. Yank the chair out from under. C toggles combat. Thanks, Stu. C for combat. Okay. A drawer searching simulator. It's definitely not a dungeon crawler, that's for sure. That was the last Ultima that I played. Underworld. That was all action and puzzle. Alright, where were we? Tell me about this bill you're working on. Oh, Jesus. In Wisloklem and I are drafting a bill which would make illegal any distribution of waste products in Loch Lake near Cove. The lake is quite defiled. Yes, stop dumping your shit in Loch Lake. Art thou traveling to Cove? Yes, eventually. That is good news. Perhaps thou couldst do us a great favor. We need this bill delivered to Lord Heather in Cove. He must read it and give us his approval by signing it. I know that thou hast far more important things to do than running errands, but I would greatly appreciate it. Wilt thou do it? Yeah, I'm going there anyways. Wonderful. Here's the bill. Please bring it back to me when it's signed, and then we thank thee. I don't really care about her kid. I don't want to ask her about her kid. You know, talking to that lady and her giving me that quest, though, just made me, oh, look at this. Mighty Knight. A big old sword. I need me one of those. I bet you I know exactly who that is. Oh, he's a paladin. Maybe I don't. I was going to say that was probably Jeffrey, or Joffrey, however you say it. Lord British Captain of the Guard. Oh, it is too. He's no paladin, he's a fighter. You see your former companion and friend, Joffrey, captain of the guard. Jeffrey? It really could be either. Hey, dude, what you doing here? These days I remain in position as captain of the guard. I'm Lord British's personal bodyguard, and I'm in charge of security in the castle. I do not have much time or use for adventuring now. Yeah, I didn't really use him much in any of the games. I thought his position in my party was redundant with how I play my avatar. He was just a weaker fighter than me. Jeffrey chuckles. Art thou joking? I am Jeffrey. Snake, you take it easy too. Thanks so much for coming by. We'll see you next time. I think we're going to wrap it up here pretty soon, so you're not going to miss too much here. I have aged a bit over the last 200 years. I'm afraid I shall not be joining thee this time. But my thoughts are with thee, and I may offer some assistance. I shall be glad to do so. You look pretty good. You don't look that old. Yes, it has been a long time by Britannian reckoning since I have seen mine homeland. When thou hast finished with thy business, do come back and tell me news of what is happening in our homeworld. He's a human too. I mean, he can't be over 40. Come on an adventure, you lazy bastard. He's just not that good. That's the thing. Assistance. What assistance can you give me? My advice to thee is to build up thine experience and skills as soon as possible. Thou hast been away from Britannia for a long time. Thou mightest not be in the same shape thou wert at the end of thy last adventure here. Shape? I'm in great shape. It's apparently another difference in our two worlds. Whenever thou shalt return, it is as if the physical body has arrived here for the first time. It's the reason why many of thine own companions have chosen to stay here, even though they have aged in Britannian time. Interesting. That's how they rationalize the whole, the fact that I'm not 30 and everything, basically. Go and search for monsters, vanquish them, take their gold, gain experience. Use that experience when thou dost visit trainers. Increase thy strength, dexterity, and intelligence, as well as thy combat skill and ability to perform magic. Thou wilt be lost without this necessary evolution of experience. Okay, fair enough. Well, before I get out of here, have you seen that crazy nice tool? Yes, he's quite loony. If thou dost ask me, I believe all the mages in the land are afflicted. Take a look and find out for thyself. Have courage, have faith, be strong, be wise. Back to chopping that dummy. His only worthy opponent. Winged Gargoyle looks at you with interest and obvious intelligence. He's got little glasses. This gargoyle's got little glasses. To welcome thee to Britain, Avatar. And your name? To be called Inwisloclem. Inwisloclem. To mean interpreter in your language. What do you do? To be indeed a interpreter in my homeland. To be now on the Great Council to serve our most noble ruler, Lord British. To be honored as one of the 2 gargoyles on the council. The Great Council. To create the laws of the land. To inform you that my colleague Miranda can tell you more of what we're doing now. To be unfortunate that most of the council is away now. Yes, I spoke to Miranda. To inform you that Miranda is an intelligent woman who has great concern for the well-being of all of Britannia's citizens. To be one of Lord British's most trusted advisors. Gargoyles, tell me about them. To be one of the surviving gargoyles and to preserve Preserve our heritage is my life's work. To tell you our race immigrated to Britannia many, many years ago, to have settled on the island known as Terfin. Yeah. How's it going, surviving? To be so many of my people killed 200 years ago in the War of the False Prophet. Whoops. It was my fault. To be the war that you ended by bringing peace between our races. Yes, that's what I shall be known for ending the war. So Terfin, that's where you guys live now. To be a lonely place, to be desolate, to be not what humans call homey, to desire to establish a new way of life for gargoyles in Britannia, and to eliminate the hatred and misunderstanding of our race and humans, to know that ignorance breeds bigotry. To be one of those who are correcting this. Way of life. To desire a world where humans and gargoyles could live together in peace as equals in Britannian society. To be called the Fellowship. Yes. To be dedicated to promoting goodwill and trust in the land. To be thinking of joining the group soon. Don't do it. They want your Thetans. Where's the rest of the council members? To be on holiday at the moment. To have only Miranda and myself present to enact this new law. To tell you to ask Miranda about it, for she knows more than I. You're writing the law with her. And he doesn't know anything about it. We'll eat soon. That was Spark. Spark's hungry. What a Fool Believes by P. Nolan. Within the pages of this book is the story of a bard, a blonde, and a bottle. The perfect combination for a classic tale of the war between the sexes. What a fool believes. Da 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 da. I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head now. Alright, we're going back in the walls. We gotta get in these walls. Just gonna open every one of them. Where is it? Where's the storehouse? Oh, a prisoner. You see a thoroughly disheartened young man who is miserably languishing behind bars. What's your name? I'm Weston. Chuckles, yeah, I guess I should go back and finish the game with him. I'm Weston, I remember him. He's the husband of Alina in Pause. This is the man wrongly Well, he wasn't wrongly accused, but he was just trying to feed his family. What's your job? I have none for so long as I am left to rot here in this prison. Thy job is to pay for the crime thou hast committed. My crime was stealing apples from the royal orchard. This I did, and I admit it freely. If given the same set of circumstances, I would do it again. Aha! Not only an unrepentant criminal, but also a potential professional thief. Looks like this one has ended in the right place, and just in the nick of time. Stealing apples hardly seems like a jailable offense. I had offered to buy them first, but Fig, the caretaker of the orchard, set an exorbitant price, which I am certain he would have pocketed for himself. So yes, I admit to stealing them. See how the common criminal blames his type of immoral behavior on others, all the while denying it himself. This one is irredeemable, he is. Alright, well, what's the circumstances that led you to steal these apples? I'm not from Britain, my lord. I am from Paws, and it's another reason why they believe I can be trifled with. This prisoner is from Paws. I bloody knew it. To his credit, he was in town nearly an entire day before he stole something. For a citizen of Paws, that's as honest as they come. Hey! You're talking about Paws here. It's the Avatar's favorite town. Yeah, Paws. I'm a fan of Paws. Paws is a town where thou mayest feel the icy grip of poverty about thine heart. Oh, bloody hell, now I suppose he's going to go and tell us his whole pathetic life story. Couldst thou wait until I get out my handkerchief so I do not interrupt thee with all thy wailing? Yes, I've been there. It's bad. I do not wish to bemoan my fate, but my family lives in Paws, my wife Alina and my child Cassie. They were starving and I came to Britain to get food for them. Oh, now, don't go bringing poverty as an excuse as to why thou hast turned to crime. My father was so poor, he and his family had to eat dirt, but he still raised me proper. Beat the stuffings out of me if he ever so much imagined I did anything wrong. I can tell thee that. Not so long ago, Paws was a thriving rustic coastal village, but as Britain grew larger, most of our local business was moved there. We became a farming town, and the 7-year drought gave us a lashing that we had yet to recover from. And so you're starving. Although there are fools who will speak otherwise, the people of Britannia are being crushed by the vicious tyranny of the class system. While a few have more than they could ever enjoy, there are many who go to sleep hungry every night. And who's at the top of the class system? My wife and daughter, to name two of them. Oh, that reminds me, it's nearly time for my meal break. The trout is supposed to be delicious today at the farmer's market. Dude's talking about food while this guy's talking about his family starving. Class system. While I'm certain Lord British is just and fair ruler, he must be quite unaware of all that goes on in his kingdom. Surely he would not tolerate such inequality. All right, that's enough noise out of thee all day long. Yakata, yakata. About the awful, terrible class system. Why, the next thing thou knowest, thou shalt be saying society is to blame for thy crimes. Not a word for anybody about any appreciation for keeping the laws in order. No, of course not. But all the pity in the world for dangerous lawbreakers who are the real threat to society. Yes, dangerous apple thieves. Wouldst thou speak with Lord British about me? I would bet that he is completely unaware of my case. Please, wilt thou speak with him? Sure. Oh, and I thank thee, Avatar. My fate and the fates of my wife and daughter are in thine hands. Yes, I've met your family. I do not want any mercy for myself, but I have admitted my guilt. But my life does not only belong to myself, it belongs to my wife and family as well. Without me, they will suffer unbearable hardships, such as they might not survive. We'll just run through the rest of this. Fools like our good friend the guard would have us believe that nothing has changed in Britannia over 200 years. That we can live our lives as all our problems do not exist. I say to thee that it's people like that who cause our problems in the first place. And the guy who runs the orchard, he gives baskets of fruit for free to the fellowship without Lord British's consent, I'm quite certain. So he was the guy that probably ratted this dude out. Fig, the orchard dude, if he's a member of the fellowship. Thou shouldest not listen to this obvious slander, my lord. It's hearsay. Well, you've admitted your guilt. Mine only regrets is that I did not try to steal something bigger and that I did not get away with it. I thank thee for visiting me. Spark. When do we eat? All this talk about starving peasants making me hungry. The old man's hungry too. I'm still doing all right. All right, you guys have a mutton leg. You can have a mutton leg each. That seems to fill them up pretty good. Okay, here we go. This looks like a storeroom. I see a Zvi. Accidentally and repeatedly walk into a certain axe, yeah. I might be tossing this axe though. I got a Zvi hander behind the door here. That's our moonstone. That's our... I should say that's British. No, this is British's moonstone. Orb of the Moons. So where'd I get that gem? Put my tool-like things in there. Should try some of this serpent venom. There we go. Yeah, this is where we're looking for. Okay. Real gear in here. Put the axe in the bag for now. Zvayanda. Spell book. Bedroll, very nice. Some food. Well, we'll put this on YOLO. Looks like some ham and some chicken. Give that to Spark. He doesn't have an extra bag yet. Oh, what's this? Thou art wasting it! Turn it off! Oh, geez, okay, alright. What is it? We're gonna get drunk. Ah, how refreshing. A full bucket of mead. What happened to the bucket? It got consumed? Okay, this goes in there. That? Oh, it's a bag full of reagents. YOLO can have that. He's actually a pretty decent magic user. Won't fit. Won't fit. Okay, well, I guess I'm holding on to the money then. Nope. All right, kid, you're holding on to it. Oh my gosh. There's that bucket. Okay, so what we'll want to do is... Right, that's just money. He's got the reagents already. Give the money to the avatar. Oh boy, the inventory minigame. Nice. It looks sweet. It's a good sword. It's like as big as me. Well, we're very overloaded. And my inventory is not very well organized. But we found our storeroom. What's that there? A cannonball. Start firing the cannons into Britain. Oh! Fire! More items. Plate armor. And what is that? A gun? It's just got a gun. Good old bucket helm. Alright, this looks a little off there. No. Doesn't seem to do anything when I click it. That symbol indicates that it's a hidden door. Okay. The kid's got pants in his head. Okay, well, if you can't open it by just clicking on it, maybe this key will work. It made a sound. Or maybe I can only open hidden doors with magic? Free ball and spark. My young apprentice. Yeah, just holding on to his pants. Come on. There we go. We'll get him on the snake venom. He'll bulk up. Blue Bolt. Fantasy Star Online screwing you over. Otherwise, it requires a switch. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I double-clicked on it multiple times, but it probably needs a switch, yeah. Yeah. Okay. No problem. I think that's everything up here. I'm going to close those stupid hidden doors I opened up. All these hidden doors. Except for that one. We'll keep that one open. Yeah, that would be really odd if nobody knew these secret doors existed and then they went to their room one day and the wall was open. I don't want anything from you. Nice duel. Jeffrey, Chuckles, Lord British. Talk to all of them. Tough-looking palace guard who takes his job very seriously. I am a guard. The man looks at you like you are an ignoramus. I'm a guard for the palace, idiot. Thou shouldst go about thy business. Goodbye. There's no way to talk to your avatar. 7. So that's Miranda, probably. Oh, no. Got a servant here. You see a servant girl who looks at you in wonder. Thou dost look familiar. Who art thou? I'm Morgan. Oh, hello. I'm Nell. I told thee my name's Nell. The avatar's got a problem. He's been streaming for 7.5 hours. Give him a break. I'm a chambermaid. I am responsible for keeping the castle tidy. Just a servant girl, really. It's very large, keeps me very busy. Thou wouldst not believe how dusty it gets. I suppose I'll always be a servant. My parents are servants. My brother is a servant. My fiancé is a servant. My child will probably be a servant. Who's your parents? They work in the castle as well. Boots is my mother. Benny is my father. They have been here for years. I was born in this castle and played in the nursery. And your brother? Thou mightest run into him. He's also a servant in the castle. Charles. Other than not being as smart as I am, he's all right. For a bumbling ass, that is, she laughs. Your fiancé? Well, that would be Carocchio, the dear man who runs the Punch and Judy show. He writes the loveliest love poetry. Lobe poetry. We are getting married as soon as Carocchio can afford a wedding ring. Carocchio. Nell looks worried. Shh, I don't want anyone to know. 'Tis not showing yet, is it? Carocchio and I are getting married as soon as possible. He is the father, I think. Oh! Then again, it could be... No, probably not him. Or could it be? That would be interesting. Wait, what am I saying? The father's most definitely Carocchio. I think Lord British is getting some action on the side. It's the bastard prince. Please do not tell anyone. 'Twould be embarrassing, all right? Yeah, sure. Your secret's safe with me. I know I can trust thee, Morgan. It's a lot of faith you're putting in a stranger. All the little babies. Hey, oh my God. Oh my God, Sherry. Sherry, my old friend. That was awesome. I came walking into the room and she just ran right over. You see a very large mouse with an air of superior intelligence. Avatar, she exclaims. I cannot believe thou art here, Morgan. Sherry! Why dost thou not remember Sherry, Morgan? Of course I do. Sherry was like... She's one of the best companions I've had the whole series. You put a couple of double boomerangs on Sherry and she's just a monster. Sherry, take this viander and join us. Why dost thou not remember? I mainly assist Nana in the royal nursery during the day. I watch the children alone in evenings while Nana has dinner and goes to her fellowship meeting. Other times I run around the castle looking for mouse food. Yeah? Well, you're a good protector for the kids, Sherry. You're looking after everybody. The children are so much fun. I like to read them their favorite story. It happens to be Lord British's favorite children's story, too. He read it to me all those many years ago. I remember. It was like the Happy Lion or something like that. Story. Dost thou want to hear the story? It's called Hubert's Hair-Raising Adventure. That was not the story that Lord British used to read you. Yeah, sure, read it to me. Sherry stands on her hind legs, takes a deep breath, and then recites from memory, very fast. Give me a second to get some water here. Yeah, continuity error. It's a time paradox. Sorry, perchance I missed your question there earlier on. Let me go back here. Munt, right? Seems to have additional sound effects I don't remember hearing. It is Munt. Yes, absolutely. Gotta play the Ultimas with MT32. Yeah, gotta play it with the MT32. Okay, recites it very fast. Hubert the Lion was haughty and vain, and especially proud of his elegant mane, but conceit of this sort isn't proper at all, and Hubert the Lion was due for a fall. One day as he sharpened his claws on a rock, he received a most horrible, terrible shock. A flaming spark flew up into the air, came down on his head, and ignited his hair. With a roar of surprise, he took off like a streak, away through the jungle to Zambudi Creek. He leaped in a kerplash with a shower of bubbles, and he came bobbing up, his head full of stubbles. At first, he just stared with wide-open mouth and at the cloud of black smoke drifting off to the south. Then he felt with his paws just in the back of his ears, and he suddenly realized the worst of his fears. "I'm ruined," he shouted. "Oh, what'll I do? I'd rather be dead than to live in a zoo. If anyone sees me, oh, what a disgrace. I'd never discover a good hiding place. So I better discover a good hiding place." Good story, Sherry. How's the children doing? If thou hast not had the chance yet, do look around and meet them. They are most wonderful and amusing. Castle's changed a lot. It is much the same as it was when thou wert here. There has been a bit of remodeling. After all, it's been 200 years since you were last here. I believe Lord British has a storeroom with quite a bit of equipment inside. Sherry the Immortal. Mouse food? Well, cheese is my favorite. If thou dost ever have cheese to give away, I'd gladly eat it. But I'll generally eat most anything. Dost thou have any cheese for me? Not right now, but don't you worry. We'll get you cheese. Too bad. If thou dost find any, please keep me in mind. Of course, of course. Of course. Doesn't seem to be a way to get her on my team, but definitely good to see an old, faithful companion. See a working-class elderly woman who exudes sweetness. And you are? Oh, everyone simply calls me Nana. And I guess you look after the kids here. I watch over the royal nursery, and I'm nanny to these wonderful children. There have been great number of babies born in Britannia in recent years, so Lord British established this nursery. It's nice that the noblemen and noblewomen have this luxury so that they may attend to their daily duties. Phew! Does thou smell what I smell, Avatar? I believe that it's the smell of diapers. Boy, when thou art a father one day, thou wilt come to know that smell quite well. Yeah. So you're their nanny. Well, I feed them and change their diapers and read out loud all the books thou dost see lying around. Luckily, I have Sherry to help me. Yes, Sherry is a great help. Sherry is a special mouse who has lived here in the castle for many, many years. She recites stories for the children. They are lovely, are they not? Every day they seem to learn more and more. Most of the time they are a joy. Nana whispers to you conspiratorially, and other times I could happily throw them out with the bath water. Ha ha! Oof! Couple of missing children. A new mystery to solve. Yeah, what would YOLO know about being a father? Yeah. Yes, I suppose it really is a luxury. The poor people in Britannia certainly do not have... Oh, I like that. Luxury, yeah. I'm giving her the gears. I'm like, hey, you got a good time here. I just came from pause. The poor people in Britannia certainly do not have such a service for caring for their children. The rich do have an advantage. You detect a hint of bitterness in her voice. I do not mean to complain by any means. I adore my work, but contrary to the thinking of many of the noblemen and women, a class structure exists in Britannia more than ever before. Taxes are unbearable. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer, as the saying goes. Like, I just don't know how Lord British how he doesn't know any of this, you know? Like, there's a lot of staff in this castle. Somebody must have mentioned at some point in time. Somebody came into the throne room and said, "My lord, I have urgent news," and he said, "Nah." Well, look around. There are rich men who live in opulent castles, and right outside are poor people who live in hovels. Thou dost know that there are winged gargoyles and wingless gargoyles? Well, it seems that the human race is getting ready to be just as divided. There is no unity in the land anymore. That's why I've joined the Fellowship. No! The Fellowship is the philosophical group devoted to the teachings of a truly great man named Batlin. In the absence of the Avatar, Batlin has become a sort of spiritual father of the people of Britannia, though his speeches and writings have changed the lives of many people, including my own, through the speeches and writings. The Britannian Tax Council drains us all day, especially the lower and middle classes. Lord British brought them from his homeland. Oh, it's all children's novels that they... Earthling children novels. They are very foreign to us here in Britannia, but the children enjoy them just the same. Okay, bye. I don't want to ask her about the philosophy, because I'm sure she'll just say the same thing that every follower does. Tell me about the unity and the... Trust the brother. Away with thee. You see a child that has recently grown into toddlerhood. Ugh. Just as nasty as a real toddler. And what's your name? His name is Nicholas. And what do you do for a job? Why, his job is to wet his diaper. Is that not right, Nicholas? Nana says in baby talk. Wee diaper. Nicholas is one of our orphans. He was left at the front of the castle one morning. 'Tis a sad state of affairs when this kind of thing happens. Wet. You notice that Nicholas's diaper is wet. Oh my, he's wet, is he not? Couldst thou be a dear and change it for me? No. Diaper. The diapers are there on that table. If thou wouldst just use one on Nicholas. You're on your own, lady. Sorry. I'm not changing kids' clothes. Gonna have to do it yourself, or just leave him. Just leave Nicholas to sit in his filth. This is an elderly woman who epitomizes grandmotherly. All my brothers and sisters call me Boots when I was a baby, and it hath remained my name ever since. Why, I'm Lord British's personal cook. I prepare meals for the entire castle. His previous cook in number 6 was this sweaty dude who wished he could travel with me. Meals. Just go to the dining room at breakfast or supper time, and my husband Bernie will serve thee. Oh, really? Free food. Breakfast. For breakfast, I usually prepare a dish that my liege brought with him from the homeland. Here we call it Eggs British. I don't really like Eggs Benedict. It's served with an assortment of fruits and tea, and of course it's the king's favorite. And for supper, this meal is usually whatever meat or game or fish Lord British requests, accompanied by several additional courses and a fine dessert. Yeah, Benny. He is a dear, but he has become a little absent-minded in his later years. He never remembers to bring enough meat from the slaughterhouse and paws. In fact, we are short this week. Short? That's right, we do not have enough. If thou couldst bring me mutton from the slaughterhouse, I will pay 5 gold for every portion thou canst bring, all right? Yes. Good, I will be awaiting thy return. Get some money. Last week I asked my husband to put a little garlic into some soup, and he put in the garlic and then forgot about it. So he went in and put some more in, then forgot he did that, so then he put in more. Well, that's canst imagine the look on Lord British's face when he finally did taste that soup. It's a good thing that we live and work in the castle of such a just ruler. There's too much garlic in my soup. Off with their heads. Okay. I love garlic. British is weak. Garlic makes you strong. Everybody sit down. I want some dinner. Benny, where you at? I want my dinner. Probably too late for dinner. All right, well, if you're just sitting around the table conversing, then yes, Morgan, Lord British asks. I have a few things to mention here. There's a guy, Weston, you got in jail. Lord British listens to your story about Weston. He looks concerned. I do not recall this case. Let me check. He quickly scans a large scroll. In prison for the theft of 1 apple from the royal orchards. Ludicrous! Someone must have usurped mine authority. Thou mayest consider this man pardoned. An investigation will commence immediately into the circumstances surrounding his arrest and into this fellow Fig. He's got a scroll with this information on it, and he never read it before. Mine thanks to the Avatar. I gotta do everything for this guy. Everybody else is pretty chill. We're just hanging out. Nice stools, chilling out. This, the old granny sitting beside him, or behind him. Oh, that's YOLO. There was a man. There he is. Oh, geez. You see an elderly man with good humor and a warm smile. Your name? All my friends call me Benny. Yeah, I heard you're pretty absent-minded. Yes, I suppose I am, also becoming a little hard of hearing. When thou hast seen as many years as I have, one's faculties are no longer perfect. You still got color in your hair. Unless that's a hat. What do you do around here? I'm the head servant of the castle. My job consists of keeping the other servants in line and serving the meals. Meals, I'm hungry. My wife Boots is the head cook. Her specialty is roast beef. She makes wonderful pastries too. Enough of those will give thee a very un-avatar-like figure. Wouldst thou like to order a meal? Yes. For thee it's free! Bernie serves you and your party a delicious meal of beef and pastry. Return tomorrow and thou canst have another free meal. Awesome. Yes, I've been head servant for many years. Mine entire family works for Lord British. My son is the king's gentleman's gentleman. My daughter is the royal chambermaid. My wife is the head cook. What is the king's gentleman's gentleman? We are pleased to work for Lord British. Safe journeys. Well, I must have talked about just about to everybody now. Da 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 da. All right, I'm gonna leave the castle for now. Wait a minute. I'm going to go and talk to the prisoner. Then I'm going to leave the castle, and I'm going to head back to Pause because I've realized that left a couple of things unfinished down there, and it'll be a good opportunity to grab some mutton. But I forgot to talk to the butcher and tell him that I found out who stole the venom. I talked to everybody but him, I think. At least I don't remember talking to him. So we got to get up to the second floor and talk to this prisoner, Weston. Dun 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Oh, he's already been released. How do you feel about that? That was the complainy guard. Alright, zip on down to Pause. Go back to the filthy peasants where I belong. The people's champ. I don't feel like I'm done exploring the castle. I'll probably go back. So I'm going to pass on that hint, Nylon, but thanks for the offer. Just because I know we're going to be spending some more time in there. But I was supposed to mention the gold bars. The gold bars I stole? Oh, yeah. I get what you're saying. Don't forget to mention to the butcher about the gold bars. When do we eat? You just ate. You had a feast. We had a feast at the castle. Not to mention a leg of mutton before that. Oh, wait. See, I'm doing it the hard way. It's C. I'll get the hang of these hotkeys. Oh, it's me. I'm hungry. I'm the hungry one. Still. Just had that feast. Oh, maybe she gave me the, It looks like they gave me the food. Belch. good. My eyes look crazy in the dark. It's all that Mako energy running through me. Andrew, the theft is solved. Thou hast put the people in our town at ease by finding the culprit. I can get some cheese from him. Some cheese and milk. Alright, here we go. Morphin. Return the venom. Thank thee for ferreting out the thief and returning my snake venom. So Garrett was the culprit, eh? I'm not surprised, now that I think about it. I must keep closer tabs on my venom from now on. Well, you only got one vial left, buddy. Good day to thee. Yeah, and I can't talk to him about it anymore. And that, yeah, that took that venom out of the one vial I had. Hopefully Spark still has his. Yeah. Our stash. Penguin ? Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Britannia. All right, we need a bed for the night. See, she's all happy with me now. Everybody here's my buddy. Yeah. When I get around to building a house, this is where we're going to build it. We're going to build it outside Paws. I need a room. Sleepy time for the Avatar. 8 hours. It's only healthy. Gotta have the healthy amount of sleep. Arise, Morgan. Time to continue thy quest. Everybody's charging into my room. Get out of here. A nice sunrise. Let's go out to the beach and watch the sunrise. Beautiful morning. Listening to the waves. That sounds actually pretty relaxing. All right, guys. We've come to it. I'm looking at my live time and it says almost 10 hours, 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 52 seconds. That seems like a pretty good stream to me. A great start indeed, absolutely. Sugar Mart, thank you very much for the follow. Great valor, always show valor in all things, fellows. And yeah, I'm in a funny spot because actually I'd love to keep playing, but my throat is actually getting quite sore from talking for so long. But we'll be back. Won't be too long. Madman Dog, thanks for the follow. And my brain's starting to get a little slow too, so we'll leave it here. Thanks everybody for coming by. Thanks for those last minute follows. And well, watch out for me tomorrow, because I'll be here. Stick around. I'm going to have somebody to host. Find somebody to host here.
Ah, shut up!
These Russian dentists make some pretty good dentures. Hot damn. Any similarity between persons living or dead, especially dead, is purely accidental. Yeah, very accidental. Like 1 in a million, maybe.